It's a rainy day in Toronto, host city of the 2015 Parapan Am Games, as the heavens have opened for the past hour and there is rain in the forecast on this opening day of athletics competition here at the 5th edition of this international Parapan Am competition. You see the track is underwater. The inside 4 lanes have a lot of puddle action. The outside lanes appear to be more clear, but it has rained heavily for the last hour as we get set to get competition underway. A very busy competition day as they pack a typical 7-day athletics format into 5 days here into Toronto. The conditions with rain and thunderstorms in the forecast, and you should see here a lot of track events are scheduled here today, from the sprints to the distance events of the 5,000 meters. The men's 5,000 in the T54 class will open the competition under the deluge here today, but a lot of action. We have 4 sectors in play today in the field events, with discus and shot put competitions coming up today, and the long jump as well. That could be precarious under these rainy conditions as these athletes try to get a grip in the long jump run-up. So weather will be just one more obstacle for these magnificent athletes to overcome here today. Hardy fans have turned out under the rain, most looking for cover. Temperature 20 degrees right now. Winds are light out of the east, but the rain is heavy and there are thunderstorms in the forecast as these hardy wheelchair athletes guard themselves for the start of the men's T54 5,000 meters. As we look at the start list here today, Canada's Josh Cassidy out of Guelph, Ontario, one of the favorites here. He'll be flanked by Tristan Smith from Lake Country, BC. And one of the other big favorites in this race is from the United States, Daniel Romanchuk, a 17-year-old former elite swimmer, the best this year of 10:36.55. I'm Mark Lee, along with decorated wheelchair athlete Jeff Adams in the booth, a 6-time Paralympian. And Jeff, you know well what these men are going to be going through today in the rain. This will be very tough conditions for them to compete in.
It's going to affect the race dramatically. You know, athletes prefer certain temperatures. Some prefer it when it's sunny, some overcast, but there's not a single one in this field that would have hoped for this kind of weather.
These athletes have been out here ready to go, lined up at the start line for about 5 minutes now as they await the official start of today's competition. Josh Cassidy, you were telling me, Jeff, has been working on his bike, or on his wheelchair, and working on his grip, his gloves. He's gone with the rainwear, and it was a smart move.
Yeah, he's got 2 sets of gloves, one that he uses in the rain with a different type of clister, sticky substance that they put on the gloves and the push rings, and then a set that he uses for dry conditions. And all of these athletes would have a similar setup. He uses a particular clister that he gets from Europe that seems to work quite well for him in the rain.
Cassidy wearing bib number 1, the bronze medalist at 1,500 meters at the 2010 Commonwealth Games, the Canadian record holder at 1,500, 5,000, 10,000, and of course the world record holder in the marathon, a 1 hour 18.25 clocking spectacular. Next to him is Tristan Smith, lane number 2 out of Lake Country, BC. Spinal cord injury from a skateboarding accident has turned him into one of the top wheelchair athletes this country has produced. There's Daniel Romanchuk, 17-year-old. He competed in swimming as an elite junior level because he's able to kick from his knees even though he can't move his feet. And now moving into this T54 wheelchair competition. So a field of 10 men at the start line here today, grinning and bearing these rainy, inclement conditions in Toronto to open the athletics competition at the 2015 Parapan Am Games. The other thing, Jeff, I would think will be a factor today too is just the spray that these guys are going to have to deal with.
It's definitely going to affect their vision.
And so they're underway in the men's T54 final of the 5,000 meters under very rainy conditions. 12.5 laps of this track, and Josh Cassidy of Canada with the best time coming in this year at 10:07.85 clocking. Recognize him with those psychedelic smokes.
And you can see already the rain is affecting those 4 athletes at the back. They were simply getting absolutely no traction whatsoever. Tristan Smith back there trying to get some kind of contact with his push rings to get back in touch with that lead group.
James Simbenta of the United States has decided to take the lead with Cassidy tucked right behind him on the rail.
And that's a strategy in the rain because, as we were talking about a minute ago, there is a spray that comes off the wheels, similar to when you're riding a bike in the rain. And you can see it, if you look at the back of the wheels, you can see the plumes of spray coming off both the front and back wheels.
So the American, Senbena, just ahead of Josh Cassidy, and outside his right shoulder is the other American, Daniel Romanchuk. And a group of 6 athletes in that lead pack. And as you mentioned, Jeff, it is strung out very quickly into these rainy conditions with 4 other parasport athletes now trailing back. The first man, the 7th man now. That's Tristan Smith of Canada, a good 10 meters behind this lead pack of 6.
And you can see these 4 athletes at the back. You can see how much they're really not hitting their push rings. Their elbows are not coming up because there's just absolutely no point in driving with any kind of power or speed because they're slipping off their push rings. You can see a lot of these athletes really struggling in the rainy conditions.
Josh Cassidy now has decided to take the lead, moving ahead of Senbeta of the United States. Molina of Costa Rica is tucked on the rail in 3rd place, right behind the American.
You know, it's interesting. You can see Josh Cassidy uses a hard shell glove, but the 4 athletes in the back look like they're using leather soft-backed gloves, which are a little bit more padded and will provide them with a little bit more contact area and therefore more grip in this rainy on this rainy day.
Senbeta has moved back in front on the rail, and Cassidy has moved outside of his spray into the 2nd lane in 2nd place, as this lead group of 6 now continues to develop more space between them and everybody else. The Costa Rican Molina Sibaya tucked along the rail, in behind Cassidy in 3rd, with the American Senbeta leading. Daniel Romanchuk, yellow helmet, trying to stay in touch with the lead 3 in this pack as it begins to break into 5 now. Down the straight, Romanchuk moves out and past Cassidy to join his American compatriot Senbeta.
The American looks like he's getting quite a good traction today. You can see his elbows are coming up very, very high compared to the other athletes, which means that he's getting grip, because otherwise he wouldn't be able to put that kind of speed or power into his push rings.
2:22.54 for the first 1,000 meters. What do you think of that pace? It's a championship pace. The weather obviously affecting these men.
Yeah, this is it's a very pedestrian pace, and the weather is absolutely the reason for that.
Rain now teeming, coming down heavily as these athletes move through the back straight. Arduous conditions to compete here in the T54 5,000 meters. We're looking at world-class times, 50-51 second splits, right? But with these conditions, the grip being affected, sometimes they're hydroplaning in some of these parts of the track. There's no way they can keep that kind of a pace. It's Cassidy making a move here on the bend, just outside of Romanchuk of the United States, but staying off the rail and out of the spray. The athletes now tightly gripped, and tactics come into play now when they get in tight bunches.
Absolutely, and what we would normally be seeing in dry conditions are the athletes occasionally sitting up and then attacking, trying to come off the back, trying to come around the pack with speed, trying to burst off the front, but these conditions are really keeping everybody together. It's a little concerning. Josh is using a very high cadence right now, which may mean that he's not getting very good grip. Generally, he has a slower, a higher, he comes up very high with his elbows. He's keeping his elbows quite low. He's working with his body a lot, which is generally not the way he likes to push. And he's pushing a lot. He's pushing with high frequency, which again would indicate that he may not be getting ideal grip.
Josh Cassidy likes to be a front runner. He likes to put a pace on and go after times in most of his races. Here, though, he's clearly been compromised by the weather.
And he's been working on that too. You can see that athlete trying to fix his gloves. He's trying to rub a little more blister into them.
The Colombian Bermudez Baharas is in some trouble and about to be lapped. And the Americans continue to set the pace. James Senbetta and Daniel Romanchuk up front. The Canadian Josh Cassidy sitting in third inside. And you can see that straggler Bermudez Baharas of Colombia about to be lapped as this lead group, pared down to 5 now, moves in.
And as you mentioned, Mark, Josh traditionally likes to lead from the front. He likes to bring the pace up, make it a very difficult race in terms of the effort level. But this may be an influence of his new coach, Jenny Archer. Jenny also coaches David Weir, a racer from the UK who is infamous for sitting in the pack and bursting out with an incredibly punishing last lap, incredibly punishing sprints. So we're seeing Josh sitting in the pack now, which he hasn't done much historically, but would be a much better tactic for him in these types of races.
And he's really been tweaking his wheelchair, hasn't he? Looking at weight, trying to find the lightest claim, working on his grip. And part of the problem is he's such a powerful athlete that the lighter you make that frame, the more flex there is, and you lose a lot of the feedback in your thrust, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You really don't want your chair to be so light that it's flexing or moving or giving up any of the energy that you're trying to put into it. A big deal for these wheelchair racers who often go over 30 kilometers an hour as an average speed is the aerodynamics. So they're averaging 30, their top speeds are up into the 40s, and they really need to pay attention to that. Oh, you can see Josh is changing his gloves now. He's changed one glove.
So the conditions forcing Josh Cassidy down that back straight to make an equipment change as they come far wide around the bend. The Costa Rican Lorenz Molina Simbaya putting a bit of a surge in this last lap. Now he's fallen back into 4th place. Leader continues to be James Senbetta. Down the straight they come. The other American, Romanchuk, outside of him. And Cassidy at the back and outside of this pack with 4 laps to go here. The T54, 5,000 meters for men.
So Josh would really be better off getting an inside lane, because for every lane you move out, you do 1.5 meters per corner per lap of extra distance. So he'll want to get back in closer to the rail. It does look like his grip has improved. His elbows are coming up a little higher. And you can see he's pushing with a snap that he just wasn't using a little while ago.
2 Americans who have really been the front runners in this race. Senbetta, number 4, who's up front right now, has a best this year of 10:59.98. 50 seconds off of Josh Cassidy's best time. So Cassidy obviously trying to find his grip, changing his gloves halfway through this race, but content instead of being a front runner to play in the pack now, which has dwindled to 4. So 4 men now in a battle for the 3 medals, as the Costa Rican Molina Simbaya has fallen off the pace by 10 meters. Rain beginning to let up, but it's still soggy. All kinds of spray and grip problems for these T54 athletes.
These athletes who are being lapped are doing exactly the right thing. Protocol for this situation is to stay in your lane and to let the overtaking pack go around you on the outside.
What are the adjustments for an athlete like Josh Cassidy, who is the world record holder in the marathon? A road race, obviously. 1 hour 18:25, an incredible clocking, but what are the adjustments he has to make to become a more proficient track athlete?
There's a chance that he could use a slightly different sized push ring to get a different gear. Athletes generally go from the smallest push ring they would use would be 14 inches in diameter to up to a 16.5 or 17-inch push ring for some of the athletes who push with a lot of power and speed. Josh generally uses, there he is attacking, you can see his hand speed and cadence pick up.
Cassidy putting in a surge, attacking down the back straight as they hit the bend. About 1.5 laps to go. Moving away from this group now. Cassidy upping his turnover and opening about a 5-meter lead as they come down the straight. Romanchuk of the United States trying to give chase, but it is Cassidy who's played in the pack for most of this race, beginning to move away. Now a return surge from the American Romanchuk on the final lap, the bell lap, as they go through the bend. Cassidy opening it up. The American Romanchuk responding. The other American, Senbetta, back in 3rd place right now. As they go down the back straight, Romanchuk staying outside of Cassidy, now moving right up on his shoulder with 200 meters to go. Josh Cassidy holding the lead. The American Romanchuk challenging him as they move through the bend. Valadares of Venezuela has moved into 3rd place, and down the straight they come. Cassidy pumping hard. Romanchuk of the United States side by side. It's Romanchuk with a slight lead. Cassidy now driving hard at the line. It's Romanchuk. Tremendous driving finish over the last lap and a half as Daniel Romanchuk found a little reserve to get past the Canadian favorite, Josh Cassidy.
What a great finish. Neither of those athletes had anything left at the finish line. That was an aggressive move for Josh. He may have gone a little too early, and he may have wanted to throw in a slight surge at the halfway. Once the American caught him, he should have pushed him wide, slowed down a little bit, and then surged again. But maintaining that consistent pace really let the American climb up on his back, on his outside wheel, and time his attack.
Daniel Romanchuk has the win today. His compatriot, James Senbetta, who did a lot of the work here today, leading for much of this race, will settle for 4th place today. Romanchuk's winning time 11:44.88, as you mentioned earlier in this race, a pedestrian pace in the rain, as Cassidy took the lead with about 2 laps to go and put a surge into this field, and Romanchuk stayed with him and had a little bit more down the straight.
And you can see them battling it out, shoulder to shoulder, and it almost looked like Josh was going to overtake him again right here, but the American holds on for the win. Definitely an underdog victory here today.
No question about that. Romanchuk with a best this year of about 30 seconds slower than Cassidy as we look at the photo, and it's half the width of that front wheel. These men braving these inclement conditions, battling through heavy rain, pools of water on this newly laid track. And it is Daniel Romanchuk, the 17-year-old former elite swimmer, ahead of the Canadian favorite Josh Cassidy. Gold and silver in that order in the men's T54 5000.
Yeah. Can't believe it. Like, you don't want to fight down long.
Here now are the unofficial results for this men's 5,000 meter T54 classification. Daniel Romanchuk, the 17-year-old American, with the victory ahead of Josh Cassidy of Canada and Juan Valadares of Venezuela. James Senbetta falling back to 4th place after leading much of this race, and Tristan Smith of Canada did not finish. Another look at the finish, this thrilling conclusion to the men's T54 5000 as Daniel Romanchuk, the 17-year-old American, just managed to overpower Josh Cassidy by half the width of his front wheel at the finish line.
And that's a massive scalp for this young athlete to have taken. Romanchuk really came through, had what it took to win the race, showed some really good grit.
And terrific camaraderie indeed, as the results are now official. Daniel Romanchuk, the former swimmer turned wheelchair athlete, first for gold, ahead of Josh Cassidy of Canada and Juan Valadares of Venezuela, who will step on the podium as the bronze medal winner. Javier Rojas Diaz of Colombia and Canadian Tristan Smith unable to complete this race as 8 of the 10 men got to the finish line under horrendous heavy rain and wind here today in Toronto.
25-54. He's a two-time Paralympic gold medalist, once in the javelin and once in the discus.
Nous aurons maintenant une épreuve à vous présenter du lancer du disque chez les hommes, 4 catégories, F51, 52, 53 et également 57. Il s'agit d'athlètes en fauteuil roulant qui participent selon leur fonction de bras ou épaules et critique pour propulser le fauteuil roulant ou limiter à l'égard de la gravité par les membres inférieurs et supérieurs de la colonne et également de leur tendon. Les athlètes brésiliens, on appelle avec 14-32 et des États-Unis dans le F57 de Michael Wishnia, 39-70, sans oublier également le Brésilien Dos Batista qui domine tout le monde avec 46-61 à vie.
Y vean ustedes los 8 participantes en la final del lanzamiento del disco en 4 categorías F51, 52, 53 y 57. Atención, el jamaicano Alphonse Huntington busca su tercera victoria en Juegos Parapanamericanos, presenta el récord de todo el continente y de los Juegos. Asimismo, participante en 3 Juegos Paralímpicos. Será la categoría F53 y también tenemos al brasileño Claudinei Batista en la lista de oro en la categoría F57 también en el lanzamiento del disco. Ven ustedes todos los participantes, definirán las medallas ya en breve.
And fans, up on the scoreboard, the official results in that T54 men's 5,000 that we opened up the competition with. It was an outstanding race, and Daniel Robichon of the United States will be his gold medalist, 11:44.88. You see just 4 100ths of a second behind with Joshua Cassidy of Canada. Valadere of Venezuela was third, 11:45.06.
Sur le tableau, nous avons le résultat officiel de la première épreuve de la journée. Chez les messieurs, le 5000 mètres T54, donc comme annoncé plus tôt, Daniel Romanchuk des États-Unis mérite l'or, Joshua Cassidy du Canada l'argent, et Juan Valadares du Venezuela le bronze. À noter que l'autre Canadien, Preston Smith, tout comme le Colombien Javier Roas Diaz, n'ont pas terminé les l'épreuve.
Vean ustedes en la gran pantalla los resultados oficiales de los 5000 metros para hombres T54 en la primera final del atletismo Panamericano aquí en Toronto 2015. Oro para Estados Unidos, Daniel Romanchuk, apenas 4 centésimas de ventaja sobre el canadiense Joshua Cassidy. Juan Valladares de Venezuela con la medalla de bronce, también protagonista del sprint final, los 8 que concluyeron esta prueba, la primera de la final del atletismo Panamericano.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes maintenant en train de vous présenter une autre finale sur la piste, le 5000 mètres messieurs, catégorie T11.
Damas y caballeros, nos alistamos para presentar en la próxima final de la pista 5.000 metros en la categoría de 11 para hombres.
Our next event on the track, the men's T11 5,000 meter final. And our T11 athletes are visually impaired and will run with a guide while blindfolded. This is the T11 5,000 meters. These athletes will be blindfolded and run with a guide. And our T11 athletes are making their way to the starting line. You see that start list up on the board. 5 athletes scheduled to be in the field, including Canadian champion Jason Dunkerley, who was the runner-up in the Parapan American Championships in 2011. The 2012 Paralympics gold medalist is also in the field, Christian Valenzuela of Chile. The America's record holder Oder Santos will also be in the field representing Brazil. 2012 Paralympian William Sosa of Colombia and Darwin Castro of Ecuador. Outstanding field of 5 scheduled to take the track. The men's T11 5,000 meters.
Après, mesdames, messieurs, cette finale 5 et 9, messieurs et 11, une catégorie importante pour les athlètes dont l'acuité visuelle est la plus basse de tous. Ils auront chacun un guide pour les accompagner en piste pour ce 5000 mètres, 12 tours, 3 particuliers à surveiller. Le meilleur temps en ce moment à vie, c'est dans le couloir numéro 1, le Brésilien Dos Santos Ferreira, 15-16. 87. Le deuxième est un Chilien dans le couloir numéro 3. C'est Christian Valenzuela Guzman, 15-26-26. Et le troisième, c'est notre Canadien, Jason Dunkerley, qui a pas bien fait il y a un mois lors des championnats canadiens présentés à Edmonton dans l'Ouest canadien en 15-34-07. Donc, 3 particuliers à surveiller, plus le représentant de la Colombie et de l'Équateur.
Y amigos, en esta final T11 se asignan los atletas que presentan diferentes niveles de deficiencias visuales. La clase 11 incluye los atletas con menor vista y correrán en esta prueba 5.000 metros acompañados de un guía, 12 vueltas y media a la pista. Tendremos 5 concursantes: el campeón defensor y recordista continental Odair Santos de Brasil. Atención Canadá con Jason Dunkerley, participante en 4 Juegos Paralímpicos, medallista de plata en los Juegos de Londres 2012, Cristian Valenzuela de Chile, Ilian Sosa de Colombia, Darwin Castro, también concursante por las preseas.
And once again, these T11 athletes are visually impaired. They will run with a guide, and they will also be blindfolded. T11 5, visually impaired athletes, the T11 men's 5,000 meters, our next event up on the track. Finishing up their warm-ups, they'll start at the 200-meter line on the backstretch. Look up on the video board, you see our athletes and their guides warming up and preparing for this Parapan Am Championship, the T11 5000, chasing a Parapan Am medal here this afternoon at CIBC Stadium.
L'écran d'ailleurs nous démontre bien ces athlètes en préparation avec leur guide. Et important de mentionner que ces athlètes font un travail formidable sur la piste. Mais que dire des guides qui les accompagnent? Ce sont eux qui doivent vraiment les guider et leur parler tout en même temps les aider.
The athletes just concluding their warm-ups for the men's T11 5,000 meters, which is next on the track. The T11 category is for visual impairment, so these athletes are blind and are running with the assistance of their guides. You see them in the orange vests to the next of the sprinters, distance runners. So 12.5 laps of the track, the men's 5,000 meter T11 for visually impaired athletes. A real partnership, Jeff, between athlete and guide runner here.
It's incredibly important that the match be a good one, that the guide runner knows exactly the way that the runner likes to run.
There's Odair dos Santos representing Brazil with a best this year of 16 minutes, 26.49 seconds. He was born with retinitis pigmentosa. Running in lane number 2, Jason Dunkerley of Canada, the Ottawa native, was born blind, running with his Kenyan-born guide Josh Karanja, who he says has made him a faster athlete because he's simply a faster runner himself. So 5 men in this field, each assisted with their guide runners. Dunkerley coming into this race with the best this year of 15 minutes, 39.73. The best clocking of any of the 5 finalists here today. The conditions have improved dramatically for this 5,000 after the wheelchair T54 5,000 went through torrential rain. The rain now has let up just down to a light drizzle. But the temperatures are cooling off to about 20 degrees under these overcast skies in Toronto.
And this race now in the starter's hand.
America's record, 15 minutes, 16.87 records, held by Dos Santos, running in lane number 1. A 7-time medalist at the Paralympics, including bronze and silvers at 5,000 meters, as this race has been put in the hands of the starter. And he's asked the athletes to stand up to get reset. And they're nicely underway in the final of the T11 men's 5,000 meters.
Astro number 10 on the world list. Odair Santos.
Jason Dunkerley sitting back in 3rd place as they go through the opening 200 meters. And William Sosa of Colombia has bolted with his guide about 20 meters ahead of the rest of the field. The rest of the field letting them go, Jeff, as they open a 30-meter sprint lead here in the opening lap.
That's a very aggressive start. I think their 200-meter split was around 31 seconds, which would be a very high pace for this length of race.
So the Colombian William Sosa, who has a best of 15:26.26 this year, a London Paralympian and a competitor in Guadalajara 4 years ago in the Parapans. He was 3rd 2 years ago at the IPC World Championships. But look at this, he's opened a 50-60 meter lead on the rest of the pack, and they're not worried, letting him take off.
And nobody in the pack seems very concerned with this.
Maybe they've underestimated Sosa, who has one of the faster times this year. As I mentioned, 15 minutes 26.26. Jason Dunkerley is the only man really in that area code in this field.
He may prove me wrong, but it doesn't look like this is just the way he's running doesn't look like he's going to be able to maintain this pace.
So right now, these athletes, obviously they can't see what's happened. They got to listen to their guides to know what's taking place right now.
That's right. The guides will be relaying information to them and telling them whether they need to increase their pace or chase or not.
So there's William Sosa of Colombia and his guide Cesar Leonardo Chavarro Diaz, who have bolted and opened about an 80-meter lead now on the rest of the pack. You can see way back down the back straight the rest of the competitors here, led by Dos Santos of Brazil, and then followed by Jason Dunkerley of Canada. Sosa and his guide, the Colombians, taking off here right from the gun, away from the rest. So 2 different races are unfolding here in the men's T11 5000. This is very interesting, and it looks like the pace is picking up now in this trail group of 4 athletes and their guides. A little bit faster, but no sense of urgency here, Jeff.
Certainly doesn't seem to be. It's interesting that Sosa is choosing to run on the outside of his guide, which means that he's actually running the longer distance. If he were positioned on the inside of the guide, he would be running a shorter distance on the turns, which over 5,000 meters can add up.
Now Sosa's background, he's more of an 800 and a 1500 meter man. So he's moved up to 5,000, and now he's out of gas on the turn now. He's slowed to a walk with his guide.
This may be a case of an athlete who just wanted to get out on the track, hear the gun go off, have a bit of a warm-up, and is looking more to the shorter distances where he's going to look to make his mark.
So William Sosa, who bolted from the rest of the pack, has pulled off the track, walking with his guide now, winded, as the rest of the athletes now go by him, as this interesting start to the T11 5000 for men continues.
It really seemed like they knew exactly where they were going to finish that race and where they were going to pull up.
So William Sosa is pulled out of the race, the 800 and 1500 meter man, out of the 5,000 as Jason Dunkerley of Canada and his guy Josh Karanja take the lead in this pace, about 4 meters ahead of Dos Santos of Brazil. Tucked in behind Dos Santos is Valenzuela of Chile in 3rd. And then Darwin Castro of Ecuador, a distant 4th. Jason Dunkerley, a resident of Ottawa. As I mentioned, he was born blind. Won a silver medal at 1,500 meters 4 years ago in Guadalajara. Won the bronze at this distance at the 2011 Parapan Games. He's the Canadian record holder at 800, 1,500, and 5,000 meters.
Jason and his guide running very well together. They've got an interesting technique. If you look at where they're tethered, where they have that length of cord that they use to help each other, that the guide uses to help guide Jason, he seems to be maintaining some tension on it with a bent wrist, whereas all the other athletes seem to have a much looser connection between the guide and the runner. And
very little arm motion between the Canadian and his guide as compared to Dos Santos and his guide right behind him. Different techniques. Dos Santos, though, is the man that they've got to beware of. A 6-time gold medalist at World Championships, including the 5,000 in 2011 and 2013.
It's interesting, Dos Santos' season best is well over a minute slower than his personal best. He's got 2 guides listed on the start list as potentially his guides, which he's allowed to change guides halfway through the race if the pace is such that the guide can't maintain it. But with a minute and 10-second season's best that's slower than his personal best, that may seem a bit optimistic.
That's fascinating. So he can change guides halfway through this race and get a fresh guide.
That's right.
So at this point, it's become a 2-man race with Jason Dunkerley of Canada just ahead of Oder Dos Santos Ferreira of Brazil. We'll have to wait and see if he, in fact, will go with a fresh guide. Dunkerley looking very comfortable right now with his guide as they go to 7 laps left in this event, approaching the midway mark of the 5,000 for men in the T11 classification.
A nuance with the T11 runners that you'll notice different from able-bodied runners is when they're running in a pack or pacing off each other, they generally try to run right up on their shoulder. Blind runners tend to give themselves a little bit more distance. I don't know, this may be Jason stretching out a little bit, though. I don't know if this is being done on purpose by Santos.
The guides are not allowed to lead the athlete, though. They can't give them any kind of any help.
They're not allowed to push them or theoretically pull them with the tether. They are allowed to talk to them, but that's the level of assistance that they're allowed to provide.
What kind of strategy do you think goes on in those conversations?
Well, they'll be talking, you know, Jason will be letting him know if he's tired or not. You can see him the guy talking to Jason right there, relaying some kind of information, maybe telling him how many laps left because he can see the lap markers and Jason can't. He may be telling him how close the runners behind are. Jason, of course, will be able to hear them, but you can see the guy checking back over his shoulder now just to give a quick look at the chasing competitors.
So Jason Dunkley running on the outside shoulder. His chief rival, Dos Santos, on the inside shoulder of his guy. As they run away now from Valenzuela of Chile, back about 30 meters on this bend in third place. So as we expected, this is boiled down to a two-man race for gold. Jason Dunkerley of Ottawa, Ontario, the Canadian, and Brazil's Oder dos Santos. Dunkerley holding about a 5-meter lead down that back straight. Conversations back and forth between the runner and the guides, as the guide lets the runner know where his opposition is. And I'm sure Jason can hear the footsteps. Talk strategy.
It's interesting that the distance seems to be, there's a slinky going on here. Now they're right back up on the shoulder of Dunkerley and his guide. But on the back straight, there was at least 10 meters between the men.
Jason Dunkerley, who had to overcome a fractured leg and skull after he and his guide were hit by a car while training back in 2005. Jason moving to this new guide from Kenya, Josh Karanja, who's helped him improve his times at 5,000 meters. Dos Santos, who has stayed right behind the Canadian, the Brazilian, trains twice a day, has a blue-collar work ethic when it comes to preparing himself for major championships. He's 34 years of age. Dunkerley of Canada, 37.
And look how exact the timing is between the runners and the guides, where they're landing exactly at the same moment, their inside feet tracking each other exactly down the track. And that's important too, that the match not just be at a fitness level, but also stride length, the pace that they run at, the turnover, all of those things have to be matched exactly for the relationship to work.
You marvel at the obstacles that these athletes overcome to pursue their sports. You look at Dunkerley, who's a blind athlete, was hit by a car in training 10 years ago, 2 years ago, donated his kidney to his wife Colleen.
Amazing stories.
Jason Dunkerley, with 4 laps to go, continues to have the lead in a very tactical men's T11 5000. Bizarre start with William Sosa going out and building a 120-meter lead, and then giving up and pulling out of the race. Sosa, we understand, is running in the 400 later today, so looks like he just wanted to get a workout here in the 5, get his legs going.
It's entirely possible too that he entered these races not knowing the schedule. When the final schedule comes out, you got 2 races on the same day. There's a rule that says if you don't start, you're disqualified from the entire competition. He had to start today. Might have just felt like a bit of a warm-up for his 400 later on.
Sosa more of a sprinter to middle distance athlete, getting a warm-up in the 5,000, putting a bit of a start into the rest of the field, I'm sure, as he took off. But ultimately, these athletes did not get paralyzed with fear. They didn't respond to that. They stuck to their pace. And now it's playing out the way they expected, with Jason Dunkerley of Canada just ahead of Brazil's Oder dos Santos in the late stages of this race. Splits at 1,000 were 250, at 2,000 617. So a rather pedestrian pace for these athletes as they run for gold and silver now. 3 laps to go. Now the rain beginning to pick up and come down harder in the late stage of this race. For the most part, they've managed to avoid the inclement weather, but now it's back here in Toronto. as the skies are socked in. Cool, breezy temperatures and heavy rain coming down again.
Feels a bit like the wind may be picking up as well.
12:36:43 through 4,000 meters. 1,000 meters to go. Jason Dunkerley continues to set the pace with Odair dos Santos of Brazil content to stay behind. Now he moves out and makes a move. Dos Santos of Brazil down the straight with 2 laps to go has run past Dunkerley, and his guide has just informed him of this development. 2 laps to go, and the Brazilian Odair dos Santos has put a surge into this race, opening a 10-meter lead through the bend on Canada's Jason Dunkerley, who had set the pace through much of this race. So the Brazilian now running down the back straight, opening a 10-meter lead, and Dunkerley yet to really respond.
He's going to need to respond soon, or he's going to run out of track.
Dos Santos, the decorated world champion at 5,000 meters in 2011 and 2013, now with a 15-meter lead. And Jason Dunkerley fading back in second place.
Y continúa la actividad en el campo de atletismo Parapan Americano. La próxima final.
Dunkerley relying on the advice of his guide, the Kenyan Josh Karanja, as they come down the straight and head for the bell lap here in the T11. 5,000-meter race for men. The bell lap, 1 lap to go, and the Brazilian has opened a 20-meter lead on Canada's Jason Dunkerley.
T11 is 5,000, and breaking away with that lead is your defending champion.
Coming into this race, the Brazilian, as you noted earlier, had a seasonal best, almost a full minute slower than Jason Dunkerley. But now his lead is a good 20 meters down the back straight. Dunkerley pursuing the Brazilian, Dos Santos. But Dos Santos making that move with about 600 meters to go has run away from the Canadian with 200 meters to go. The Brazilian guide has a quick shoulder check, sees that the Canadians are not a threat at this point as they round the bend for home. Dunkerley now picking up his pace with Karanja the guide. Has he left it too late? Odair dos Santos, his guide has a look, and dos Santos with a finishing kick.
And here is your leader, Odair Santos.
Odair dos Santos being released from the guide and crosses the finish line first in 15:34:36 for the gold medal. And Jason Dunkerley of Canada will win the silver. Dos Santos putting a surge into this race with a little less than 2 laps to go after running in the wake of the Canadian. They congratulate each other. Odair dos Santos, the 2-time world champion, will add the Parapan gold in 2015 to his credit as the rest of the athletes complete this race. Darwin Castro of Ecuador 4th, Valenzuela of Chile 3rd. This was a 2-man race after Sosa left the competition a couple of laps in. With about 600 meters to go, dos Santos decides to take the lead, running wide on Dunkerley. You can see Karanja, the guide, the Kenyan guide, telling Dunkerley what's transpired at this point, but Dunkerley could not respond as he continued to fall further and further back. And dos Santos of Brazil opened a 20-meter lead and held him off.
en longueur en préparation, M. Whitehead.
You can see the fluid movement between the guide and the runner. It was a bit of a close call on the pass with the Brazilian knocking elbows with Dunkerley. Crossing the line for the win. It's important to note when the blind athletes have a guide, they must cross the finish line before the guide or they'll be disqualified.
Jason Dunkerley gutted here into these cool, wet conditions will get the silver medal for Canada behind Brazil's Oder dos Santos. Dos Santos breaking his own Parapan Am Games record from 2011. 16:06.26 clocking then. Racing to victory ahead of Jason Dunkerley of Canada here today.
Seems like Jason may have matched his season's best. We're waiting for official results, but we're seeing up on the board at the finish line that he did a 15:39, which would match almost to the second his season's best today.
And Dos Santos finding his championship form after coming in with a rather lethargic 16:26 seasonal best prior to this Toronto event.
Be interesting to know if he just hasn't been competing much or if maybe he hasn't been submitting better results, looking to sandbag a little bit. But having two guides listed on the start sheet is also an interesting element.
Well, Dos Santos with that 15:16 personal best. Finding that form here today under inclement conditions in Toronto to win the gold in the men's T11 5000.
Tenemos mucha actividad en el campo, las finales de varias pruebas de lanzamiento y el salto de longitud en la categoría T37 para hombres. Mateus Evangelista Cardoso con el primer récord para Panamericano en las pruebas de campo, 6 metros 20 centímetros en su primer intento. Acaba de realizar también su primer intento válido el representante de Argentina, Daniel Tatarecho, falta ahora en este momento a la segunda posición con 5 metros 52 centímetros, reitero, la final del salto de longitud.
L'Argentin Daniel Tataran qui vient de faire 5,52 m, excellent à son deuxième saut. On passait en deuxième place derrière Cardozo 6,12 et premier Whitehead qui est maintenant troisième 5,12.
Moving to the field now, and the F11 men's discus throw. Sergio Paz of Argentina with his first offering, well beyond the 30-meter mark. Again, these are visually impaired athletes. Paz, who was 6th in the discus at the 2012 Paralympics, is well beyond that 30-meter mark.
Le Brésilien Parapan.
va vous présenter un autre village, mesdames et messieurs, sur le terrain. Le lancer du poids messieurs F54, F55.
Damas y caballeros, continúa la actividad en el campo de la primera jornada del atletismo panamericano por la final de inclusión de la hombres.
On the track, the semifinals for the women's T12 100 meters. Semifinal number 1 will have 3 athletes from Argentina, Brazil, and Cuba. The favorite in this event will be Alice de Oliveira Correa. She has the best clocking this year of 12:68. We look at the start list. The athletes grouped in lanes 3, 5, and 7, as they have room for their guides to run next to them.
And you'll notice that 2 of the athletes are choosing to run with guides. 1 is not. In this T12 category, the athletes can choose to run with or without a guide.
The rain begins to pick up again. The winds are fairly calm here. There won't be much of an advantage in terms of the tailwind for these athletes. The America's record in the T12 100 is 12:37, set by Guilhermino of Brazil in 2008. So the first place finisher in each of these heats will qualify automatically to the final. The next 2 fastest losers overall will also make it. So the race in these semis is to get across the line first to get that automatic qualification. Cuba's Daenerys Mihans running in lane number 7. The athlete without a guide. Lane number 1. Johanna Aguilar of Argentina. Lane number 5, it is Alice de Oliveira Correa, who was born with glaucoma and cataracts, Paralympian in London in 2012, and a competitor at the World Championships in 2013. Semi-final number 1, the women's T12 100. Guides last to settle into the blocks. Gun, and it's a good start. Mihans of Cuba with a lead. Now here comes de Oliveira. De Oliveira of Brazil with her guide, powering away from the rest and striding to an easy victory here by 10 meters in semifinal number 1. A time of 12:41 unofficially to automatically qualify to the final, as de Oliveira made a statement here, the 19-year-old Cuban. Mihans second at 13:47. But Alice de Oliveira Correa will automatically advance to the finals of the women's 100 T12.
They didn't really get out of the blocks very well, but you see them pick up their pace in the middle of the race, maintaining their speed very, very well, and holding it right across the finish line. Personal best and a season's best, I think, for her. And you can see the differences in between the way that they tether. The athletes in the outside or the inside lanes have a very loose tether. The Brazilians with a very, very close. It's a glove that looks like it's custom made for them, but the guy actually puts his fingers inside, and their hands are joined almost as one.
So Alice de Oliveira Correa of Brazil, the 19-year-old, moves on. Finals after her victory here in semifinal number 1. A new personal best for her at 12:44. As we look at the results here, she automatically qualifies. These are still unofficial. Mihans at 13:47 and Aguilar of Argentina at 13:54. We're going to have to hope that those times stand up as the 2 fastest losers overall to get into that final. Back down to the starting blocks as we get set for semifinal number 2 in the women's T12 100 meters. Just 2 athletes in this semifinal, with the Cuban, the heavy favorite, Omara Duran, running in lane number 5. Duran, the two-time Paralympian, gold medalist in 100 and 400 meters at the 2012 Paralympics in London, where she was the flag bearer for Cuba. So her sight allows her enough vision to be able to run without a guide. Her competitor here is Rugby of Venezuela, running in lane number 3 with the guide. Has the best, clocking a new personal best this year of 13:10.
In this T12 category, the athletes need to be able to recognize objects up to 2 meters away, so they'll have below 2/60 vision and a visual field of less than 5%. So some of the athletes may have a visual field that's in the center. Some of them may have the center blocked out and have a visual field in their periphery. Athletes who run without guides will generally have that field of vision in the center so they can recognize when they're getting off their lane.
So Durand of Cuba has sufficient vision to be able to stay in her lane, find her way down the track, as opposed to Varela of Venezuela. You can see here warming with her guide. We'll have the assistance of a guide here in lane number 3.
Angelista Cardoso of Brazil, your leader in the long jump, that's 6 meters 20. New Games and America's record. You're in round 3. T37 long jump.
Y en el salto de 37 para hombres, Benjamín Cardoso, el campeón defensor de Guadalajara, dominóse en la tercera posición. En estos momentos, Mateus Evangelista Cardoso de Brasil, con récord continental de 6:20, marcha en la primera posición. Daniel Tartarén de Argentina, plata hace 4 años en Guadalajara, mantiene esa misma posición.
Nous sommes maintenant heureux, mesdames et messieurs, vous présenter la deuxième demi-finale de 2 pour le 100 mètres féminin dans cette catégorie T12.
Semi-final number 2 in the women's 100 meters in the T12 classification. Again, for visually impaired athletes, 2 athletes running in this second semi-final. Lane number 3, Riles Villarreal of Venezuela, running with a guide next to her in lane 4. And in lane number 5, running unaccompanied with a guide, is Omara Durand of Cuba, the 2-time Paralympian and gold medal champion in this event at the 2012 Paralympics in London, a 2-time gold medalist at the World Championships in 100 and 400 meters. Parallel of Venezuela with a new personal best this year, a clocking of 13:10. First to the finish will automatically qualify for the women's final in the T12 100. And the next 2 bestest overall times will also make it to the final as Duran gets herself ready. Mara Duran in 5. Riles Villarreal of Venezuela and her guide in lane 3. Semi-final number 2, the women's 100 meters T12 classification. And they're away fairly in this second semifinal, and already Durand has opened a lead of 3 meters on the Venezuelan, and Omara Durand of Cuba storming to victory by 15 meters in a time of 11:63. 11:63 for the Cuban as she sets notice here that she will be tough to reckon with in this T12 100. And a new world record. A new world record at 11:65 for the Cuban. So how about that? Blasting with no competition here today. She runs uncontested into the finals and to a new world record. Following wind of 1.7 meters per second, so that will be ratified as a legal world record.
Gets out of the blocks very, very well. You can see already in sync with her guide runner. We're going past the other athletes and the other guide runner. Driving hard with her hands. In these sprints, you run with your arms almost as much as you do with your legs. And not even leaning at the line, but still coming through with a world record. Very, very fast turnover. Running straight down the middle of her lane. And that's a big deal for these blind athletes. They don't want to be weaving in and out of her lane.
There's the moment where Omara Durand realizes not just that she's made it to the final, but she set a new world record here under inclement conditions. I mean, that's a tremendous performance.
Certainly not ideal.
So while that sets in for Durand, the results here are still unofficial. 11.65 seconds for the Cuban and a new world record here in the second semifinal of the T12 100 meters.
Semifinal in the rain, no lean at the finish line. It'll be exciting to watch this final.
There's a lot more where that came from, no question about that, from this brilliant Cuban sprinter, Omara Durand.
Le Colombien Oscar Fabian Rivero Samaya, donc, il vient de réaliser un troisième saut. Et nous avons Cardozo du Brésil en tête, 6,20 m.
Back to the men's 5,000 in the T11 category, there has been a disqualification. Oder dos Santos, who won this event by a good 20 meters, has been disqualified. It may have been that bump, Jeff, that you noticed as he made his move with about 600 meters to go. Jason Dunkerley has been promoted from silver to gold, and Valenzuela of Chile will get the silver, and Castro of Cuba moves up to bronze. Well, the rain continues to pour down here in Toronto, making matters very difficult for these athletes as we go to the men's T37 long jump competition. Again, the officials here working very hard to keep the pits in order, but the run-up track has just been soaked. Look at the field of 6 athletes who will contest this F37 long jump. World record is 6 meters 31, held by Kujaz of Russia, set back in 2012. Picking up this competition through 3 rounds with Brazil's Cardoso setting the lead right now at 6:20, very close to his best this year, 6:36, which is a pending world record. This is Arkale Whitehead of the United States. Whitehead with a best so far of 5 meters 22 leaves him in 4th place in this 6-man competition. His impairment is cerebral palsy. He was diagnosed as a young child, which restricts movement down the left side of his body. His parents actually opted not to tell him until he was a little older so he could lead as much of a normal life as possible as a child. In fact, he started high school unaware of it. Played high school football, was a player of the year. And now one of the world's top F-37 long jumpers. That'll be shy of 550 here. His best coming in this season was 556.
Very.
So back to the track. We get set for the men's 100 T12 competition.
12 athletes are visually impaired and can choose to run with or without a guide. And we're going to run 3 semifinals.
Semi-final number 1 of the men's 100 meters.
And a rainy day on the streets of Toronto outside the old historic Maple Leaf Gardens, the new Ryerson Athletic Center, the home of wheelchair basketball during the 2015 Toronto Parapan Am Games. Glad to have you along. My name is Rob Snook, working alongside 3-time Paralympic gold medalist Marnie Abbott-Peter. Day 3 of the wheelchair basketball tournament. And we've got Venezuela against Argentina on the men's division coming up on the hard court. Two teams seem relatively close, Marnie, in the rankings. Argentina, I think, would kind of have to get the edge.
I think they may be a little bit stronger, but it's interesting any given day, Rob. That's why we play the game, right? So they've been playing well to start the tournament. Venezuela's had a couple of tough losses, but been able to regroup, so it'll be interesting to see how they come out today.
Argentina began the tournament with a win, a 68-50 win over Mexico. That game was tied at halftime. Argentina came out gangbusters in the third quarter with a 24-5 margin, and that was their only game of the tournament. Venezuela's only game so far, a loss against Canada, 102-27. They looked like they were in the game for the first quarter and a half or so, but the Canadian depth came on strong, and tight guarding by all the members of the Canadians made it a difficult day for Venezuela in their opener, so they're looking to bounce back for their first win of the tournament. The best ever Parapan Am result for Venezuela was 6th. They did that twice back in 03 and in 99. The best ever result at Parapan Ams for Argentina, 4th, so losing in the bronze medal game back in 2007. And one of the players we're really going to keep an eye on, Adolfo Verdun, and a very good player for the Argentinian team who plays internationally in Europe, one that you are well familiar with as well, Marnie.
Verdun, yeah, he's a great 3.5 player, but he plays well above his classification. He loves to slash. He's very quick. We'll see him look to get out early on the break and look for some of those fast breaks. He was playing in Italy, actually, on a team called Elicom with my husband, Richard Peter, a few years ago. And now he's playing on another team in Italy, a pro team, Santa Lucia. Very successful team in the European divisions, won Champions Cup, and have a very good good system and a good club there in Rome.
So you see the Group B rankings. Everyone's played just one game, Argentina and Canada with the wins, and Mexico and Venezuela with the losses. And your officials for this afternoon's game: from Brazil, Matias; from Chile, Vasquez; and from Puerto Rico, Cole. Number 8 for Argentina is Gustavo Villafañe, and an interesting story he has too, doesn't he, Marnie?
Interesting, yeah. He's a class 1 for Argentina, and just with that one arm, it's phenomenal what he can do in terms of controlling his chair. I've seen him shoot 3-point shots. He's an excellent wheelchair basketball player. It's just unbelievable what he can do with what he has there.
See those classification numbers beside their name. The higher the classification, the less disability. And you can only have 14 points on the floor at any given time. you break that rule, coach gets a technical foul, the other team will shoot.
So each athlete is classified according to their ability, ranging from that class 1, which is the lowest classification, to a 4.5, which is the highest classification. We see a lot of amps and what we call minimal disability in that 4.5 category. You'll notice those athletes sitting a little taller in their chairs, have more trunk function, ability to rotate and use their hips a bit more in the chairs, and then the whole range in between there. So a coach has to be very, very selective in terms of who he chooses on his teams to meet that 14-point number in the athletes that are on the floor.
And the better your low point players, the more options it creates for yourself down the road. There's the starting lineup for Venezuela: Reyes, Morales, Aragort, Gonzalez, and Solarzano. And for Argentina, Estash, Perez, Ovallero, Gomez, and the captain, Verdun.
So I'm sure Argentina was scouting the game against Canada. They may have noticed that Venezuela struggled a little bit with the full court pressure. It'd be interesting to see if we see that early on here in this game.
Men's wheelchair basketball at the Ryerson Athletic Center. It is Venezuela in white. It is Argentina in blue. Argentina looking to improve to 2-0 in the tournament. Venezuela looking for its first win. First shot of the game put up by Manuel Aragort off the mark. And it's Argentina ball.
Venezuela will look to shoot outside. If they're successful hitting a few of those shots early, it might open things up inside for some of their big players underneath.
Adolfo Rodon. Estache. Nobody's caught fire yet here. Early first minute action.
Both teams just coming back into the half-court defense. They're going to look to keep that offense out of the paint. It's a 3-second violation there by Venezuela.
Just like standing basketball, you can't be in the key more than 3. Verdun had 23 points in the opening game for Argentina against Mexico. Underneath for Gomez. And there's your first basket of the game.
Gomez doing a good job on the offside, slashing. Players having their back to him, watching the ball. He's able to slash in and get a nice easy bucket from inside.
Juan Corrales. 24-second shot clock in wheelchair basketball, just like standing international rules. Manuel Aragort, 36-year-old, puts up a long one, that close. And Verdun. Underneath, and wow.
They're looking for a flagrant call there, but I don't think that was intentional at all. Just came in with some speed, looking to block that shot, and fortunately blocked the head.
Solarzano was the one who committed the foul.
Pretty
Christian
sure
Gomez,
is fine. Maybe a little bit of that South American football mentality coming into play here.
You said that, not me. Minute and a half into the opening quarter. It's definitely a contact sport, wheelchair basketball, more so than you might think.
So that foul was committed prior to the actual shot. So it'll just be on the end line with 17 seconds on the shot clock. Oh, no, they're actually giving him 2 shots now. Sorry, they changed the call. And he will have 2 free throws.
So Gomez has the only points of the game so far. He'll get a chance to add to that. Christian Gomez. Everybody's quiet for him in the Ryerson Athletic Center, letting him concentrate. So he's got the only 3 points so far of the game. We've got a bit of a wheel issue now, so we're going to have to get some equipment folks, but now they get that fixed in a hurry. Aragort is disconnected with the Argentinian Ovallero.
So you'll notice those sports chairs with the real wide camber, so the wheels are angled out. Definitely allows for quicker turning, but sometimes they do get caught up with each other.
Traveling call against Corrales. He doesn't like it.
Traveling is one of the only rules that's different from the stand-up game that we see. Here in wheelchair basketball, you're allowed to push twice on your wheels, and then you have to pass, dribble, or shoot, or else it's considered traveling. But there's no such thing as double dribble. So you can actually start and stop as many times as the defense allows you.
Manuel Aragort. A little frustration already for Venezuela. Corrales, it's only 3-0, opening stages of the first quarter. Solarzano dropping it off. Reyes, now Aragort. Reyes blocked. Inside. And it beat the shot clock, but it couldn't find its way in the hoop. Manuel Aragort. Back comes Argentina.
Great defense by Gomez there to tilt up and get a piece of that shot.
And good rebound, and following up is Carlos Estache with his first basket of the game.
Estache just in the right place at the right time there, able to grab that offensive board and finish the putback.
Reyes off the window and in. Venezuela's on the board. Ricardo Reyes. So valuable, isn't it, Marnie, to have those low point 1.5 players, classification-wise, able to score?
Definitely adds a lot, and it takes some of the pressure off the higher point players for sure. If everybody on the court is a threat to score.
Gomez, a little bit of a size mismatch, but he can't hit from the baseline.
Just rolling backwards a little bit on that baseline shot.
Corrales. Underneath, Aragort. All kinds of hands on him.
Got a 3-second call there. That's good defense by Argentina, not committing a foul. The player will recognizing the player in the key there, and the referee realizes it's a 3 seconds.
Gomez slashes his way in, and an easy basket for Christian Gomez, who's on fire here early on.
That was an excellent seal by number 7, Perez. Really just getting in below the defense there. And without that lateral movement that you have in the stand-up game, it's extremely difficult for the defense to side through and guard Gomez coming in on the baseline uncontested.
Gomez had 6 points in the opening game against Mexico. He's got 7 already here. Argentina underneath for Gomez. And we had 3 in the key again, I think, here.
And number 7 trying to pick and seal. Just got caught in there a little bit too long.
Manuel Aragort, Venezuela down 7-2 with a chance to narrow the gap. Solarzano puts one up. It's short, gets his own rebound, and a new 14-second clock. Sends it back for Aragort. And we've got an issue here at the scorer's table.
They're saying that that the first shot he took didn't actually hit the rim, so that doesn't constitute a reset on the shot clock. And these teams are playing for the first time in an international tournament with the new rule, where on an offensive rebound, the shot clock is reset to 14 instead of 24.
Just about halfway through the opening quarter, Argentina and Venezuela. Men's wheelchair basketball at the Ryerson Athletic Center. Argentina coming in as the higher ranked team, but that's why we play the games. Venezuela, a feisty squad to be sure. 7-2 Argentina early on.
Substitution for Venezuela, Coming on to the court, number 9, Luis Marchand, and number 12, Luis Rosales.
There's a foul on number 14 there for Venezuela, trying to prevent that pick.
Gonzalez. And we got a foul call here against Aragort of Venezuela. Make that Rosales.
That'll be his first personal.
Already 4 fouls for Venezuela. 4.5 minutes into the opening quarter. Gomez off the glass, but it's not going to count. Got a player down in the paint.
Gomez able to gain position in the low block there to get that great rebounding position, but Solorzano just fell over in the key, and anytime a player is down in the key, the official will blow the whistle.
Astache, Gomez, up and in for Christian Gomez. Make it 7 points for him. Rosales, Reyes. And almost thrown away. Nice recovery by Rosales. No time left on the shot clock.
Venezuela's just having a little chat with each other out there. They want to get organized on their offense. A little bit more communication. Looks like the coach will take a timeout here and maybe talk about it.
Certainly has a substitute coming in, Jason Betancourt. But they are going to take a timeout, as you suggested. So it's 9-2, Argentina. Early stages of this one at the Ryerson Athletic Center. Venezuelan coach Romero Hernandez. He's got a little chessboard.
Some magnetic little players you can move around. You don't have to wipe it off every time.
Domingo Petrone, the head coach of Argentina. These two teams in Pool B, along with Canada and Mexico. And they will go to the quarterfinals after their third game of pool play. Work their way through semifinals and finals. We'll also have classification games as well, so that we get determination of the top 8 teams in Toronto 2015. Top 2 finishers in this tournament will earn a spot at the Paralympic Games next year in Rio de Janeiro. If one of the top 2 teams is from Brazil, then the third spot will also be available.
Yeah, I'm sure all of these teams are really looking to be in one of those spots on that road to Rio. Very important tournament here, looking to qualify for the Paralympic Games.
Back underway, Argentina leading 9-2 over Venezuela. Argentina with the ball in blue. Estache. Verdun underneath, knocked away from Ovallero. And it will be Venezuela ball. Luis Rosales inbounds for Luis Marchand. Ricardo Reyes, 40-year-old veteran of the Venezuelan team. Betancourt. Reyes, path to the basket. Off the glass, a little short, following up Betancourt. And rebounded by Argentina.
Argentina looking to get out quickly on the break, quick in that transition.
Gomez underneath is fouled. He'll go to the line to add to his totals. Chance at a three-point play for Christian Gomez.
Looks like that foul is on number 4, Carlos Esteche. That'll be his first personal.
And that's the 5th foul already of the quarter for Venezuela.
So Argentina will be shooting the bonus. So any defensive foul, whether it's shooting or not now, they'll get 2 free throws.
And the rim's out. Nice exit from the zone that time by Venezuela. Solorzano puts it up, rebounded by Verdon. Astache puts up a shot. Doesn't want to drop. Argentina a little cold here in the shooting department.
You can see Venezuela is really trying to set up their offense.
And as early as possible too, aren't they?
Yeah, and Argentina's allowing them to come back up and come right and set up, but unfortunately they haven't been able to hit some of those shots.
The ball off of Venezuela, it'll be Argentina ball. Substitution coming. Solorzano heading out. Into the game comes Manuel Aragor. 3 minutes to go, opening quarter. Argentina leading. And Gomez too strong. Venezuela ball. 11-2 Argentina. Coming off a win over Mexico in their opening game.
Both teams have had about 10 possessions each here, but unfortunately Venezuela has only made one of those 10 shots. And Argentina is doing a little bit better, shooting 5 for 10.
And there's a connection for Marchand. Back comes Gomez for Argentina. Verdun hits his first.
Great recognition by Gomez there, seeing 2 of the big Venezuelan defenders right in front of him, just dishes it off, and Verdun gets an easy bucket from the baseline.
And one of the Venezuelan players went out of the court and back in again.
So going out of bounds constitutes a technical foul in wheelchair basketball. Normally the official will give you 1 warning, but if you do it again, it could be called a technical and it will be a turnover and the other team will shoot a foul shot.
Verdun, and he's connecting now, 2 in a row for the captain of Argentina, Adolfo Verdun. Marchand sends a pass, and Betancourt tried to hustle after it. It was originally intended for Rosales.
I think Rosales was looking to go in and try and set a pick or a seal to work with his big center there, but unfortunately just a miscommunication there.
Under 2 minutes remaining in the opening quarter, 15-4, Argentina leading. Adolfo Verdun inbounds for Carlos Astache. Astache had 5 assists and 6 fouls drawn in that opening game for Argentina against Mexico. He gets right in the thick of the battle. Gomez from the foul line, doesn't shoot, holds off a couple players. Still time on the shot clock. Verdun sets up, off the mark. Reyes. Marchand had it batted away. Reyes. And a foul call on Ovallero, I think.
Great entry pass inside there by Solorzano, recognizing he was double teamed and getting it to his open man. Marchand will be on the line for 2.
Can't sink the first. And can't sink the second either. Under a minute to go, opening quarter. Estache and Gomez crisscross. Long 2-point attempt, and he hits. Carlos Estache.
Defense is really collapsing in on the big man Gomez. It's allowing some little 10 to 12 foot shots. Verdun, and there you'll see another one by the guard.
Aragort, short. Just over one possession here. Verdun wants to slow things down. Estache all the way across for Gomez. Verdun using the shot clock. 8 on it, 7 on it. Inside, off the rim and in. Oviedo. And Solorzano wanted one last shot, but he didn't get it up in time. And after 1 quarter of play, Argentina with a 19-4 lead over Venezuela.
At the end of the first quarter, the score is Venezuela 4, Argentina 19.
¿Cuánto que está convertido? Estamos lanzando fácil, no nos desesperemos, son 4 cuartos. Vamos arriba, no nos desesperemos.
Tenemos que cambiar un poco el ritmo del partido, salir un poquito más veloz. No acompañamos la salida. No acompañamos. Todos los avances que están
Christian Gomez had the hot hand for Argentina, and don't forget he was whacked on the head early on in the quarter, and his teammates might be saying to him, hey, that worked. Let's see if we can get somebody to do that every game. I'm kidding, of course. Venezuela's opening game was a lopsided loss against Canada. They were hoping to avoid that here, and Coach Hernandez is trying to inspire his troops.
I think it's a bit of a challenge. Venezuela just not communicating well at the moment, and I think if they just talk a little bit more on offense and defensively, they'll be a little bit more successful.
Argentinian coach Domingo Patrone has to be happy with this score line right now. 19-4 Argentina. We begin the second quarter. 10-minute quarters in wheelchair basketball, just like international FIBA rules. And right away, the shot from Estache off the mark. He liked the look that he had and gave it a shot. Marchand. Quirinos is into the game. And underneath was Matos, who's into the game. Estache, nice move to slash his way in. Now to the baseline, underneath. Passes back. And off the mark was Perez, and rebounded in. Argentina.
Argentina's just slashing in the key and getting position in there. Venezuela's going to have to step up their defense a little bit.
Seen quite a few substitutions here already. Early stages of the, or after the, into the early stages of the second quarter.
Estache out on the break.
Takes the pass. Estache and converts.
Argentina doing a great job in transition. We saw quite a bit of that from Canada yesterday as well. That quick transition from defense to offense, allowing those fast breaks and easy buckets.
Giovanni Gonzalez dropping it off for Elis Quirinos, puts it up. And possession to Argentina.
Substitution for Argentina coming on the court, number 5, Ricardo Reyes.
Substituting now. Out of the game comes Astache. Oh, no. Verdun takes his time, off the glass and in.
We'll see a lot of that from Verdun this week. He loves to have that the little curl around bank shot from the left side of the court. It's very consistent from there.
Ricardo Reyes. Still 10 seconds on the shot clock. Solorzano under for Reyes. Can't find an angle. Across the baseline, but the pass goes out, intended for Carinos.
Argentina's doing a really good job defending Solorzano. They're double teaming him. They're making his life pretty difficult, just getting up the floor or getting open. He's trying to dish it off to his teammates, but unfortunately they're unable to finish some of those shots.
Getting our first look at Gustavo Villafañe in the game. Arm amputee. Rare to see that in wheelchair basketball. He handles his chair beautifully. And there's a basket for Daniel Copa, who's just into the game. Villafañe, a one-pointer on the classification scale.
Solorzano did a good job of getting open and getting position there. Unfortunately, they were unable to get the pass to him.
Adolfo Verdun. And if they're just going to leave him there, he's going to take those shots. That time he's off the mark. Javier Gutierrez, 19 years of age, and tumbles down. He'll pop right back up again. Solorzano, Reyes, still a dozen seconds on the shot clock. Puts it up anyway. Underneath. Floating back, Solorzano thinks otherwise. Gonzalez, Reyes, the teenager Gutierrez, and the call is against Argentina.
It'll be a first foul on number 13, Perez. And the first team foul for Argentina this quarter.
27-4, Argentina leading Venezuela. Venezuela looking for something good here to happen in the second quarter. Long breakout pass. Verdun does well to get a hand on it. And no foul call. Ball off of Argentina.
Verdun looking for a call there. There was a little bit of contact, but he was already out of bounds before it happened. Argentina still doing a good job in transition, really stretching out the defense, getting up the floor quickly. It's causing some trouble for the Venezuelan defense.
Gonzalez, Reyes. And there was no way that Javier Gutierrez could get to the ball. Into the game for Venezuela comes Juan Corrales.
Venezuela already with 13 turnovers here in the first half. They're going to want to look to reduce that number and try and take care of that ball a little bit better.
Gustavo Villafañe. And a three-point attempt here. Great job by Daniel Copa, and then gets fouled.
Excellent strategy there by Argentina. It's what we've seen a lot from the Canadians yesterday as well. Blocking out one of the defenders and allowing themselves to have a player advantage, creating that 5-on-4 opportunity. And Copa just came straight down the middle, nailed the basket, and also the foul shot for a three-point play.
Argentina's already had baskets from 6 different players spreading around. Reyes, Corrales, Gutierrez. And we've got a call here against Venezuela. I believe that was on Gonzalez.
That'll be his third personal foul.
Not even 5 minutes into the second quarter.
So I think that was on Solorzano.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Verdun. Argentina quickly busting back into the offensive zone. Villafañe will take the shot from outside and hits it just like that.
See how he used his elbow to slow his chair down and gain balance and position in order to take that shot? It's phenomenally athletic play there.
Solorzano, long two-point attempt.
Didn't hit the rim, so the shot clock was not reset on that.
You get the reset, but the rebound goes to Argentina. And Solorzano goes down. Play goes on. Verdun underneath, off the glass, and in. 2 points Argentina.
So 2 of the Venezuelan defenders were out of the defense there, which allowed for an easy basket by Argentina.
Ricardo Reyes puts up a long one. And again, the rebound collected by Argentina.
You can see the speed of the attack of Argentina. They're just flying out of that defense into their offense and creating opportunities and easy baskets.
And Adrian Perez gets one of those. 36-4. Argentina again with an impressive quarter going here. Daniel Copa ahead for Astache, couldn't get to it, and it'll be Venezuela ball.
Good defensive play by Gonzalez there just to block the Argentinian offender from getting that pass.
Timeout call here. 3:45 to go. Second quarter. Argentina well in control. 36-4 over Venezuela.
Hay que llegar al segundo hombre en el tema del contraataque. Eso es lo que te falta. Segundo.
Men's wheelchair boss basketball at the Ryerson Athletic Center. Historic Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto. Rob Snook alongside Marnie Abbott, 3-time Paralympic gold medalist in wheelchair basketball. It is Argentina against Venezuela. We thought it might be a little closer, and who knows, it might get closer, but right now Argentina with a 36-4 lead over Venezuela. And the Venezuelan coaches, particularly Homero Hernandez, certainly with lots to say to his troops, trying to inspire them here. In, around, and finally drops. And another basket for Gustavo Villafañe.
Argentina doing a good job passing around and getting behind that screen for an open shot.
And Gutierrez getting himself a little too far under the basket. He's very athletic in his chair. He's very young.
Venezuela's getting opportunities. They're just shooting less than 10% from the field right now, and with over 14 turnovers. That's really the difference in the score that we're seeing.
A missed shot, then a rebound by Argentina, and finally collected by Venezuela. Gutierrez. Matos puts up a long one. Not sure why. Still had lots of time to work. And Daniel Copa now for Argentina. Verdon just inside the foul line. Nice little setup. Perez misses. And Venezuela steals.
Good defensive play by Venezuela there. Fortunately, they turn it over at center, and Argentina's back on the attack.
Copa. Verdon cuts right in, goes with the left hand, misses. And Gutierrez off the glass, and again he just hasn't found the rhythm. Good pass underneath. And good defensive play that time, but the ball goes out off of Venezuela. Betancourt got his big arm on it.
He did. It was a good block there down low. I think Copa's looking for a foul, but the official didn't see it that way. Argentina will have the ball with 11 seconds on the shot clock.
Copa. Verdon. Copa, glass and in, and he'll get a chance at three.
There'll be a foul on Silva to send Copa to the line.
Copa has stayed out of foul trouble himself so far in this one. He had 4 fouls in Argentina's game against Mexico. None yet here. And he's got 5 points and a chance for more.
See Silva need a little assistance from the bench in order to get up. Some of the 1.5 point players, without that trunk and abdominal muscles, it's extremely difficult to get up off the floor. So when there's a dead ball, once the whistle blows, someone can come in from the bench to assist a player to get up.
Copa. Yep. Juan Corrales. Venezuela looking for something positive here in the final 2 minutes of the opening half. Puts one up. Well off the mark again. They are getting in shooting position.
They are. They haven't managed to score a basket here in the second quarter. Unfortunately, they're just shots aren't falling.
Tough play by Perez. Catches with one, shoots with one, and then gets fouled in the act.
Foul on number 14, Gonzalez. I think that's his first personal foul.
Adrian Perez. Under 90 seconds now to go in the opening half. Corrales in for Betancourt. Well short. Somebody might have got a hand on it on Argentina. No foul though.
Took a little bit off balance, and he wasn't quite squared up to the basket there. It's extremely tough to shoot a shot from that distance when you're not facing the hoop and squared up.
Betancourt was pleading for a foul call, didn't get it. Filofane, Astache, Verdon, Copa, and Betancourt rebounds. Final minute now.
Be great to see Venezuela get a bucket here and hopefully give them some momentum going into the second half.
Bingo!
There you go, a 3-point shot will do that.
Well, that feels a little bit better. Was it only a 2? All right, two-pointer. Villafane, nice recovery. Looked like it was lost, heading the other way. Gordoon tries the no-look pass. And sunk by Daniel Copa.
Great shot on the baseline there by Copa. He was almost behind the basket. Looked to see the shot clock ticking down and put up that nice little 10-foot shot for 2 points.
Silva thought he might get something good to happen in the dying seconds, but that was well off the mark. And that'll do it for the opening half. 44-6 for Argentina. Venezuela gets just 2 points in the second quarter. And they've got lots of work to do to climb back in this one.
So the turnovers here, significant, Rob. 17 turnovers for Venezuela, and you can see their field goal percentage just at 10%. I mean, they've had almost as many attempts as Argentina, but unfortunately have not been able to capitalize.
Strong start by Argentina to win the opening, get the opening basket from Christian Gomez. Using his size off the glass. And he would score 9 in the opening half. Argentine captain, Gordoon, hitting from up top, hitting from the baseline. 8 points for him. Villafane comes off the bench. Great defense too by Argentina. Astache racing back. And finally, Marchand. And Venezuela with a couple of buckets, but Argentina an impressive, dominating opening half. They lead 44-6.
All right, so halftime here, Venezuela versus Argentina. Argentina with a commanding lead at the moment, but hey, there's a whole lot of basketball still to play. Now, it's time to play the game we love to do at halftime called half a minute to win it. So, we've got 2 contestants here. Well, you guys can help me tonight. What's your name? Okay, Heather and yours? Heather and Cassandra. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to put 30 seconds up on the clock. We're going to give you a topic, and you've got to get as many correct answers to the topic as possible in 30 seconds. So, the topic is, name as many Parapan Am sports in the Pan Am Games. You got this. You guys are ready? 30 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1, go. 15 seconds.
Football, 75. Archery, racing.
Okay. 5 seconds. What is it?
Sitting volleyball.
And 0. Way to go, Cassandra. Now, give a round of applause, everybody. Now, what you don't know is we also have a CIBC next player who also answered these questions. Let's see if they did better than you.
Athletics, swimming, wheelchair rugby for the first time, women's wheelchair basketball, men's wheelchair basketball, table tennis, wheelchair tennis, cycling, judo. No!
Yes! Very well done. 9 there, but between the two of you guys got 12. So congratulations, you're ready to go home with the Toronto 2015 basketball, courtesy of Parapan Games and Toronto 2015. There you guys go. We'll get you another one in a moment. Thank you very much for playing. Half a minute to winning, Sandra.
Getting set for the second half, Argentina and Venezuela. Argentina looking to improve to 2-0 in the tournament. Venezuela looking for a big second half here to try for their first win. It'll be a tough test.
Venezuela will be looking to improve their shooting focus here in the second half, cut down on those turnovers.
26-year-old Nelson Solarzano inbounds for Juan Corrales, 43-year-old veteran of the Venezuelan team. Manuel Aragort puts one up from three-point land, and it's just off the mark. Ruggiero into the game for Argentina. Villafane, quick pass underneath for Perez. Off the glass, and that's going to count.
They're calling that unsportsmanlike foul. So that's going to constitute 2 free throws and possession of the ball at center. I think that was just a little bit too aggressive for the officials' liking. I don't think Aragort was really trying to be malicious there, but unfortunately it just caught the face of Perez on the way down.
Misses the first. Captain Bourdon comes in and gives encouragement. In fact, it's just going to be one shot. So the basket counted, I believe. Back underway. Adolfo Bourdon. Ruggiero, foul line. Back to Bourdon. Villafane from the other side. Rattles around. And the ball is off of Venezuela, so Argentina retains with a pretty much a full shot clock.
And number 15, Obelasek, is in the game for the first time for Argentina. Big post player, able to get those offensive rebounds down low and maintain possession for Argentina.
Bourdon underneath.
So number 10, Ruggiero, is getting called for a 3-second call, attempting to set that low seal and create that opening for his big center to follow him in and get an uncontested shot down low. It's just a no call there, so it'll be Venezuela possession at center with 24 seconds on the shot clock. Oh, no, correction.
We're going to bring the ball back. And now our Venezuela will inbound. Corrales. Aragort. Solarzano. Puts it up and off the glass and in. Nelson Solarzano has his first points of the game.
We saw a lot of that from Solarzano yesterday. That looks like he's getting his shooting focus back, and if he can get a few more of those shots, that'll help Venezuela be more successful offensively.
He is playing with 3 fouls. Villafane. Bourdon. That one rattles out. Aragort. Gonzalez. Aragort. Reyes. Ricardo Reyes. Aragort. 4 seconds, 3. Is up short for Corrales, and back comes the fast break for Argentina, and in it goes from Ruggiero.
Well, that's an impressive shot, that layup at high speed, going to the inside hand underneath. Very nice shot by Ruggiero.
Foul call here against Argentina. Reyes. Still some time here on the shot clock. Aragort puts one up. Off the mark. Walchuk. Perez trying to cut in. Walchuk again uses that size and puts it in.
Argentina still working that transition, getting out quickly. Also being able to recover back on defense.
Foul call against Aragort. His second.
I think that's on number 15, Kowalczyk.
You're right. Which is Argentina.
That's right.
Aragort, three-point attempt, way short.
He just hasn't been able to find the bucket today. Not for lack of trying, that's for sure, but Argentina's defense has actually done a good job of keeping Venezuela out and making them take tough shots from long range.
Aragort 0 for 8 from the field, so he's certainly, as you mentioned, taking his shots. Corrales. Reyes. 3 in the key call against Aragort of Venezuela.
Unfortunately, Reyes is not able to get a shot there, get it off in time to avoid the 3-second call.
Verdun, the captain of Argentina. Played the entire game, Argentina's first game against Mexico. He hasn't come off here yet. Brings that real calming influence on the floor. Villafane with a quick little pass for Kowalczyk. Beg your pardon, that was Perez. Giovanni Gonzalez. So Venezuela, a couple of points here early in the third quarter, but still struggling to get anybody hot in the shooting department. Reyes. Aragort. There he goes. Finally gets his first basket of the game. Can't get two until you get one.
I think Venezuela has lost a little bit of their intensity. Maybe that'll help spark a little something to get them going here in the third quarter.
Ruggieri, nice little pass for Villafane. And he is fouled, and so he'll go to the line for 2. Very few players like Villafane in the world, isn't there, with just one arm and pushing with one arm. And
certainly not a lot. It's really tough to be competitive in wheelchair basketball, but you can see on that particular play how he uses his hip and his core to manipulate the chair when he has the ball in that one hand. Gotta have a very strong core in order to do that.
Again, he is a 1-point player. Consider, meaning classification-wise, it goes all the way up from 1 to 4.5. And he's got to do all that pushing with one side. He does have the core strength, but he only has one arm to push with. Aragort was successful last time down the floor, but Argentina is all over him. Solorzano, Aragort, 5 on the shot clock, 3-point attempt, no.
He's really rushing his shot now, looking to try and find the basket there.
Well, someone's got a flat.
So the player will be allowed a 45-second equipment timeout in order to change his tire, or another option is to sub out and fix the chair.
And that's what Venezuela's going with.
As you can see, with these sport chairs, normally we'll pump the tires anywhere from 120 to about 150 pounds. They're super hard. That allows for the chair to push the chair a lot faster. The harder the tires are, the easier it is to go fast on the hardwood.
Betancourt and Quirinos now in the lineup for Venezuela. Verdun, short. And now Alice Quirinos. Ricardo Reyes. Quirinos trying to slash his way into the paint and then just batted away by the veteran Verdun. Ruggieri. And look at that, makes it look so easy, off the glass and in.
That transition game of Argentina, really quick. Once the steal's there, they switch from offense to defense, and they're able to get those fast breaks and get out early.
Corrales, short. Quickly back down the floor. Verdun. He's got 10. Leads all, tied with Copa for the leading point getter so far in this one. Copa's on the bench. Reyes rattles around the rim. Got a player down, no foul here. Just get him back up again. Quirinos.
Substitution for Venezuela.
Venezuela with 2 or 3 players coming into the game here. And a timeout call. It is 55-10 Argentina, just under 4 minutes to go in quarter number 3. Last-minute instructions from Argentinian coach Domingo Patrone.
I think he's going to want his team to pick up the pace a little bit, get some intensity back. It's really difficult in a game where the score is so far apart for players to be able to focus and keep that intensity, but they're going to need that going forward in this tournament.
Top 2 spots in this tournament, gold and silver, are guaranteed berths at the Rio Paralympics next year. If one of those top 2 teams is Brazil, then the bronze medal position will also be up, be a qualifier. So lots at stake. Gutierrez, the 19-year-old for Venezuela, takes a shot, comes up short. Ruggieri tries the old behind the back pass for Kowalczyk, doesn't work. And Quirinos for Venezuela. Drops it off for Rosales. Gutierrez.
You can see Argentina's really picked up their defense a notch, looking to really shut down that Venezuelan attack.
Perdón holds off Quirinos and makes it look so easy with the left-handed layup.
Great job by Ruggieri there too to draw the defense away and allow that lane to open up.
Big collision in the paint and opens up for Quirinos, but he can't capitalize. Now Betancourt rattles in and out, another rebound. And Venezuela can't believe they couldn't put that one in. They get it right back again though, with a full shot clock.
There's a foul on Kowalczyk.
He shrugs his shoulders. He wasn't too sure about that one.
That's his second personal foul.
Quirinos. Still lots of time to work on the shot clock. Doesn't want to shoot from baseline, underneath for Gutierrez, and he finally gets his first of the game.
Good job getting open on the baseline there by Gutierrez. He had a mismatch in classification and was able to beat his player one-on-one and hit that nice little open shot from the baseline.
Ruggieri short on that one. All it hit was net.
I think what they're looking to do now, Argentina taking a few of these outside shots, it's going to be a strategy they'll probably need to use against Canada and the US, hitting some of those outside shots and opening things up inside for their bigger post players.
Betancourt using his size advantage, puts it in, and they're going to count it.
Good to see some emotion there by Betancourt. That's well done. He had 3 Argentinian defenders all around him, in front, beside, and behind, and he was still able to nail that shot and get to the line.
Venezuela's had points from 7 different players. The problem is they've only had 2 from each. And that's 3 now for Betancourt. So if they could get him on a bit of a run, they could get something positive going here in the late stages of the third quarter. Ruggieri. Villafane. Kowalczuk can't get a position on it.
It'll definitely be a foul on number 12 there from Venezuela.
Luis
Rosales.
Rosales, yeah.
Got his foot plate into the wheels of Kowalczuk and just tried to impede his progress to the basket.
I think it's confusing for lots of people who see all the collisions and they wonder why some of them are fouls and some of them aren't, but you've alluded to it. You get your foot plate into the wheels, that's not good position.
Right, and if you think of it in terms of the stand-up game, if you're guarding or trying to check someone from beside and you give them, say, a hip check or an elbow, that would be the equivalent of that type of a defense. In wheelchair basketball, if you're in front, just like as you are in the stand-up game, fully in front of the player, then that's considered good defensive position. And there will be some incidental contact.
Foul on Quirinos here, and there again you had Verdun who had position in front of him.
So this is what's called a clear path foul here, because Verdun was on his way to the basket for a layup with no one between him and the basket, and he did get fouled. That's considered unsportsmanlike, so he'll get the foul shot, and they will also get the ball at center. They'll have possession.
If it looks like Verdun acts like a real pro, it's because he is. He's been playing this game for a long time, plays professionally in Italy, and he just conducts himself from the opening tip until the final horn, just like a pro.
Certainly one of the key players for Santa Lucia, one of the best teams in the Italian division.
And just about hit the three-pointer. He was feeling it, and there was really no challenge from Venezuela either.
Verdun actually married an Italian girl, and they have a new baby at home.
Ah, beautiful.
But I think his heart will always remain in Argentina. He's always here to play for his country, and certainly proud to do it.
The Venezuelan players, Ives Matos down. Sometimes with the 1 and 1.5 players, their trunk mobility isn't as great, and it's harder for them to get up once they've gone down. Quirinos from a long 2-point land misses. And the foul call on Aragort. We'll make it Rosales.
That'll be his third personal. And 5 team fouls, so Argentina will be shooting in the bonus for the remainder of this quarter.
Well, it's definitely been a better quarter for Venezuela. They've scored 9 already in the third quarter. We're in the final minute. They have made some adjustments.
Actually scored more in the third quarter than they did in the entire first half, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, there you go. Ruggieri, 1 for 1 there. Finishes all net. Impressive. He's come into the game, and he's looked very good. Maximiliano Ruggieri. Now the ball is off of Argentina. make it off of Venice, make it off of Argentina, yep. Rosales will inbound. These two teams are in Pool B, along with Canada and Mexico. And those two teams will meet later today at the Ryerson Athletic Center. And again, an impressive burst of speed by Ruggieri and just lays it in. Rosales, Matos, Gutierrez, Matos, still lots of time on the shot clock, fires it up anyway. Verdon, and misses that pass. Intended for Villafanier. Off the fingertips of Betancourt. Final seconds, third quarter, 65-15. Argentina leads Venezuela. Villafanier from three-point land, comes close, underneath the rebound. Now Verdun comes in to help. And that's gonna do it for the third quarter. A better quarter for Venezuela, but still yet a better quarter for Argentina. They lead 65-15 over Venezuela after three quarters. Fourth quarter set to go. Argentina and Venezuela. Group B matchup. Argentina won its opening match against Mexico. Venezuela lost its opening match against Canada. And Argentina well out front here, leading 65-15. Maximiliano Ruggieri underneath for Gavas, who just came into the game. Joel Gavas. He is fouled and will go to the line. So Dominguez is in, Mario Dominguez for Argentina, Joel Gavas. Ruggieri stays in, Perez is into the game. Astache is back into the game as well. Well, I can't do the math quick enough, but I think they're playing with under 14.
They are a little bit under right now, yeah. Maybe give an advantage to Venezuela with a bit of a classification mismatch at some point. And Argentina is probably looking to rest some of their starters, thinking about what's coming up next for them.
Matos, just one on the shot clock, and it was put up by Silva. Not a bad attempt, but still short. Astache Lots of discussion going on the floor between the Argentinians.
Everybody's just sitting still. It's not really what you want to see in a wheelchair basketball offense, but the Venezuelan defense is backed right down into the key, not really making the offense work too hard to get a good shot off.
Here's the first basket of the game for Dominguez. Marchand, Aragort, 5 on the shot clock for Silva. Try to feed it inside for Reyes. And shot clock runs out. Argentina may be looking ahead now to its 3rd match in the group, which would be against Canada, which would be potentially for the pool top spot in the pool. Lots has to happen in between now and then, but certainly that's a potential matchup. Marchand taken away. Good defense by Gabas. Here's Ruggieri. He's got clear path, and he goes right off the glass and in.
Ruggieri's speedy little 2.5 really gets out on the break quickly. You can see he has smaller wheels than some of the other players. What that does is allow for your first pushes to be really quick, and that's what helps him get out so quickly.
Estache, there he goes to the speedy Ruggieri. This time he'll curl back. One little touch on the chair with one hand and you'll spin. Gabas underneath. Dominguez. And the ball off of Argentina, so it's Venezuelan ball. Ricardo Reyes inbounding for Luis Marchand. Ronaldo Silva. Marchand, Matos, Aragort. And that's a well-constructed offensive play by Venezuela.
Aragort doing a good job on the offside, just working, waiting to see his defender turn his back to him, and then he just comes over top and gets a nice entry pass in there and is able to finish the shot.
Good defense now by Ronaldo Silva. Matos, Silva. And Aragort wins the ball for Venezuela. 6 on the shot clock, puts it up, comes out. And slung ahead for Estache. And he is fouled.
Once again, not maintaining that chair position. Bit of a tough foul to take at this point in the game. Interesting choice. I think he just lost his balance a little bit reaching in for that ball and then wasn't able to regroup and sit back upright.
Estache is going to go to the line. And if he hits one, Argentina will have 70. He does indeed, and he's got 7. Perfect at the line for Carlos Estache. Marchand. Aragort. Marchand. Tough defense again by Argentina, forces a giveaway by Venezuela.
It's 27 turnovers now for Venezuela. They're not going to be happy with that. Something they're going to want to look to improve on as they go forward in the tournament.
Estache heads towards the baseline. Gets a pick from Gomez. Ruggieri Up. Not in. Marchand. Matos for Venezuela. Had to shoot. Shot clock running out. And he was too far.
Definitely not a shot he's going to look to take very often. Argentina's looking to use a little of the shot clock now.
Dominguez, short. Silva. And he stepped out of bounds. The ball goes right back to Argentina.
Just turned a little bit too wide there, and his wheel just touched the line.
Substitutions coming in now for Venezuela. And we've got a timeout as well. 71-17, all ones and sevens on the board. It is Argentina out front of Venezuela. Last year at the World Championships, Argentina qualified. Not easy to do in wheelchair basketball anymore. And they finished in 12th place in a field of 16 teams. Certainly have some strong players, and there might be the strongest, Adolfo Verdum. Captain of the Argentinian team. He's going to stay off and rest up. Under 5 minutes to go, fourth quarter. Argentina in blue, Venezuela in white. Gabas, lots of time for Argentina. It rattles out. Luis Marchand. Giovanni Gonzalez. Aragort. Gets it back again in the paint. And he is infringed in his shot attempt, so he'll go to the line.
Just a little push back there by number 5, Dominguez. Altered the shot enough for the official to call a foul, so Aragort will get 2 shots from the line.
He leads Venezuela with 4 points. Make it 5, and a chance at another. Plays with a lot of intensity. And 6 points now for Manuel Aragort. Hard to believe he's only had that. He's all around the ball. He's struggled early on, though, with his shooting from the field. He was 0 for 9 at one point. Now he's 2 for 13. but solid from the free throw line. Marchand. Venezuela's best ever finish at the Parapan Am Games was 6th place. They did that twice, including 03 and 99. Marchand, nice little pump fake. Ball pinballs around, and it'll stay Venezuela possession.
14 seconds on the shot clock here for Venezuela. They're looking to set up a little screenshot for Errecourt.
Nicely inside for Rosales. Ruggieri steals. And he's got lots of poise out there. And no foul call on the play.
Ruggieri looking for one of his teammates on that 3-on-2, but the defense did a good job of collapsing and not really allowing an open lane. It looked like a bit of a aggressive check there.
Betancourt.
Number 4, Betancourt, but the official is letting them play.
Solorzano comes in, and that's probably it for Errecourt. Under 3.5 to play, 4th quarter. Maximiliano Ruggieri. Astache, nope. Marchand. Rosales, no look. Solorzano. And Gabas wants it. And got enough in the way of it to affect the shot of Solorzano. Estache, Ruggieri, two of the better ball handlers on Argentina. Baseline, actually, that was a pass attempt, and easily broken up by Venezuela.
They have numbers on the attack. Unfortunately, they don't get the ball up to where they wanted it to be there.
Rosales sinks it anyway.
Good shot. The defense drew. Solorzano was attacking the center there and left Rosales wide open for the layup.
In comes the teenager, Javier Gutierrez. And a timeout being called. Looks like Gabas from Argentina's got a chair issue at the same time.
Yeah, the chairs are certainly an important part of this game, and the maintenance are a big thing that the players need to be aware of. And normally players are checking their chair prior to every game to make sure there's no bumps in the tires or the tubes, and that the casters, the small little wheels, are nice and tight and not wobbling. Clean them up, take any hair or stuff they might collect up off the floor, and just make sure all the bolts, nuts and bolts are nice and tight, because you don't want things breaking down in the middle of the game.
So whose job is that? The player's job, or is it an equipment manager's job, or is there?
Some teams do have an equipment manager, but I think most of the players manage that themselves. They know what to look for, and they have spare tires and spare equipment just in case anything does happen during the game. One of the things that happens oftentimes, because there's so much stress and pressure on some of the straps, is we'll see some of the strapping might break. But they're usually able to repair it quite quickly, either within that 45-second equipment timeout period, or even if they sub out, it only takes a minute or two on the sidelines to repair it and get back in action.
Under 2.5 minutes to play, 4th quarter. Argentina in a bit of a rout here, 71-21, a 50-point lead over Venezuela. Gutierrez. Solorzano had it stripped. And here comes the speedy Estache. And he makes it look so easy.
Still with that transition, Argentina's looking to get out early and get on that break. And Esteche is able to finish that layup. Very consistent.
Betancourt has a height advantage. Can't make it pay. Estache drops it off for Dominguez. In and out. Gonzalez. Betancourt. Gutierrez off his fingertips. And eventually out. It'll be Venezuela ball that went off of Amedo Perez.
Venezuela has about 10 seconds on the shot clock here to get a shot off.
Inside a minute to play in the game. Solarzano, hard pass underneath for Gutierrez. And the 19-year-old drops it in, and he wants a little cheering from his bench and from the Venezuelan fans. Ruggieri, Estache. So Argentina's next and final match of pool play will be against Canada. Canada has to play Mexico first before they're looking forward to that. But Argentina, with a 2-0 record, has been very impressive in this one. And now really only with their bench players out, one starter on the floor. And Venezuela will look to regroup now. Their final match will be against Mexico in pool play. Solarzano goes long range, trims out, and it's been that kind of a game for Venezuela as Nelson Solarzano kind of shakes his head in frustration. Venezuelans were looking for something better.
Venezuela only shooting 10 for 64 from the field. That's a miserable 16%. They're not going to be happy with that. They did get quite a few opportunities, but were unable to capitalize. And with 32 turnovers, difficult to be successful.
Argentina romps 75-23 over Venezuela. They are 2-0 to start the tournament here in Toronto. Everybody got into the lineup on the Argentinian side. All but 2 players scored points. A very impressive win, a 52-point win for Argentina over Venezuela. And they pay tribute to the crowd here at the Ryerson Athletic Center. Numbers tell a lot of the story, don't they, Marnie?
They sure do, and you can see that points from turnovers for Argentina were significant. And I think the biggest stat we look at here is the shooting percentage from the Venezuelan team. Really not a quality outing this afternoon in terms of their shooting. I think they're definitely a better team than that, and they're going to want to go and do a little mental training, I think, prior to their next game.
Venezuela's next game will be against Mexico tomorrow. Argentina's final game of the pool play will be tomorrow against Canada. That's the story for now. Lots more wheelchair basketball to come from the Ryerson Athletic Center and the Parapan Am Games.
Steve Armitage along with Byron McDonald, and welcome to night 3 of Parapan Am Swimming from the CIBC Aquatic Center and Field House just outside of Toronto. A very busy night ahead for you with para swimming. 16 finals. Let's take a quick look at the schedule. It should be a good night for the Brazilians, Byron. Mainly because their big guns are going to be in action tonight. Brazil, Diego, and Joanna da Silva.
Well, they got some powerful sprinters, and it's interesting because in the able body, that's also the Brazilian strength, is the sprint distances. So it's translated over into the para distance, para swimming team as well. They've got some great sprinters, and right now they're far ahead of everyone in the gold medal count. They've got some real fast people getting to the top of the podium. Tonight will be no exception. In the overall medal count, it's actually a real tight battle. Canada right now has 1 medal more than the Brazilians in the total, and Mexico had a very good day on the first day, the opening day, and so they're in the 3rd spot in the total medal count.
And the Canadians are expecting a good showing tonight out of one of their up-and-coming stars, a 19-year-old from Montreal, Aurélie Brevard.
Anytime you can get to the podium twice in one session, then you're obviously having a very good night, and people have high expectations. And Brevard out of Montreal is expected to challenge for medals in both her 2 events tonight, the 100 butterfly and the 50-meter freestyle. She is the world champion in the 50-meter freestyle, so that one should not be in doubt, but the 100 fly is a very rich field, so we'll see.
The athletes are coming on deck for the men's 100-meter butterfly. And there's the start list. This is the S8 category. Only 6 swimmers, 2 laps at the pool. Medals will be awarded. All eyes will be on lane 4, Amanda Andrade of Mexico.
And that's lane number 2, Carlos Lopes Maciel from Brazil, 37 years of age. He's a Paralympian in 2012. This is the first time we're going to see him here at these Pan Am Games. Agustin I'm sorry, from Argentina, 18 years of age. He's a newcomer on the international scene for Argentina. It's the first time we've seen him at these games. Armando Andrade is not a newcomer. He's a silver already in these games in the 50 freestyle. He's the defending champion. He has lane number 4. He's 20 years of age from Mexico. Angel Buitin will have lane number 5. He's 23 years of age, also from Mexico. He won a bronze in a relay 4 years ago at the Parapans in Mexico. Zach Zona from Canada, 16 years of age, won a bronze in the 400-meter freestyle earlier in the competition. He'll have lane number 6. There are actually only 6 swimmers in this competition. The veteran, Tom Miazga, 24 years of age. 6 medals at the 2007 Paris, and silver already at these games in the 100-meter backstroke. He swims out of Wisconsin.
2 lengths of the pool. This is the final of the men's 100-meter butterfly, S8. Armando Andrade of Mexico, the defending champion, 20-year-old, is in lane 4. He's also the America's record holder, clocking 103.92, and had a bronze medal at the World Championships. 6 swimmers, 2 lengths of the pool. Men's butterfly, S8.
And the numerical classifications are 1 through 10, basically, with the lower the number, the higher the disability. This is the S8 class. It's classified as swimmers who've lost either both hands or one arm, compete in this class, and also athletes with severe restrictions in their joints and lower limbs.
And Armando Andrade in lane 4. Mexico got a terrific start.
Well, and he's off in beautiful technique. Nice hip movement through the entire action. Beautiful timing, the arms and the leg.
Off the wall, less than 50 meters to go now in the men's 100 fly. Andrade, Buitin, and Zana of Canada. 1, 2, 3.
Well, the defending champion is showing why he won 4 years ago. He's kept up that form, and he's way, way out in front. The Mexican in lane number 4. His teammates, this should be a 1-2 for Mexico. His teammate in lane number 5, Buitin, the 23-year-old, is solidly in second spot, although he's tightening up a little bit, and here comes lane number 6.
Just over 5 meters to go, and they're not touching the defending champion, Andrade from Mexico. He repeats as champion, and that's an America's record for the 20-year-old from Mexico. Buitin, another Mexican, touches for silver, and Zana of Canada will get the bronze in the men's 100 fly S8. He did it. He successfully defended the title he won 4 years ago at home in Guadalajara, and he does it again here in Toronto. Buitin, his Mexican teammate, will take the silver, and Zach Zana of Canada, the 16-year-old from Waterford, Ontario, will go home with the bronze.
Excellent rhythm, excellent movement, and you got to remember here, Andrade is winning by a body length and a half, 2 body lengths, and yet he's still pushing and pushing and pushing it all the way to the wall. Look at this, a couple of body lengths, that's a lifetime best time. Anytime an athlete does a lifetime best performance, you know they've hit their taper well, they've done the right training. Second spot there is Buitin, his teammate, and Canada's Zana just gets in there for the bronze medal, up in lane number 6, over the Argentinian in lane number 3. 1-2 for Mexico in this one, Steve.
Mexico take gold and silver, and the bronze goes to Canada in the men's 100 fly
Absolutely
S8.
fantastic. America's record. We were saying this morning that records are just falling like flies, and I think they're going to continue tonight. Mesdames et messieurs, voici les athlètes pour l'épreuve de 100 mètres papillon S10 pour les femmes.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la gran final. Damas, 100 metros mariposa. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the women's 100 meters butterfly S10.
The winner coming on deck for the 100-meter butterfly, S8 through 10. Canadians will have 3 in this one. Katarina Roxon will be in 1, Samantha Ryan in 4, and
from St. John's, Newfoundland, coached by her dad, two-time Paralympian, Katarina Roxon, picked up a silver medal in the 400-meter freestyle earlier in the competition. She is an S9. Also an S9 is Natalie Sims from the United States, based in Minneapolis. She won the silver on the relay, was fourth in that race that Roxon won the silver medal. She'll have lane number 2, Sims will. Her American teammate, Anna Johannes, will be in lane number 3. She is also an S9, 21 years of age, out of the Chicago area. 5 gold medals 4 years ago at the Parapans in the S9 category. She'll have lane number 3. Lane number 4, one of the 2 Canadians in the next side by each in lane 4 and 5, Samantha Ryan, 16 years of age, from Saskatoon, coached by Steve Hendricks. 2014 was her first international team. Now she's here seated first in the 100-meter butterfly. There's Arlie Rivard from Canada, fresh off winning a world title at the World Championships a few weeks ago in Glasgow, silver in the 400-meter freestyle at the Paralympic Games. She is an S10. Daniela Jimenez from Argentina, an S9, 22 years of age, won the 100-meter breaststroke earlier in this competition, and that was her 3rd games in a row for a gold medal in the 100-meter breaststroke. She's a 2-time Paralympian. Barrera Zapata from Colombia, only 13 years of age, won a gold medal at the South American Games last year as a 12-year-old. And there's Shani Ince from Trinidad and Tobago, 20 years of age, won a pair of bronze medals 4 years ago at the Parapans, was 7th in her first race here at these Parapans in the 400-meter freestyle, is a 2012 Paralympian.
2 lengths of the pool. We're getting set for the women's 100-meter butterfly, S8 through 10. Arlie Rivard of Canada in 5, next to her Canadian teammate Samantha Ryan. In the prelims, Rivard posted a time of 1:11.50. Samantha Ryan 1:11.30.
And we do need to mention this is an S8, 9, and 10, and the lower the number, the higher the disability, so it is a little bit of an advantage for the S10s, which are the swimmers in lanes 4 and 5. The 2 Canadians, Ryan and Rivard, are both S10, as Barrera is in lane number 7.
Ryan did not get the best of starts, but Arlie Rivard did in lane 5, and she'll lead the field to the wall. She'll touch, turnover, and have less than 50 meters to go in the women's 100 fly, S8 through 10.
And that's a very, very fast time going out for Rivard. That's on record pace. That's a very quick first 50 meters. Can she hold it on? This is a woman that's also won medals in the 400-meter freestyle, which is a 4.5, 5-minute race, so she really should not be dying. This is a tremendous performance right now. Ryan's a great swimmer right next to her in lane number 4, but look at Rivard, a body length lead.
And Ryan is catching her teammate. She's making a move. Can Rivard hang on for gold? Here comes Ryan. Just over 5 meters to go. It's still Rivard in front, and it looks as if Rivard takes gold in the women's 100 fly. Silver to her teammate Samantha Ryan, and Jimenez of Argentina picks up the bronze. Ryan may have made her move a little bit too late if she had any intent of taking gold. The gold goes to Rivard, the silver to Ryan, and the bronze to Jimenez of Argentina.
You've got to have a certain strategy coming into the competition, and depending on how the beginning of the race goes, you'll be able to adjust if you really, really have to. But right off the bat, look at Ryan way out there, way out, or Rivard, I should say, way out in front, right off the start. She just kept that going all the way to the finish, and Ryan closed and closed, but ran out. At the top there, you got Jimenez just out touching Johannes from the United States for the bronze medal. But it was really that first 50 meters that Rivard had that Ryan just couldn't make up for that first 50 meters. A body length behind, ran out of gas at the end, did Rivard, but when you got that big of a lead, it's going to be tough for anybody to catch you. Best times by those 2 women. Those are great world-class swims.
2 gold and 2 silver at the Worlds for Rivard. Arlie Rivard and Samantha Ryan give Canada a 1-2 finish in the women's 100 fly, S8 through 10. Jimenez of Argentina takes the bronze. We're getting set for the men's 50-meter butterfly, S1 through 5. There are S4 and 5 swimmers in this race, and one of the superstars in para swimming, Daniel Diaz of Brazil, will be in lane 5. He is the world and America's record holder in the distance in the 50 fly.
50 meters butterfly S5 final.
If you've never seen para swimming, you're in for a treat when you watch Diaz. He can really move in the water.
Well, 15 Paralympic medals is a testament to how successful Diaz has been.
21 Parapan Am medals. There's the start list for the men's 50-meter butterfly. Daniel Diaz of Brazil, the veteran, one of the most decorated para swimmers in the world, will be in lane 5.
Carril 1, Argentina. In lane 1, representing Argentina.
Lane number 1 is Ariel Kessi from Argentina, 32 years of age. He's a 4-time Paralympian for Argentina, 4-time Parapan Am as well. He won a silver in the 100-meter breaststroke in Toronto already at these games. Gustavo Sanchez is in lane number 2, 21 years of age. He also won a gold medal in the S4 100-meter free and 50-meter free. Juan Reyes will have lane number 3, 33 years of age. He's got a bronze medal to his credit already in the S4 category in the 50-meter free. He has 7 Olympic para medals. Edgar Pineta from Mexico, veteran, 44 years of age. He just missed the medal earlier in this competition in the 100-meter freestyle. Next to him, there he is, Daniel Diaz, 27 years of age. Medals all over the place. He probably has to build a separate room in his house for all the medals he's got. 11 gold medals at the Paris 4 years ago. Danielle Murphy from Canada, 26 years of age, from Spring Hill, Nova Scotia. Home of Anne Murray, as I'm told. He won a bronze on the relay earlier for Canada. Jesus Hernandez from Mexico will have lane number 7, 23 years of age. He won a bronze medal in the S4 category in the 100-meter freestyle. And the 8th person in the field will have lane number 8. It's a Canadian, Andrew Cook. Andrew's 24 years of age, and he was listed as a bronze medalist on the relay in 2011.
8 swimmers, 1 length of the pool. This is the men's 50-meter butterfly, S4 and S5. Daniel Diaz of Brazil will be in lane 5. He did a 39.53 in the prelims, and that was bettered by Edgar Pineda of Mexico, 38.08. Diaz in 5, Pineda of Mexico in lane 4.
Take your marks.
They are allowed to start in the water if they want. One of the swimmers chose that option. So you've got a good battle in 4 and 5. Lane 4 is Pineda, the fastest qualifier from the preliminaries, but I think Diaz was playing a little bit of possum in the morning preliminaries. And again, swimming's a very easy sport to take a look at. You look at the times you do compared to your best times, and you know that Diaz is going to be able to get the gold medal.
Brazil's Daniel Diaz, just over 10 meters to go in the men's 50-meter butterfly. Diaz is going to pick up his 3rd gold of the Parapan Am swimming competition here in Toronto. Gold to Diaz, silver to Pineda, and it's a good battle for bronze as they come to the wall. Here they come, and touching is Juan Reyes of Mexico for the bronze. But there's no denying Daniel Diaz, his 3rd gold of the competition here in Toronto, and that's a games record time for Diaz with a clocking of 34.79. He did 39.53 in the prelims. You're right, he was dogging it.
He was taking it easy in the preliminaries. There's your silver medalist, and Reyes got that touch at the wall there. Reyes gets your bronze medal in this race. Right off the bat, you can see Diaz. Look where Diaz comes up compared to everybody else. He's already got a body length on the field, and yet is underwater a little bit longer kicking now. A full body length and a half lead. Diaz to the wall. As you mentioned, Steve, his 3rd gold medal, then Pineda, and then a great race for the bronze medal at the end. And you're going to see lane number 3 touch the wall first. Reyes right ahead of Sanchez, who's right below him, and up in lane number 6, Canadian Murphy. Just miss out for the bronze medal.
Daniel Diaz and Edgar Pineda of Mexico. Diaz, of course, from Brazil, celebrating a silver and gold medal swim in the men's 50 fly. Gold medal number 3 for Brazil's Daniel Diaz here in Toronto. Pineda of Mexico picks up the silver, and his teammate Juan Reyes gets the bronze.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici les athlètes pour l'épreuve de 50 mètres papillon S5 pour les femmes.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la gran final. Mujeres, 50 metros mariposa.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the women's 50 meters.
The athletes are coming on deck for the women's 50-meter butterfly, S3 through 5 category. And the favorite in this one will be in lane 4, Joanna Da Silva. Gold in the 100 free S5 and gold in the mixed relay, so she is looking for gold medal number 3 in Toronto.
Carril 1, Brasil.
In lane 1, representing Brazil.
Lane number 1, Estefane D'Olivia. And she was on the relay for Brazil, picking up a medal the other day. Gold, silver, and bronze already in Toronto. Sofia Olmos from Mexico, 26 years of age, just missed the medal in the 100-meter freestyle 2 days ago. She'll have lane number 2. Lane number 3 will be Lili. That's her nickname, Lili Lucas from Brazil, 33 years of age, out of Sao Paulo. She won 3 medals at the Parapans 4 years ago in Guadalajara, Mexico, and is a 2012 Paralympian. Joanna Da Silva, 28 years of age, will have lane number 4, bronze at the Paralympic Games in 2012 in this very event, the 50-meter butterfly, defending champion. Trying to take her down will be Haley Birnbaum from the United States, 19 years of age, already has a silver and a bronze medal here at this competition, was the bronze medalist 4 years ago behind Da Silva. Tammy Cunnington, a 39-year-old from Canada, from Red Deer, Alberta, has 2 bronze medals in the competition here in Toronto, already to her credit. Next to Cunnington is Patricia Valle from Mexico, 46 years of age, 4-time Paralympian, has 10 medals to her credit at the Paralympic Games. She is an S3. This is an S3, 4, and 5 competitors in this race. She will be a little bit of a disadvantage. Heidi Aceves from Mexico, 22 years of age, 5th here in the 50-meter freestyle, is a 2012 Paralympian. She's from Mexico. So it's levels 3, 4, and 5. The swimmers that are S3 and S4 have a little bit more higher level of disability, but they've chosen to swim this race nonetheless.
One length of the pool, the women's 50 fly, S3 through 5.
Starter really holds him here, Steve. I'm not sure why. Everybody was ready to go, and he kind of counted to about 5, and then finally fired the gun.
Joanna Da Silva of Brazil in lane 4, who did a 48.14 in the prelims, got a good start.
Right off the bat, she's in the lead. She's definitely the favorite to win, and I don't think anybody's going to be able to challenge her. Trying to do what almost is a little bit of a catch-up butterfly. There's a little bit of a pause out in front. Works really well for her. Gets a nice hip movement in there.
Just over 10 meters to go now for Joanna Da Silva of Brazil in the women's 50 fly. She's looking for gold medal number 3 here in Toronto. Good battle for Da Silva, but it's Joanna Da Silva of Brazil who takes gold. They're coming to the wall. It looks like Haley Birnbaum of the U.S. will get the silver and the bronze to Lucas of Brazil. But there was no denying Joanna Da Silva of Brazil in this one. She takes the gold, her 3rd gold of the Games. As the final swimmer touches, that's Heidi Aceves of Mexico at the top of your picture in lane 8. A Games record in that one for Joanna Da Silva of Brazil.
Right off the start, you can see, wait till she services right there, okay? Birnbaum had a very good start, was right with her, and then within 3 strokes, De Silva with a little more powerful pull, good kick, legs together, get to the wall first, break the game's record. Now you can see Birnbaum coming second, and then down in 3rd spot is Lucas from Brazil, another Brazilian coming in for 3rd spot, the 33-year-old veteran. But De Silva now, keep track, Steve. That's 3 now, I think. Isn't that 3 gold medals?
That is 3 goals.
And she's got a few more events to go. So one of the more decorated swimmers for the Brazilian female Paralympic Parapan Am team.
And we also had an S3 record in that one for Patricia Ballard. Gold to Joanna De Silva, her 3rd here in Toronto. U.S. Haley Birnbaum gets the silver, and Lucas of Brazil picks up the bronze.
Simon, we'll try and read it out for you, or we might even be able to get it on the big screens as well. If you're watching, tell us who you're watching. If you're here, tell us where you come from, and we'll try and read out those tweets. Hashtag TO2015. Hashtag swimming. What a start here, Madison. Not a single race has gone by without a games record tumbling.
It's insane. This pool is, there's something definitely in this water, guys. Like, it's magical here.
Certainly is. A couple of games records going in that one. Remember, that race was open for classifications S1 all the way up to S5. An S5 swimmer took it in that games record time of 47.55. That was Joana De Silva of Brazil. Second, Birnbaum of the United States. Third position, also from Brazil, was Leticia Lucas, her time 53.70. In 4th position, Patricia Valle of Mexico also set a games record. She was swimming from the S3 categorization, so she got her record by coming in 57 seconds exactly. Well done to all of our ladies competing. And we've got the medals coming up in just a moment's time. Don't go anywhere. Don't forget, if you see yourself on our big screen this evening, give us a wave. Show us your flag. Lots of people, no idea they're on our screen. Some people trying to hide. Keep sending those tweets. As we said, we'll try and put them up if we can. Catherine Amar says, go Panama. Send us your tweets. That's all we need. Lots and lots and lots of Canadian flags. I wonder why. We are in Toronto after all. These ladies enjoyed themselves here. Whilst eating her dinner as well. That's multitasking at the best. They are definitely here to support Canada in that section of the crowd. Nearly everybody with a t-shirt or a flag or a cap. Brilliant stuff. Keep smiling.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise de médailles.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia de premiación. Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the men's 100 meters butterfly S8 final.
The athletes are coming on deck for the medal ceremony, the victory ceremony, in the men's 100-meter butterfly S8. Armando Andrade of Mexico will be front and center, top of the podium. Successful defense of his title in the men's 100 fly. Silver going to his Mexican teammate on his left.
The medals will be presented by governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee, John Peterson.
John Peterson, introduced governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee.
Medalla de bronce. Bronze medal winner representing Canada,
Zach Zona from Waterford, Ontario. He's only 16 years of age, and for Zach, this is his second bronze here in Toronto to go to the bronze he picked up at the 400 free.
Well, a relative newcomer to the scene. He was on the Pan Pac team last year and the Can-Am team that competed here in Toronto in April. But I mean, he's part of that new wave that national coach Craig McCord keeps talking about. A 16-year-old out of Waterford, Ontario. Twice to the podium already here at the Pan Am Games. Lots of competitions ahead for this young man.
And there's Patchy, the game's mascot. The miniature version, the porcupine, 41 quills.
Silver medal winner representing
The silver medalist, Angel Butier, 23-year-old from Mexico. Got a 6th place finish in the 50 free here in Toronto and gets to the podium in the men's 100 fly.
Well, Angel's 23 years of age. 4 years ago, he was at the Parapans, wasn't able to get to the podium in an individual event. So this is a pretty big breakthrough for Angel to be able to swim an individual event, get to the podium in the 100-meter butterfly. I think he kind of knew coming in that he wasn't going to be able to beat his teammate. So silver medal is as good as gold when you're racing this guy.
y campeón para Panamericano. Gold medal winner and Parapan American champion in an America's record time, representing Mexico, Armando Andrade.
It's been said many times, and I think I've said it many times, it's tough to win a title, sometimes even tougher to defend it. And that's exactly what Armando Andrade of Mexico did in the men's 100 fly.
You got 4 years between. This isn't like defending something year after year. This is 4 years apart, right? To be able to keep yourself at the top of your game and be able to do something 4 years later is very difficult. That's why obviously Paralympic titles and Olympic titles are so difficult, because it's not years. You don't have to hang on for 12 months. You're going to hang on for 4 years at a top level. And that's what Andrade has been able to do. He defends his title in the 100-meter butterfly, S8 category here in Toronto.
And he gets to hear the Mexican national anthem in honor of his gold medal swim. In the S8 men's 100 fly, it's gold, silver to Mexico, bronze to Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Parapan American medalists. good start to the evening, and that gives us our next medal presentation coming up in just a couple of moments' time. And I think here, written on this piece of paper, Madison, is an anthem that everybody's going to know.
I think so.
We heard this a few times last night.
I don't know, because you can sing it in 2 different languages.
Fair point, fair point.
Yeah, you guys should be able to do it.
Yep, definitely coming up. Yeah, a win for Adelaide Rivard of Canada, and we're going to have that medal presentation in just a couple of minutes' time.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise de médailles.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia de premiación. Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the women's 100 meters butterfly S10 final.
Here come the athletes for the victory ceremony in the women's 100 fly, S8 through 10. 2 Canadians will be on the podium here, along with Argentina's Daniela Jimenez. Harley Rivard and Samantha Ryan.
Médaille de bronze.
This one.
Medalla de bronce. Bronze medal winner representing Argentina.
There's Jimenez. Gold in the 100 breast. This time she's bronze in the 100 fly.
And this is particularly impressive because she's actually swimming up in a class category. She's an S9 swimmer, and this is an S8, 9, 10 race, so she's racing against women that are classified as S10, which have less impairment mobility than she does. 3 Parapan Am Games in a row. She's won the 100-meter breaststroke. Now she's got a medal in the butterfly event as well. She's only 22 years of age. She won her first Parapan gold medal in the breaststroke when she was 14 years old.
Médaille d'argent.
Medalla de plata. Silver medal winner representing Canada, Samantha.
16-year-old from Saskatoon, Samantha Ryan. She gets silver in the women's 100 fly.
And I'm sure she wishes there was a 200-meter butterfly because she had great back half speed. She looked like she could have turned around and just kept going. She had a great rhythm going, but she just was a little bit too far behind after the first length of the 2-lap race to be able to catch the gold medalist, Harley Rivard. But great swim for a woman that last year was her first year on the national team. Now she's becoming a veteran real quickly. Getting to the podium in her second year of swimming. Coach Steve Hutchins, I'm sure, will be very proud.
Y campeona Parapan Americana. Gold medal winner and Parapan American champion representing Canada,
The gold medalist and the Parapan champion in the women's 100 fly, Harley Rivard. She won 2 gold and 2 silver at the World Championships a few weeks ago in Glasgow, Scotland. And she gets her second medal here. She was silver in the 100 breast and gold in the 100 fly.
And she had a real treat because the World Championships in 2013 were in Montreal. Basically, she lives in the suburb of Montreal, so she only had to kind of commute down to the pool every day. So Harley Rivard, certainly one of the future stars and now current stars of the Canadian Paralympic team. Was the Paris Swimmer of the Year for Swim Canada last year.
the national anthem of Canada. ladies and gentlemen, the Parapan American medalists.
Hugs all round for the medalists in the women's 100-meter butterfly. Orly Rivard, Samantha Ryan, and Daniela Gimen.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la gran final. Hombres, 50 metros, estilo libre. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the men's 50 meters freestyle S6 final.
The athletes are coming on deck for the men's 50-meter freestyle S6. And all eyes will be on Lorenzo Perez, the American record holder in this one. And he will have lane number 5 alongside Nelson Crispin of Columbia. Should be a good battle between those two.
Lane number 1 for Canada, Christian Danielle, 22 years of age, from the University of Calgary, computer science major. Just ran the Can-Am meet in this very pool in April. Zach Shattuck from the United States, from the state of Maryland.
In lane 2, representing the United States of America, Zachary Shattuck.
We'll have lane number 2. Lane number 3 will be Tyson Block from Brazil, 20 years of age, already a silver medal at these Parapan Am Games in the 400-meter freestyle. This is a sprint, this is a 50, so it'll be a little bit tougher challenge for him. Lane number 4 will be Nelson Crispin from Colombia, 23 years of age. The Colombians think he can win and maybe upset Perez, the record holder from Cuba. He's 23 years of age. He had the goal. He was the world champion in the 100-meter freestyle in 2013 and 15. Here's Lorenzo Perez, 3 gold medals in the 2011 Parapan Games, already a silver, I should say, at the Paralympic Games in 2012 in this very event, the 50 freestyle. So he certainly has to be the favorite to win, but we'll have to see if Crispin can challenge him or Gomes can challenge him. The 42-year-old from Brazil will have lane number 6. He's so far had a pair of 4th place finishes in Toronto. Would love to get to the podium in this one. Raul Martinez from Mexico, 15 years of age, a youngster. He will have lane number 7. He was 5th in the 400-meter freestyle at these Parapan Games. And Roberto Alcalde will have lane number 8, 23-year-old from Brazil. He already has a gold medal to his credit, and he's a breaststroke specialist. That's what he won his 100-meter title in. He's a bit of a newcomer to the Brazilian Parapan para-swimming team.
We're set for the men's 50-meter freestyle, S6. Lorenzo Perez of Cuba in 5, Nelson Crispin of Colombia in 4, Tyson Block of Brazil in 3. Perez was gold in the 400 free here in Toronto. Start is critical. Men's 50 free, 1 length.
Lane 4, Crispin got a tremendous start off the blocks there. And in the 50-meter, that's going to be critical. But Perez is a big, powerful man, and he's got a lot of endurance. He'll be closing the gap on every stroke. Does Crispin have enough of a lead?
Just over 10 meters to go. It's Perez and Crispin. Crispin with a slight lead on the big Cuban. Crispin driving to the wall. Couple of meters to go. And Crispin of Colombia upsets Perez. That's an America's record for Nelson Crispin of Colombia. He gets the gold, Perez the silver, and the bronze to Tyson Block of Brazil. What a terrific start and a great finish for Nelson Crispin of Colombia in the men's 50-meter free S6.
There's your gold and silver medalist. Both gentlemen doing their best time. So this is not anything that Perez really needs to be worried about, that maybe he didn't swim up to snuff. This man there, Crispin, did his best time by over half a second. Watch the start now, and Perez is just a little bit slow off the blocks. He couldn't get his big body going, getting off the blocks there, and Crispin was off like lightning, and that lead he got right from the start translated into the best time, gold medal over Perez. Perez does his best time by almost a half a second, so really it's a great swim for Perez, the Cuban, as well, but that gets him the silver medal. Watch this battle with the wall for 3rd. Boom, lane number 3, second from the bottom is going to be Glock, and he'll come in there for the bronze medal. Nice effort for both those gentlemen, both best times. Games record, America's record for the winner from Colombia, Crispin.
Nelson Crispin of Colombia takes the gold. The Cuban Lorenzo Perez picks up the silver, and Taliesin Glock of Brazil gets the bronze in the men's 50-meter freestyle S6.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici les athlètes pour l'épreuve de 50 mètres libre S6 pour les femmes.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la gran final. Mujeres,
Here come the athletes for the women's 50-meter freestyle S6.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Susanna Scherendorf of Brazil will be the favorite in lane 4. Already has a gold medal. She picked that up in the mixed relay. Here's the startlers for the women's 50-meter freestyle. Scherendorf in 4, Hernandez of Mexico in 5. Her teammate Trejo will have in 4.
There's Cassandra Shepard from the United States, 15 years of age, out of Bend, Oregon. She was 7th earlier in this competition in the 400-meter freestyle. Now she's coming down to the sprint distance, the 50 meters. Her teammate Sophia Herzog will have lane number 2 right next to her, an 18-year-old from Colorado Springs, from Colorado, which is the home of the United States Olympic Training Center. She was also part of the American relay. Lane 3, Vianney Trejo from Mexico, 21 years of age. Silver medal in that race. Most of these women were already in the 400-meter freestyle. 4 years ago, she was the silver medalist in this event, the sprint 50-meter freestyle. One of the 5 medals she had at that competition. There's the favorite, Susanna Scherendorf from Brazil, 47 years of age. Her first Parapans were back in 1995. She won a bronze medal in the 400-meter freestyle 4 years ago at the Paralympics. Mitzi Hernandez from Mexico, 32 years of age. Will have lane number 5, also a veteran. At the Paralympics in 2008, she won a silver medal, so she's got a lot of speed as well. Naomi Samalera from Mexico, 16 years of age. This is her first race at this competition. She was at the youth level in 2013, now is at the senior level here at the Parapan. Maria Dean, lane number 7 from Brazil, 23 years of age. She won a bronze medal 4 years ago at the Parapan in the butterfly. Now she's in the 50-meter freestyle, S6.
One length of the pool, the women's 50-meter freestyle, S6. Scherendorf of Brazil is in 4. Trejo of Mexico in 3. Another Mexican, Hernandez, is in 5. The start in any 50-meter event always important.
Take your marks.
Off the wall, off a little bit slow is Hernandez, the veteran. Mexican in lane number 5, but Scherendorf was up pretty well, but really going up quickly. In lane number 6, the youngster, the 16-year-old from Mexico, Samalera.
Just at the halfway mark now, the women's 50-meter free S6. And a good battle between lanes 5 and 6. Samalera and Hernandez, a couple of Mexicans. This would be an upset. Here they come, coming to the wall. Just over 5 meters to go, and it looks as if Hernandez is out-touching Samalera. So the Mexicans 1-2, and Sophie Herzog in lane 2 from the United States will pick up the bronze. But the Mexicans in 5 and 6, surprising. That's a games record for Hernandez, 37-1-0, 37-6-5 for Samalera.
Well, Samalera is ecstatic. She got a silver medal. Hernandez, I mean, this is a veteran, 32 years of age. She picked up gold medals in 3 different events. In the 2004 Olympics, won a gold medal in the 2000 Paralympics, and the 2008 Paralympics. Watch this now. Right up at lane number 6, brilliant start, popping right up with power. Samalera from Mexico, and she was able to hold on just till the very end, and then she gets out touched by Hernandez. And down to the bottom, right there in lane number 2, Herzog gets the bronze medal in the 50-meter freestyle class S6. But really, it was the start that got Samalara almost to the gold medal podium. The veteran Hernandez was able to use that extra power she's got over the young 16-year-old to get herself the gold medal. One of the many gold medals Hernandez has had on the international stage over the last 15 years.
Fantastic start. A reason to smile.
She was bronze in the 400-meter freestyle, and now she's solid gold in the women's 50.
Hashtag 2015.
Mexico 1-2 in the women's 50-meter freestyle. Hernandez and Samalara. Sophie Herzog of the U.S. gets the bronze.
So far, some sort of record has tumbled.
Voici les athlètes pour l'épreuve de 50 mètres livres S7 pour les hommes.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la gran final. Hombres, 50 metros estilo libre. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the men's 50 meters freestyle S7 final.
The swimmers are coming on deck for the men's 50-meter freestyle S7. Carlos Serrano of Colombia will have middle of the pool. Lane 4, 2 Canadians in this one. Nathan Clement with 2, and Jean-Michel Valle will be in 5.
Dans le couloir 1, représentant le Brésil.
Lane number 1, Fabiano de Toledo from Brazil, 34 years of age. This is his first race at the 2015 Parapans in Toronto. He'll have lane number 1. Next to him will be a Canadian, Nathan Clement from West Vancouver. National team 2011 was his initial foray into the national team. He swam at the Pan Pacifics in California last summer. Enrique Perez, 21-year-old, will have lane number 3 from Mexico. Earlier at the Parapans here, he was 7th in the 400-meter freestyle, but he's better in the sprints, so he should be challenging for a medal. Lane number 4 will be Carlos Serrano, and he would like nothing more than to duplicate what his countryman just did a couple of minutes ago and win the 50-meter freestyle. His countryman won the S6. This is the S7. The 16-year-old will have lane number 4. Trying to stop Serrano from winning will be Jean-Michel Lavalier. From Quebec City, goes to attend school at the university, going to the University of Laval. Gomes from Brazil, the 19-year-old, will have lane number 6, already a bronze medal to his credit in the 400-meter freestyle, the longer race earlier at these Paralympics. Kufa Reggio from Argentina, the 17-year-old, who's coached by his father, will have lane number 7. He was on the youth team for Argentina 2 years ago. Now he's on the senior team. Started out as a water polo player, but changed to swimming. Ronaldo Souza, 38-year-old veteran from Brazil, won a bronze in this race in 2011, silver back in 2007. He's getting a little bit older now. He's going to have to find a little bit more speed if he wants to race these guys who are getting a bit faster.
One length of the pool. The final of the men's 50-meter freestyle S7. Jean-Michel Lavalier of Canada is in 5. He was 11th in this event at the World Championships. He's alongside Carlos Serrano of Colombia.
Thank you, Mark. And a slow start there for lane number 5, Lavalier. He really didn't react on the gun very well, and Serrano was off like a rocket. So the question is, will that translate into the difference when they get to the end of this 50-meter pool?
We're at the halfway mark. The men's 50 free S7. Serrano of Colombia with the lead on the Canadian Jean-Michel Lavalier. And it is Serrano who is really driving hard. 5 meters to go for the Colombian. And nobody is touching the Colombian in this one. He gets the gold. The silver to the Canadian Jean-Michel Lavalier. And Gomes of Brazil touches for the bronze. That's a games record swim for Carlos Serrano of Colombia with clocking at 29.93.
That was all the start. I mean, really right off the blocks, very, very quickly was Serrano. He gets the gold medal off the start. Watch this. Boom, look at that. Man, was he off quickly. Right up there. He's got a half a body length lead right off the start. Lavalier was a little bit slow off the blocks, and then he couldn't just pick up the difference. Powering away was Serrano all the way to the wall. And you've got second and third spot is Gomes up at the top of those three from Brazil. The Brazilian comes in for the bronze medal. Here you see it again, no question. Lavier dying a little bit at the end, but just out-touching Gomes, just out-touched Perez down there in lane number 3 for the bronze medal. Games record, do the little things right. Start out with a great start. Pick up your cadence all the way through, touch the wall well. That'll get you a gold medal if you do everything right. And Serrano has now duplicated what his countryman did just a few minutes ago and won the 50 sprint.
Carlos Serrano of Colombia gets the gold. The silver to Jean-Michel Lavalier, and Italo Gomes of Brazil picks up the bronze in the men's 50-meter freestyle S7.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici les athlètes pour l'épreuve de 50 mètres libre S7 pour les femmes.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la gran final. Hombres, 50 metros estilo libres S7.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the women's 50 meters freestyle S7 final. Can we remind all spectators
Here come the women for the 50-meter freestyle S7.
You must take that off before it distracts the athletes.
Canada will have lane 4 alongside her teammate Sarah Mahan. Third Canadian will have lane 7. Mississauga.
Estados Unidos de América.
Nelia Shashford from the United States. This is her first race here at this competition. 12 years old. This is a youngster, big national team, born in the Ukraine. Moved to the United States. Jessica Hernandez, 20 years of age, from Mexico, led lane number 2. In these games, she finished 7th in the 400-meter freestyle. Veronica Almeida, the 40-year-old Brazilian, will have lane number 3. It's also her first race at these Paralympic Games. She'll have lane number 3. Next to her, lane number 4, the favorite, Tess Routliff from Canada, only 16 years of age, from Caledon, Ontario. The coach is Courtney Desjardins, started swimming at age 14 just 2 years ago. Second Canadian in the field, and lane number 5, Sarah Mahan, out of Vernon, BC, now attending McGill University, training in Montreal, 20 years of age. A bronze, the Worlds in 2013, a couple years ago. Lane number 6 is Emma Rodriguez, the 42-year-old Venezuelan, was 9th in the 400-meter freestyle here at these games. A couple days ago, she'll have lane number 6, and the final swimmer, the 3rd Canadian in the race, will be in lane number 7, Nyla Langill, 21 years of age, and school in Michigan, is out of Mississauga, Ontario. This is her first race at the 2015 Parapan Games.
This is the women's 50
One length
meters
of the pool.
freestyle S7
Final of the S7 women's 53. Veronica Almeida of Brazil will be in 3. Tess Routliff of Canada in 4. Sarah Mahan, another Canadian, in 5. Routliff was 4th at the World Championships in this race. Picked up a silver in the 200 IM.
Good start by both lane 4 and 5, the two favorites. Lane 5 with a little bit extra oomph on the start, got a little bit bigger lead right into the water in the 50-meter freestyle. The start is critical, and Mahan is the current leader. Can Routliff catch her? That's really the question.
Just over 25 meters to go in the women's 53 S7. The battle between Sarah Mahan and her Canadian teammate Tess Routliff, and it's Routliff who has just taken the lead on Mahan. 5 meters to go now as they drive to the wall. It is Routliff of Canada taking gold. Her teammate Sarah Mahan picks up the silver. That's a games record time. Almeida of Brazil comes in for the bronze. And the time for Routliff, 34.55. For Mahan, 35.59. And for Almeida, 38.13. Solid gold swim for Tess Routliff of Canada.
Rutliff was behind at the 20-meter mark, did not panic. That's very important in a 50-meter freestyle because you can look over. Watch the start now. Mahan has a great start. She comes up in front. You see right there. Rutliff is back down about half a meter behind her, but didn't panic, kept it going, knows that she's got good power, and by the time he got 5 meters from the end, it was now all Rutliff, and Mahan was just hanging on. And now at the bottom, you can see lane number 3, Almeida, will come in and touch the wall. The swimmers can start on the blocks or in the water, and Almeida, the Brazilian, chose to start in the water, which is a bit of a disadvantage, but for her, it's what she likes to do, and yet she was able to make it up and still get to the wall in time for the bronze medal. Canada won 2, Almeida, the Brazilian, comes in for 3rd.
Time of 34.55. It's gold for Canada and Tess Rudley.
Gold and silver for Canada in the women's 50-meter freestyle. The bronze goes to Veronica Almeida of Brazil. Record time for Rutliff, 34.55.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia de premiación.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the men's 50 meters butterfly S5 final.
The medal presenters are coming on deck for the victory ceremony in the men's 50-meter butterfly. The Minister of Sport for Mexico, Mr. Alfredo Castillo, will present the medals, assisted by the executive board member of the America's Paralympic Committee,
Les médailles seront présentées par.
Las medallas serán entregadas por.
The medals will be presented by Minister of Sport of Mexico, Mr. Alfredo Castillo.
Accompagné par.
Acompañado por.
Accompanied by Executive Board Member of the America's Paralympic Committee, Mr. Dionisio Salada.
Médaille de bronze.
Medalla de bronce.
Bronze medal winner, representing Mexico, Juan Reyes.
And for the second time here in Toronto at the Parapan Am swimming competition, Juan Reyes of Mexico gets a bronze medal. He was bronze in the 50 freestyle. And then he gets a bronze in the 50 fly.
He's no newcomer to the podium. He's got 7 Olympic para medals and 8 World Championship medals. A lot of them are gold. So this gentleman, Juan Reyes, is a very good international level swimmer. He gets here in the bronze medal position in the men's 50 fly. He is an S4 competitor, and he went up in a class to the S5 level and still was able to get to the podium.
Médaille d'argent.
Medalla de plata.
Silver medal winner, representing Mexico, Edgar Pineda.
44 years of age, and he gets to celebrate yet another medal. Edgar Pineda of Mexico picking up the silver in the men's 50 fly.
And he hasn't had very many trips to the podium, actually, in that long life of his. So this is going to be a very big treat for Pineda to get a silver medal, particularly because of the gentleman who beat him, who really is the premier swimmer in the world in this event in the para swimming. So this is no small feat to be able to get a silver medal behind the great Daniel Diaz.
Médaille d'or, champion Parapan American.
Medalla de oro y campeón para Panamericano.
gold medal winner and Parapan American champion, representing Brazil, Daniel Diaz.
A lot of athletes have trophy rooms. This guy would need a trophy house. Daniel Diaz gets the gold in the men's 50 fly.
Well, 15 Paralympic medals, 10 of them are gold. Innumerable Parapan medals. He won 11 gold medals 4 years ago in Guadalajara, Mexico. So he was the 2009-2013 World Sportsman with a Disability Award winner. So he has done it all, as they say.
And what he's about to hear next, he's heard many, many times in his career. The national anthem of Brazil for
l'hymne national.
Diaz.
Damas y caballeros, el
For his victory
himno
in the
nacional.
men's 50 fly.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Brazil.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés Parapan American.
Daniel Diaz of Brazil, Edgar Pineda, and Juan Reyes of Mexico. Gold, silver, and bronze.
Ladies and gentlemen, the
50
Parapan
fly,
American medalists.
4 and 5.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia de premiación.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the women's 50 meters butterfly S5 final.
We're set now for the victory ceremony for the medalists in the women's 50 fly, S3 through 5. Joanna da Silva of Brazil, Haley Berenbaum, United States, and Ticia Lucas of Brazil. Gold, silver, and bronze.
Médaille de bronze.
Medalla de bronce.
Bronze medal winner, representing Brazil, Leticia Lucas.
Still smiling. And well, she should. Bronze medalist in the women's 50 fly.
And she's got a few more races to go, and she won 3 medals 4 years ago at the Parapan in Mexico. She's out of Sao Paulo, 33 years of age. Leticia Lili Lucas from Brazil. She's a Paralympian as well from 2012.
Minister of Sport for Mexico, Mr. Alfredo Castillo, Mr. Dionisio Zelada, Executive Board member of the America's
Médaille
Paralympic
d'argent.
Committee.
Medalla de plata.
Silver medal winner, representing the United States of America, Haley Berenbaum.
Haley Berenbaum, the 19-year-old from the United States, gets a silver.
Well, I think she'll be looking forward to the games in 4 years in Peru, because 4 years ago she got the bronze. Now she's got the silver. So if you follow the logic, Steve, she's going to be able to get the gold medal in 4 years if she's still swimming at age 23, which is pretty young in this sport, actually. So I would imagine she'll be around in Peru in 4 years at the Parapans there. 19 years of age, Haley Berenbaum from the United States. 3 medals already in these games.
But I think she has to hope that this woman has retired. Joanna da Silva of Brazil, only 28 years of age. She gets her 3rd gold medal here in Toronto with a win in the women's 50 fly.
She did win the Paralympic bronze medal in the 50-meter butterfly, so she is definitely one of the very best in the world. Defending champion, defends her gold medal from 4 years ago.
and she did it with a great time, 47.55. And as a reward, you get a patchy, a medal, and you get to hear your national anthem play in your honor. In this case, Joana da Silva.
Mesdames et messieurs, l'hymne national.
Win in the women's.
Damas y caballeros, el himno nacional.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Brazil.
Just over a year from now in Rio, Joana da Silva no doubt hoping she gets to hear that anthem a few more times. Joana da Silva, gold in the women's 50 fly, the silver to Haley Barenbaum of the U.S., and the bronze to Lucas of Brazil.
And a warm welcome to the Mississauga Sports Centre, situated in Mississauga, west of Toronto, the northern shores of Lake Ontario. And welcome to our continuing coverage of the 2050 Parapan Am Games in Canada. And it is day 3 of wheelchair rugby. The matchup you're about to see between one of the powerhouses of the sport, the United States, and the newcomers of Chile. It may well be a game heavily weighted in favor of the Americans. Nigel Reid and David Legg in the broadcast booth for you as the players go through their final warm-ups. And now the introductions of the players.
Representant les États-Unis, señoras y señores, representando Estados Unidos.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing the United States,
Number 3, Rob Deller. Number 4, Adam Scaturo. Number 5, Chuck Aoki. Number 6, Jeff Butler. Number 7, Jason Regier. Number 8, Ernie Chudd. Number 9, Eric Newby. Number 10, Josh Wheeler. Number 11, Seth McBride. Number 12, Chad Cole. Number 14, Joe Delagrave. Number 21, Clayton Brackett. The head coach of the United States, James Gumbert.
Representando Chile y representando a Chile.
And representing Chile, number 1, Jose Venegas. Number 2, Victor Saiz. Number 3, Pedro Silva. Number 4, Carlos Novoa. Number 5, Alejandro Duran. Number 6, Juan Rodriguez. Number 7, Alexis Barraza. Number 8, Christian Madariaga. Number 10, Christopher Flores. Number 11, Jose Ruiz. Number 12, Andres De Cello. Number 13, Andres Opazo. Chile's head coach, Pablo Benavides.
Los árbitros de este partido son
the referees for tonight's match. From Brazil, Panda Sene. And from Great Britain, Brian Ward.
So David Legg, the introductions are complete. The Americans are a force to be reckoned with. In a word, what are the Chileans' chances here?
Nigel, if there was a point spread, I can only hasten to guess it. It could be 40, 50-point differential between these two teams. Having said that, maybe the United States comes in a little overconfident. Chile being the massive underdog figures out a way to put together a miracle game.
Well, if you're going to improve in this game, you have to play the best, and that really is the situation facing Chile. Up against the Americans, expected to contend for the gold medal at the 2015 Parapan American Games, probably alongside the Canadians. But that is a conversation for another day. There is work to be done for the white vests of the Americans. Starting lineup, starting quartet for the USA. Rob Deller is 3. Adam Scaturo wears number 4. Jeff Butler is 6. And Clayton Brackett, who will be licking his chops at the number of goals he may well be able to score tonight. The baby of the bunch, Brackett, at just 22 years of age. For Chile, they line up with Victor Saiz, Juan Rodriguez, Alexis Barraza, and Christopher Flores. So 4 on 4.
3, 2, hit it! Good job, you guys. Give them a round of applause.
Perhaps worth noting, Chile's participation in this tournament is the first time that their national team has played outside of South America. So they are truly the new kids on the block.
White vests of the Americans will shoot left to right in this first quarter. Can Chile stay with them? Can they hang tough? Can they pressure the American defense? Or will the Chileans be playing defense throughout the majority of this game? Giving chase very quickly, Rob Deller manages to keep it in bounds. Deller finding a way with the speed, and the opening goal comes very quickly. Inside the opening 10 seconds or so.
Coming into this third game of the tournament, Chile has lost both games by a considerable margin, and the United States has won both of their games, again, both by a considerable margin.
Let me put some numbers on that for you. USA beating Argentina 70-25 in their opener, 62-27 over Brazil. In stark contrast, Chile have scored, well, a combined 26 points. They lost 66-12 to Colombia, and then last night 53-14 to Argentina.
The Chilean player on that last particular play was just hit so hard that he was knocked out of bounds, which is in and of itself an infraction, and therefore is a penalty.
So what is the Americans' mindset coming into this game? I mean, it's easy to say it's one game at a time, but they know they've got the beating of Chile before the ball was even tipped.
I think that potential difficulty for the United States is keeping a focus. And I think that would, if I was the coaching staff of the United States, that would be my worry, is that they get sloppy, they start to perhaps demonstrate some bad habits.
Running repairs, something we often see in this game. Juan Rodriguez needing a wheel change.
All the result of that pounding that he took right off the end of the American's chair.
So a quick pit stop for Rodriguez. That trademark ponytail.
We'll point out that players only have a minute to get their chairs fixed, or they have to be replaced by another player.
Rodriguez sent to the penalty box, so if the task wasn't tough enough for Chile, they will be short-handed for a moment. And inevitably, the American goal follows. First for Clayton Brackett. That does allow Rodriguez back on court, so we'll be back to 4-on-4. Clayton Brackett with the beard.
You'll notice just prior to the whistle being blown, players will circle around. They're not allowed to have contact prior to the whistle being blown, but what they're trying to do is create position. Brackett able to create a turnover there by forcing the Chilean player to cross the center court line, but then to cross back into the backcourt, which is over and back, similar to a basketball interaction.
There are 3 time limitations which apply to both teams, which are important to know. When the ball is passed out from the goal line, the attacking team has 40 seconds to execute the move and hopefully score a goal. As Brackett comes through for another score for the Americans. So that's the first thing. Then, as we will see momentarily, as Chile inbound from behind their own goal line, they themselves have 12 seconds to get over half court, which is sometimes, David, easier said than done.
I can only imagine how many times tonight we're going to see the 12-second infraction by Chile or a turnover such as that will lead to an easy goal.
A very easy one for Clayton Brackett. And very quickly, the Americans jump out to a 4-0 lead.
I don't want to sound pessimistic, but Chile may have a difficult time getting the ball over half court.
Brackett picks up the loose ball on the first bounce, and then uses that speed to cruise in for another goal. And very quickly, it's 5-0.
And Chile, as I mentioned earlier, has not had an opportunity to play internationally. This is a relatively new team, so I don't want to unfairly criticize them. And they will need to take wins, however small they are, from the small successes that they're able to accomplish against what is arguably one of the very best teams in the world in wheelchair rugby, the United States.
Once again, the Chilean buffeted behind his own goal line, so the possession passes to the Americans. Della picks it up, wheels away from trouble, and uses some speed. Nice maneuverability from Rob Della. The count goes to 6-0 in favor of the Americans. Remember, of course, the Red Vests of Chile have 12 seconds to get it over half court.
And so the Chilean player calls a timeout to avoid that 12-second time clock violation. They're only allowed 4 timeouts for the entire game to be called from the floor. 2 may be called from the bench during a stoppage in play. Those timeouts are going to get eaten up pretty quick.
One of those 6 timeouts in total are gone. They are gone. And it's a familiar tactic that the defending team uses if it thinks it can't get over half court within those 12 seconds. But as David said, one of those timeouts are gone. There are no more.
So it appears the United States team has called off their press, which will allow Chile to bring the ball past the half-court line.
All the Americans in their own half of the field, their own key area at the moment. And the Chileans will be allowed over half court for the first time with Rodriguez. By Scaturo, staying with him, Scaturo. Rodriguez forced wide. Shot clock down to 13. Rodriguez having to dribble as well, once every 10 seconds.
So that infraction was called on the Chilean player, number 10. He was caught in the key area for more than 10 seconds. So similar to basketball, where their players are only allowed to be in a key for 3 seconds. In this particular instance, it's 10, and he was over.
Jeff Butler inbounds. Finds Della, has the speed to scoot away down that left-hand side. Past Barraza. In for another easy score for the Americans. And very early in this game, this is beginning to look ominous for Chile.
I perhaps need to reset my point spread that I talked about at the top of the game.
It's not unusual for 100 goals to be scored in a game, but usually those are spread between the two teams. First to pace from Juan Rodriguez, stopped by Della. Rodriguez looking for a colleague.
Good pass.
Unfortunately, Saiz couldn't collect it.
Great hustle by the Chilean player.
Offloads to Flores. Flores with white vests between him and the goal line. Forced to turn again, then forced to dribble.
So the shot clock expired in that particular instance. Chile wasn't able to score with a 40-second time limit.
There is just that 40 seconds that you have the possession to execute the move, and once it expires, possession changes hands. Here's Della outside his own key area. Quick ball forward for Scaturo. A spin and a turn away. Hit from Barraza, but that's never going to be enough to stop Scaturo. Inbounding for another American goal. The Americans at least are allowing, and they use the word allowing advisedly, the Chileans to come over halfway. Using the chair as a battering ram, Flores. Quickly in on him is Scaturo. Manages to offload to Barraza. Scaturo sticking to him.
So another 10-count violation for the Chilean player caught in the key. And this is just another example of their lack of experience more than anything else. You don't see those types of mistakes made by the more seasoned veteran teams.
U.S. possession. Inbound by Butler. Peyton Brackett. Turn away to the right. The dribble. There's no red vests in that part of the court. The easy score for Clayton Brackett. Takes his personal tally up to 6. 5, I beg your pardon. In advance, guard Scaturo for the Americans. Flores couldn't collect it. And Brackett is away again. Chileans, well, they knew it was going to be a tough task as Brackett makes his way back to his own key. But it is going to be it is going to be a long night for the men in red vest, isn't it?
I think so. I keep trying to think of ways to position it otherwise, but I can't seem to come up with it. They are in very tough against this U.S. team.
Rodriguez fumbles it. He was trying to dribble it. Brackett manages to keep in bounds. Picks up the ball in transition.
What is difficult?
Again.
What is difficult for Chile as well is it doesn't get any easier for them because they play Canada, the number 2 ranked country in the world, tomorrow night.
Come the red vests of Chile again as the hits arrive. That one from Scaturo. Flores trying to escape Scaturo, but he sticks to him like glue. Offloads to Alexis Barraza. Scaturo, the advanced guard. Backs in, this time to Flores. Maybe this time, big hit from Della. And then the final pass, just over the head of Rodriguez.
The enthusiasm and excitement, though, of the Chileans is certainly not waning. You can see the determination on their faces and the smiles and the disappointment when they weren't able to corral in that pass for a potential goal.
Substitutions coming in for both teams. For Chile, coming in for game number 1, Jose.
So the substitutions made. Now, a word about substitutions in terms of how they're made and in terms of the sport classification that is also required, David.
Okay. So let's start with the classification. There are a total of what are known as points, 8 points allowed on the floor for each team, and players are allocated points based on their level of impairment. So a player with the least amount of impairment due to their disability would be scored as a 3.5. The gentleman scoring right now would be an example of a player who has a 2.5.
That is Josh Wheeler.
A player who has greater impairment due to their disability would be graded as a 0.5. And so those scores totaled cannot be greater than 8. And what coaches will typically do is partner players together, such as a 2 and a 2 or a 3.5 and a 0.5, so that they equal 4, and therefore you substitute in groups of 2 or 4.
So on court for the Americans at the moment, Ernie Chun, Josh Wheeler, who we just score his first goal, Seth McBride, Chad Cohn. Chileans have adjusted as well. Jose Venegas, Cristian Madriaga, Mr. Flores and Andres Paza. Once again, shot clock expires on the Chileans. They're getting that close, but not close enough, aren't they?
Yes, and you can feel the crowd, which is nonpartisan in many respects, adopting the Chileans and cheering for them, not necessarily to win, but simply to score a goal.
See if it's possible. Seth McBride over for another American score. And that advantage is rising rapidly in favor of the USA. 13-0 with a minute and 40 or thereabouts remaining in the first of 4 quarters of 8 minutes each.
For those of you joining us, that's not a touchdown and 2 field goals. That's 13 individual scores to none.
Cristian Madriaga looking for a way through that wall of white jerseys. Shot clock is getting close again as Madriaga is held up. Oh! Very close. He's looking for Carlos Novoa.
You can hear the crowd moaning and wanting to see Chile score a goal.
But picked off by Josh Wheeler. And he was away like a frightened rabbit down the other end. The American number 10. Well, if at first you don't succeed, as they say. There's Madriaga. As the hits go in ahead of him. Spinning Madriaga, trying to get away from Cohn. But Cohn will not be denied. Madriaga forced to dribble.
The U.S. defense is so tough, so disciplined, and well coached. They don't provide a lot of opportunities.
Madriaga trying to force his way through. Still Madriaga. Now tries to offload. But once again, the Americans steal the ball. And away comes Ernie Chun.
So the U.S. decide to pull the ball out for the purposes of scoring with only a few seconds left on the clock, which will then allow them to retain possession.
In the second quarter, to find its way to Josh Wheeler. Offloads to McBride. Bride is stopped, but Ernie Chandler will not be stopped. And perfectly timed by the Americans with just that 1 second remaining in the quarter. As we hear the buzzer for the end of the opening period. Dominated as we expected by those white vests of the Americans. Already 7 goals for Clayton Brackett out of an impressive 15-point total for the Americans. They have denied the Chileans any sort of redemption at the other end, and at the end of the first period the US leads Chile 15-0. Well, certainly Clayton Brackett and Rob Della wasted no time and no mercy on the Chileans in this opening period, and it was pretty much plain sailing for the Americans.
That's right, Nigel, and you know, to be honest, it seemed to me anyways that they were laying off a little bit, pulling back. This could have been a lot, the score could have been a lot bigger, I suspect.
Rob Della again, one of his 3 goals in the opening period. Brackett has 7, couple for Wheeler. And all smiles from the Americans, as you might expect. Chance for them to catch their breath. And work to do, of course, for Chile, as they anticipate the start of the second quarter and another American storm. Start of the second quarter on day 3 of wheelchair rugby. The red vests of Chile, newcomers to the 2015 Parapan American Games. Well, it's a new sport, but they are newcomers, relative newcomers to the sport, looking to score a goal against the Americans, those white vests. USA 3rd in the world, only behind Canada and Australia, the world champions. And as the scoreboard tells you, David Legg, the Americans dominant so far. And I guess nobody expected much different.
No, and the Americans pulled off their press too halfway through the first quarter, as they continue to do so in the second quarter.
Clayton Brackett in, his 8th score. Brackett makes his way back to his own key, allowing the Chileans to get over half court. And on a charge there is Andres Bisello.
Oh,
big hand up from Delagrave.
Delagrave we spoke about in yesterday's game. He's so tall and has such a long wingspan. He's a physical specimen, and is able just to swat away passes with ease.
There he is, the number 14, Joe Delagrave, one of the co-captains of the US team.
You can see in his shoulders too, just that strength, the ability to hold players in position. And he can front because you're not able to pass over top of him.
Lever trying to batter his way through, offloads to Madriaga, back to goal.
Oh, can Madriaga sneak in?
Trying. He's so close. 6 seconds.
Oh, and he went out of bounds just with that last subtle turn to make the pass.
Once again, frustration for the Chileans, who are denied as the goal pylon is replaced in its precise spot. The US regain possession. Brackett quickly offloads to Delagrave, who coasts in for his second goal.
Just a small example of the level of sophistication and just how coordinated the U.S. team is. Delagrave just gave a little head nod to Brackett, and Brackett knew exactly that Delagrave was going to bust down the middle as an easy pass for a goal.
Paso to the key, but forced to stop, forced to dribble. Now looking for an exit strategy, Pisello. He's got teammates all around him. But the American defense so strong and so disciplined. As the shot clock times down another errant pass.
Oh, here we go. Hey!
It is the goal. Finally, the Chileans break through Christian Madriaga.
And the crowd goes wild. They're so excited for the Chileans to finally score a goal.
Look at the smile on his face. You'd think he just won a gold medal.
I said at the top of the game, the Chileans would have to find the small successes. Watch the expression after scoring the goal. Relief, joy, exhilaration.
Si, senor.
And right away the press is called back on.
We'll give you one, but that's all you're getting.
That's right.
That's the attitude of the Americans, and you know, all's fair in love and war.
Yeah.
That will be a goal to saver for Christian Madriaga. He then pull the timeout.
Good for Madriaga.
Trailing 18-1. In this second quarter. And the US just waits in their blocks for the Chileans to complete their timeout. Some words of encouragement from Madriaga. He says, that's how easy it is to score against the Americans. Just do what I did.
Yeah.
We'll see. Inbound from Carlos Novoa. For Bisello. Madriaga making his way forward again with the hits on the edge of the key. Waiting for the fast if it comes from Bisello. So turns away from Delagrave. Delagrave again blocking his path. 7 seconds remaining on the shot clock.
10-second violation on the Chileans in the key. The Chileans are making those simple errors, whereas the United States doesn't make any.
Just to reiterate that, the attacking player can only spend a maximum of 10 seconds in the attacking key. Then he's got to get out. As Delagrave cruises over again. And those are the basic errors that all the players know. But I suppose sometimes if you're blocked in the key, it's not as easy as it looks to get out. And it might be a deliberate tactic by itself. Madriaga forward for Chile. Runs into two American vests looking to repeat the maneuver, looking to back in again. But there's no way through. Back to Madriaga. Well, he's determined, if nothing else. Brackett in his way this time. And pushing him backwards, Madriaga.
Makes the pass.
Trying to find Bisello, but it was an errant pass. And forward with speed, Ernie Chun. And over for another American score.
Madriaga is certainly not lacking passion for this game.
Passion, determination, and all the other basic essentials needed to perform in wheelchair rugby. He is again, and the Americans allowing the Chileans into their own territory. Chana's first to react as the two number 8s come together. Madriaga stopped temporarily, offloads to Bisello. And Bisello find a way around the back. Brackett was in quickly, and pushing him away. Forced to dribble. Madriaga forced out of the key. Zing back in there again now. But the shot clock expires. Not for the first time on the Chileans. It's just so tough to find a way through, isn't it?
Yeah, the United States, they just don't give you even the glimmer of hope in scoring. There just never seems to be an open hole.
And then the quartet is changed in its entirety. Put in from Chad Cohn.
Leading block. He's going to follow his lead. Oh, that was a nice defensive play.
Turnover, and once again, it's that man Madriaga. Scoring at one end, and some do-or-die defending at the other. And looking to get over halfway.
Didn't make it in the 12 seconds. He saw daylight.
Wasn't for the want of trying. Have another look.
No, he makes a great defensive play. And then gets tied up a little at the baseline. Time is ticking. And isn't able to get it across before 12 seconds.
Bello will scoot in at the far post. To his personal tally, Rob Della scored 5 in the opening game against Argentina and 8 more against the Brazilians.
And again, those are the kind of mistakes and errors that a team competing internationally just can't afford to make.
Turnover then for the Americans. Deep inside Chilean territory. It'll come to Josh Wheeler. He'll just survey his scenery, and then with pace and purpose, and at the other post, it's change of direction by Wheeler. Inbound from behind his own goal line, Carlos Novoa finds Madriaga. Now, can the Chileans get out before the 12 seconds expire? Stayed in bounds. Forced to dribble. And the timeout is called.
And it would appear that the United States is going to, again, call back their press.
Here they are, the white vests of the Americans. Another huddle and Chilean timeout, reminding you that there are only a total of 6 timeouts per team per game. So the Chileans are getting close to that limit.
Substitutions coming in now for Chile.
Pedro Silva among them. Alexis Barraza is back with us, as is Juan Rodriguez, who is in possession. Rodriguez looking to get up ahead of steam. It's the white vests, while Rodriguez looking to go around the back. Stopped by Wheeler. And then the turnover into the waiting arms of Rob Della. Another American score for Josh Wheeler. Just that one goal for the Chileans, but it almost took the roof off the arena when Madriaga backed his way in. There may not be many more goals for Chile on this day. Here comes Rodriguez. As the big hit comes in from Barraza. Rodriguez offloads, looking for Barraza. And only into the arms of Wheeler. Quickly offloads. Couldn't quite gather it in, Chad Cohn. But Rob Della will, and Rob Della will score. Well, with the exception, as you say, of withdrawing the press, the Americans certainly aren't letting up on the scoring opportunities. And why would they in this situation?
No, and as you and I have spoken about this, the difficulty when you have such disparity in talent is that the better team plays down to the lesser team. And I think the United States needs to be very
Rodriguez
careful.
is in. Juan Rodriguez. Big sigh of relief. But he saw just that tiny gap near the near post. And Rodriguez scooted it.
I didn't think he had the room. And he just squeaked it in.
Just managed to find the room between the post, the pylon, and Chad Cohn. And Rodriguez has his first goal of the night to Madriaga's. So with just a little over a minute and a half remaining in the second quarter, the USA's advantage is reduced to 22. Alexis Barraza rolling again. Well, I wonder whether the Americans came into this game not necessarily targeting the number of goals they would score, but the number of goals that they didn't want to allow at the other end. And maybe it was, I don't know, 5 or less, something like that.
Perhaps. I would certainly think 5 goals or less would be an achievable goal.
Rodriguez uses a battering ram by Della. Wants to dribble. Rodriguez away momentarily, but Della's coming back for more.
And the Chilean player, you'll notice there, was over the baseline before he caught the ball. So effectively out of bounds when he received the ball. So like a wide receiver in football, he needs to remain in bounds before he catches the ball.
So Barraza denied. Meanwhile, Adam Scaturo will not be denied. The score for the Americans. Last minute of the first half. USA, the third-ranked team in the world after the Australians and the Canadians, as Rodriguez makes his way forward for Chile.
It's been a long time since the Americans have not been the Paralympic reigning champions or the world champions. And they're hoping to certainly make amends for that.
It's turned by Rodriguez, but Della is matching him wheel for wheel. In for Barraza. And again, the turnover. And Della is away like a March hare. And in for the American score.
The American team, perhaps best known because of their prominence in the major motion picture Murder Ball, which came out in 2005. And it's perhaps worth noting that none of the players from that team are on the current team. So the United States, very proactive.
Which in itself, David, is slightly strange because this is a player, a game that doesn't necessarily know too many boundaries in terms of the age range. We look at somebody like Rob Della, the oldest man on the US team at 43 years of age. So, you know, where are the players from 10 years ago that you would expect still to be playing into their 40s and in some cases beyond?
Well, I think what it is more than anything else is a reflection of the depth of the United States system in wheelchair rugby.
So it has been a dominant performance, and a performance that you would expect from the Americans against Chile, the newcomers. Half-time, there's a big gap between North America and South America. The US leading at half-time, 27-2. We show you some of the highlights and the statistics from the first half. US in complete control, 27-2. They just allowed those 2 goals. The offensive fouls from Chile and the turnovers, David, of course, are counting against them.
Yes, and the United States statistics, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And here we just have the United States showing why they're the second-ranked team in the world. Stout defense, dynamic offense.
And the quick passes away. The moments of high points for the Chileans have been few and far between, but there was one of them. And the face of Madriaga said it all. Huge smile. There wasn't much time to react, but Madriaga did his share of defending as well. And then Rodriguez finding a way into the corner. But one too many turnovers for the Chileans. And Rob Della, one of his 6 goals in this first period.
I love seeing the Chileans' reaction after that second goal. Pure, unadulterated joy in getting the second goal of the game.
I think his birthday and Christmases all came at once right there for Madriaga. But the fact remains that the USA have been rarely tested in this first half. And at the interval, the Americans will lead Chile by 27 goals to 2. Third period coming right up. Warm welcome back to the Mississauga Sports Centre. Day 3 of a wheelchair rugby at the 2015 Parapan American Games. White vests of the USA in total control, as they and we expected to be against the red vests of Chile, relative newcomers to the sport. The early score of the third period goes to Clayton Brackett. He has 9 goals on the night. And there will be, you feel, many more to come for Brackett and co. Start of this fourth period. The American quartets, Scaturo, McBride, Delagrave and Brackett. Rodriguez offloads to Bisello.
The United States is so relaxed with their lead that they were doing the Macarena at halftime with the crowd.
Chuck Aoki, I think, was leading the dance for the Americans and enjoying himself as well.
There was a time count violation. Chile loses the ball. Out of bounds for the United States.
So US in possession. Playing from right to left in this third period. Joe Delagrave manages to offload before the hit comes in. And over for the score, Seth McBride. Rodriguez as the American press retreats momentarily. Rodriguez looking to maneuver. He's a foot short.
Oh.
And they back in, they can.
Oh, fantastic.
Andres Bisello with the score for the Chileans. No time to celebrate, though.
Successful third goal, again just skimming the pylon.
While the Americans take their tally into the 30s early in the third quarter. Big hit from Bisello. As forward comes Juan Rodriguez. With some help from Barraza. Offloads.
Chile looking for 4. Chilean player out of bounds on the baseline. Turnover, US.
Barraza there wearing 7 for the Chileans. Quick turn from Brackett. Will use that speed over halfway, one man to beat. Managed to keep his balance despite the challenge coming in from Barraza. The score for the US. Brackett has 10 on the night.
Equipment timeout called on the floor for Chile. Need of a new tire.
So Pazzo, who needs the running repairs, the pit stop on court. Only a limited amount of time to get this done.
Only 60 seconds are allowed, otherwise they have to substitute for the player. It's like a Formula One race car pit crew.
Although in truth, I don't think any of those wheel changes have taken probably more than 10 or 12 seconds.
They're pretty efficient.
Yeah, they're very efficient. Juan Rodriguez over halfway for Chile. How many more goals can they score? Rodriguez runs into Seth McBride, but hands off! Andres Opazo.
Perhaps my indication of 5 being the goal was too little.
Well, I think it was my suggestion, to be totally honest with you. And the Americans will score at the other end with Joe Delagrave. With Chile not halfway through the third quarter up to 4. Maybe they have ambitions of upping their own total well beyond 5. Rodriguez.
The Chilean player once again, it's the second time he's done that in the last 2 minutes, out of bounds on the baseline.
Barraza penalized. The US pick up possession. Brackett Spinning away from Rodriguez and has the pace to escape his attentions. Closing in, Barraza. The bracket scoots away from him as well. We've spoken throughout this tournament about the effectiveness of speed, and there again a clear example of how dangerous it can be.
Yes. The United States, too, and that play was a good indication. They're taking it easy in many regards. They're not popping the Chilean chairs as they turn around and come back on defense like they most normally would.
Rodriguez the dribble, then loses possession.
So the Chilean player went out of bounds a third time on the baseline.
That, of course, promotes the turnover as the Americans look to bring in some fresh players here. They are changing the entire team, the entire four. Among them, Josh Wheeler. So Ernie Chun back with us again. Adam Scuturo. And Chad Cohn is the fourth member of the team. This will be Scuturo in for another score for the Americans. His third of the night. Delay over halfway, and that is almost by permission of the Americans. They've withdrawn that press on halfway to allow Chile to mount some sort of offense. But so often, David, we've seen them in this sort of position where they just run into a white-vested wall.
It's a bit of an American quagmire for them. They cannot get past that key.
Stuck in the American quicksand, you might say. Barraza couldn't haul it in.
Ball still in play. The 40-second time clock expires.
40-second violation on Chile. United States ball.
US lead by a very comfortable 30-point margin. Chad Cohn, he will inbound momentarily. Finds Ernie Chun, the quick flick ahead. And Scuturo in alone for another American score. His personal tally now up to 4. The error from Chile allows the Americans to crowd their offensive end. Cohn again inbound for Wheeler. Nice maneuver by Wheeler. And the last defender, and in at the corner.
And the U.S. decides to press. See if the Chileans are able to get the ball over half court.
Big hit comes in on Barraza as he caught the ball, but he managed to retain possession. Scuturo was in quickly.
The 12 seconds expires. Turnover to the United States.
They've only got 12 seconds to get it over half court. You're inbound from behind your own goal line. So the Americans pick up possession again with Cohn and Scuturo. Scuturo has 3 quick goals in the space of, what, a minute and a half or thereabouts. Americans continue to pad their lead. Scored 70 points in the opening game against Argentina, another 62 against Brazil. The big hit this time comes in from Wheeler. Trying to go backwards, Rodriguez. Great determination.
So in that particular instance, the turnover resulted because the player did not dribble or pass the ball within the 10-second time limit.
And the timeout is called by Chile, I believe. Remember, there are only only 6 permitted per team in the course of the entire game.
That banging sound that you might hear in the background are not fans stomping their feet or clapping. It's the equipment staff of Chile trying to fix one of their sport wheelchairs by hammering it with a sledgehammer. These chairs take such a beating.
Bearing in mind these teams are playing on a daily basis, there is not necessarily too much time to get those repairs done. Chile, 15 offensive fouls and not a single one against the Americans.
No, the Americans showing tremendous discipline, and perhaps even restraint.
And this arguably will be the most comfortable win for the Americans. And we will see a very different American lineup, I'm sure, on Wednesday when they get to play against the Canadians in the final round-robin game. In he goes again, Scaturo. He now has 6 of the Americans' 38 goals. Leading the way is Clayton Brackett with 11. Barraza collects the ball from Novoa. Then, well, manages to reel it in. And to force his way through. Past Wheeler. Goes back to him. Riaga dribbles. Needs some help here. He's being pushed away from goal.
Again, you can sense the crowd wanting Chile to score.
Shot clock less than 10. Now they need to get out of the key. Referee waiting to blow, and there is the whistle. Indeed, the shot clock expired. It was one or the other there.
And with time, Chile has to learn from these mistakes in order to be competitive on the international level.
So possession will revert to the United States. Not for the lack of trying from Madriaga. Has scored 1 goal. And
Chile was
a fierce competitor, isn't he?
Chile was able to call a timeout just before the 40-second clock expired. So then they get an additional 15 seconds put back on.
Inbound from Bicello. Novoa. Down to 6 on the shot clock. Time running short. It's expired again.
So time did expire in that particular instance. Turnover to the United States.
So the extra 15 seconds of no use to the Chileans. Again, credit the American defense. Time to time. It's like a fortress. There's just no way through. And Scaturo. Well, he's the only player in that half of the field. For the easy score for the USA. Novoa for Madriaga. It's forward they come again. Madriaga getting some pace going. Can he find a chink of light? Comes into Cone. You heard the psst, shows the somebody's blown a tire down there. And the equipment manager's quickly on the scene of the collision.
They didn't come out with a sledgehammer this time.
But it was an audible hiss as you...
yeah, we could hear that up here in the booth.
Very much so. Novoa's sport wheelchair is the one needing attention. But look how quickly they change that wheel. I mean, that's done in 10 seconds or less, David. They've got a lot of spare tires in the back there. It will be Chile ball. Inbound from Bicello. Novoa with fresh wheels. They give him a bit more pace.
Here we go.
He's in. Well, maybe the change of equipment was all Carlos Novoa needed.
Look at that little burst of speed right at the end there.
Just enough for Novoa.
Has to call an equipment timeout right away.
Novoa's first goal. Scored in every game. One against the Colombians, a couple against Argentina, and now one against the mighty Americans. Looks like they can't do the running repairs here.
I think they've run out of wheels.
Is that what it is? We'll see soon enough. So forced to make a change as Novoa leaves the court. And away like an express train comes Josh Wheeler. Unchallenged. And the Americans into the 40s in terms of goals.
And the U.S. graciously retreats, taking off their press.
It's been a long, frustrating, hot night's work for the Chileans. Picelo comes to inbound from behind his own goal line, probably for the umpteenth time. Finds Christian Madriaga, who again is allowed over half court. Some speed going, but only as far as the challenge of Scaturo. Madriaga again!
And the crowd shows their appreciation. Another quick burst. Right up through the middle, right through the guts.
Ernie Chun did his best to stop him, but Madriaga for the second time wasn't to be denied. And the Chileans have got over that 5-goal target, if that was their target.
The U.S. again waiting to score with just a few seconds left.
Will probably be Wheeler's goal. Does so with just 1 second remaining on the clock. Right at the end of the quarter. And the reason for the delay, again, one more time for us.
Well, Chile is forced to inbound the ball, therefore giving them possession. And at the change of the quarters, the possession reverts to the other team. So Chile is recognized as having possession. U.S. starts in the 4th quarter.
As we hear the buzzer for the end of the 3rd quarter. 11 goals to a bracket, 7 for Scaturo. He had a profitable quarter. Wheeler has 8. And it all adds up to another position of dominance for the United States, leading Chile 3/4 of the way through this game by 41 goals to 6. Well, if you thought it was all about the US in this game, you'd probably be right, but the red vests of the Chileans managed to get themselves on the score sheet during this 3rd period, David.
I blame it on the U.S. team doing the Macarena during the halftime show. They let up a little bit. Chile was able to score 4 goals in that 3rd quarter, doubling their output from the first half.
Well, they got 0 in the 1st period, 2 in the 2nd. As you rightly say, David, 4 goals in the 3rd period. And Madriaga again on the scoreboard as you see him chatting with one of the technical crew there. So, little battles won as he gets a little hose down from one of the Chilean team staff. But as we await the start of the 4th quarter, USA leading Chile by 41 goals to 6.
For those of you perhaps wondering, those spray cans are needed as many athletes that play wheelchair rugby with quadriplegia have difficulty with thermal regulation, so need to be cooled externally.
Start of the fourth quarter, fourth and final quarter. Each quarter lasts 8 minutes. Chile through Opazo, going forward. Going into that white-vested wall, looking for the lob pass, but the turnover will benefit the Americans and Rob Della over half court. Madriaga doing his best to get back. It cannot stop Della from scoring and extending the US lead. 7 goals now for Della. So basically what you're saying is that some of the players need a hosing down from time to time.
Yeah, for more than one reason, perhaps.
13 for Chile's Andres Opazo. Screen was provided by Madriaga.
Look at this.
Opazo
had the opening briefly. Wasn't able to capitalize quickly enough.
So again,
they're in trouble
still
of
running,
being 10 in the key. And that's exactly what the call is.
As an offensive player, you can only spend 10 seconds or less inside that key area, that rectangle that frames the goal. Or the referee's whistle will penalize you, as it did again there. Clayton Brackett is back with us. And unchallenged. The dribble, Madriaga will not get there in time. 43-6. Brackett has a dozen. Once again, the Americans back off, allowing the Chileans over half court, which is one of their problems solved. But can they solve the problem of piercing that American back line? Madriaga trying to go round the left-hand side, runs into Brackett, stays in bounds, but needs a little bit of help here. Madriaga quickly to the far side, but once again.
So the Chilean player, again, knocked behind the baseline. It's a turnover.
All part of the American defensive strategy.
Oh, incorrect. My apologies. It was the American player that was behind the baseline. A rare penalty for the United States.
So short-handed. Can they score despite being a man down? And they will do through Clayton Brackett. Just cruises in, hands off the ball to the referee. Brackett has 13 now. But it has been a breeze for him and the Americans for much of this game. Brackett watched by Opazo.
Chile still having a difficult time getting the ball in and over half court with a man advantage.
They do this time, and they are over halfway. 28 seconds left on the shot clock. Opazo still making good hard yards here. Opazo
needed to make that pass just a few seconds earlier. They would have had a score.
Just delayed. And the shot clock continues to run down to 11 and 10. Madriaga, whatever he's going to do, he needs to do it quickly. Down to 3 on the shot clock. It's going to expire on him, is it?
Just about.
Ran out. He did try and find Opazo.
The shot clock running down, sees the open player with 1 second left on the clock. Just wasn't able to rein it in. There's 21 turnovers to none for the United States.
And I think that demonstrates, as you've said, the inexperience of the Chileans and also the discipline and the skill with which the Americans go about their work.
Agreed. And you look at that number of turnovers and consider that the United States didn't press for 3/4 of the game so far. That number could be significantly higher.
So the timeout coming towards an end. And, Chile with some repairs. The sport wheelchair of Carlos Novoa. Finally got one off.
That was the one they used the sledgehammer to put on. No wonder it was so hard to get on.
Well, he'll have to... The 3 Chileans on court at the moment. And finally Novoa makes 4. Brackett facing his own goal. Away quickly from size. And then the cushioned pass forward. Quickly in for Chad Cohn. His first score of the night. To plump up the Americans' total to 45.
That score could easily be in the high 60s to 70s right now.
Here again, as you see Novoa over half court, that is by permission, if you like, by the Americans, who decide to withdraw that press and just protect their own key area. Novoa again. The teammate in front of him. No route to goal for the time being. Now maybe he does.
Oh, nice play.
Oh, couldn't quite rein it in. Opazo.
Clever play.
Stretched as far as he could.
So he draws the players to him. Is he a threat to score? Just dumps it over. Oh, and again, just can't quite get a grasp on the ball. So it's instances like that that Chile needs to take solace with and know that with a little bit of time, a little bit of practice, those will be scores.
Of course, the mishandle just allows the Americans to take their time. They will have inbound. So a couple of substitutions are made for the Chileans. Flores is back with us. And Jose Ruiz also back on the floor. What's going on here? The referee having a chat with the Chilean technical crew.
So a technical foul called on the Chilean bench. My assumption would be is that the players on the court, perhaps with their classifications, went over the 8-point limit. I would guess by mistake, by error, but just based on the conversation that I saw between the player and the coaches.
As you can see down below you there, Jose Ruiz has come straight to the penalty box.
So a player has to serve the penalty, and it would have just been the coach's decision to choose that player.
Ruiz is the odd man out for the time being. Rob Della will run in unchallenged for the score.
So what has to happen is the coach needs to put cards on the scorer's table indicating the players that are on the floor and the points that they represent. And I just assume that an error was made in that process.
Bearing in mind, as David explained to you a little earlier, the total number of points in terms of sport classification that can be on the court at any one time.
Great play.
Is 8 as Juan Rodriguez in to score a 7th goal for Chile.
Again, just a clever, quick pass. Seeing the player cutting, perhaps through a back door. And those are the types of passes you need to make against the tough, staunch American defense. They got to be quick, they got to be decisive.
Pair of goals for Rodriguez, 2 also for Madriaga and 2 for Rapazo. Again allowed over halfway. He looks to get up some speed, trying to find a gap.
Oh, and they tried the same type of play. They almost had a goal.
Ruiz denied at the last. There are substitutions for the Americans. Back is Scaturo. Back also Josh Wheeler.
So the Chileans on that last goal attempt had a player go over the end line just prior to the goal scoring attempt. That's got to be the 6th or 7th time that's happened to them tonight. They cannot make those kind of mistakes.
Alan Scaturo in unchallenged for the American score. Rodriguez. Bounce, which he must do once every 10 seconds, or pass off to an opponent. Over
Great
the top.
pass.
Can they get in for the score?
Fabulous play.
They can indeed. They can indeed. And Christopher Flores, a moment he'll remember for a long time.
And good for Flores, too, because he was the player that was being called for that over the end line a number of occasions. Oh, whether or not he had full possession, I don't know, but they called it a goal.
It almost escaped his grasp, but somehow, just somehow, Flores managed to, in the opinion of the referee, maintain control of the ball and cross the American goal line. So 8 now for Chile. Can they get into double figures against the dominant Americans? They will if Rodriguez has anything to do with that.
Oh, it's just a quick handoff.
Stopped on the line, he's there. Flores is in again for Chile.
Flores is on fire all of a sudden.
Well, 2 goals in a minute for Christopher Flores. Clever work here. Hand off from Rodriguez. And then it was just a matter of muscling his way over the line.
And a look of relief, seeing the referee's arm shoot up, indicating a goal.
Josh Wheeler at the other end takes the Americans into the 50s. 9 goals for his personal tally. Scored 12 last night against the Brazilians, did Wheeler. Novoa. Again, looking for that space. Locked away by Della. Well, it was meant for Flores. This time, couldn't control it. Just a matter of inches short of the American goal line.
Flores almost had the 3rd goal there. Just off his fingertips.
No Chilean has more than 2. Controlling it with comfort at the end, Adam Scaturo. A little over 2 minutes remaining in the 4th quarter. The Americans again withdrawing the press, allowing Chile to mount some sort of offense. Don't expect that against the Canadians. Novoa, watched by Della. Going to try and back in here. He might do so. He has done so.
I think he faked everybody out on that play, including himself. I don't think he necessarily knew he was going to score that way. suddenly found himself in the open and backed in.
So Carlos Novoa.
Well, I certainly didn't expect Chile to score 10 goals in this game.
Joins those of his teammates on 2 goals. And Chile, to their great credit, are into double figures. Rodriguez will run in to Wheeler. Novoa, can he back it again? He has done. Well, I wouldn't say the floodgates are opening for Chile, but they're scoring a lot more goals.
Fabulous goal. That's a tough pass to make.
Normal service resumed at the other end, though. Rob Della just teasing Novoa.
Just taking some time off the clock just to finish the game. So the U.S. can get ready for the next 2 nights of round robin play before the semifinals on Thursday.
Now can Chile cap a spirited performance with another goal in the closing seconds?
And I'm happy for the Chileans finishing this 4th quarter in a strong fashion, having scored some impressive goals. Keeping their energy high.
And having made the interception, Della over halfway, just seconds remaining. This may be the final play of the game. Plenty of time. Della's got all the court to score. As the shot clock and the time clock runs down, Della's just biding his time and over for the score with just 1 second remaining in the game. Della takes his personal tally to 11. Only second behind Clayton Brackett. And you might say the Americans took their foot off the pedal and they allowed Chile some measure of respectability in this game. But the fact is that it is a 3rd straight comprehensive win for the Americans. A measure of respect for the Chileans who never gave up and worked hard throughout. But it was always going to be an uphill battle for the South Americans against the 3rd ranked team in the world. US win again. They've beaten Chile by 54 goals to 11.
Señoras y señores.
At the starting line.
Jean-Jean Daniel Pepperon qui vient de faire 5,52 m, excellent à son but.
On the track, they're warming up for the women's T54 800 final. Weather beginning to cooperate for these athletes as the rain is letting up. The winds have died down. Still very wet, cool, inclement weather conditions for track and field. Look at the start list. 4 athletes in this final, including the American Hannah McFadden. Has a best this year of 1:53.40, the fastest in this field. A 19-year-old who was born without fibula or femur and had her leg amputated. There's Sherry Madston of the United States in lane number 3, returning to competition at the 2013 Worlds after a 13-year break. She's 39 years of age. Bronze medal in this event, rather in the 400 meters at the 2013 World Championships. Running in lane number 4, that is Hannah McFadden of the United States. Was born without that fibula and femur and then had it amputated. She was the female para-track high school athlete of the year last year. From Canada, running in lane number 5, Deanne Roy. From Sherbrooke, Quebec, had a spinal cord injury in an ATV accident at the age of 17. She's now 44, 5-time Paralympian. And in lane number 6, this is Kelsey Lefebvre. Has a best this year of 2:08.30. Competitor from the 2013 IPC World Championships. Her personal best is 1:54.11.
We now turn this race over to our starter.
Race is turned to the starter now. That with the Americas and world record. Tatiana McFadden with the world record set in 2015, June of this year, 1:42.72. She is the younger sister of Hannah McFadden, who is racing for the United States in lane number 4. Check that. Tatiana is the older sister, Hannah the younger sister in the McFadden family. Lined up in lane number 4. Final of the women's T54 800.
they're holding these women for an awful long time on the start line here. I'm not sure quite what's going on.
Well, they're having problems with the starter's pistol. It sounds like they're testing it here. We're all set for the final, the women's T54 800. Hannah McFadden of the United States in lane 4. Her older sister Tatiana is the world record holder in this event. Anne Roy of Canada in lane number 5 as they go through the turn. McFadden with a good bend as they go down the back straight. Building its lead as they get through that first turn and now can move down along the inside of the rail. Hannah McFadden of the United States. Just ahead of Deanne Roy of Canada, building about a 5-meter lead as they come down the straight for the first time.
This is the painful way to win an 800. Try to go gun to wire. Hannah's trying to run away from Deanne Roy. She's a veteran of these affairs. She's been on the national team for years and years, and she's chasing her down.
Bell lap, 1 lap to go in this women's 800 in the T54 class. And the American and Canadians battling around the turn. Deanne Roy beginning to move up on the shoulder of the American, Hannah McFadden. And passing her down the back straight. Roy moving hard now with 200 meters to go. In front of the American, McFadden, as they hit the bend for the last time. McFadden trying to answer back. Roy making her move with about 600 meters to go as they hit the bend and down the home straight one last time in the rain. Deanne Roy with the lead. McFadden of the United States is not going to catch her today. The Canadian with much more strength and endurance as she powers to the finish line. It is Canada first, Roy, and McFadden of the United States second. And the race for third is all Sherry Masden of the United States. Kelsey Lefevre, the third American in the field, will finish fourth.
And Hannah might have been a little bit ambitious trying to run away from Deanne Roy, a veteran with many, many wins under her belt, who has been in this position before, chasing down a newer, younger competitor with maybe not quite so much experience who thought that she could run away, but Deanne really dug deep in this event. And here we see her going past Hannah on the backstretch. Hannah does tuck right back in, which is a very smart move. She's moving back into Deanne Roy's slipstream, into the draft. But here we see she just didn't have enough. When you go out that hard in an 800 meters, it's almost guaranteed that you're going to blow up at the end. And Hannah really just spent it all at the first part of the race. We see Deanne pushing across the finish line, exhausted. She's got to be incredibly happy with that win.
Deanne Roy, 6-time champion, 5-time Paralympian, integrated with medals at several distances in Paralympic competition. And the 44-year-old resident of Sherbrooke, Quebec, captures the gold here at the Parapan Am Games in the women's T54 800.
And a good lesson for McFadden. If you're going to run away from someone with a resume like that, you better be sure you're game.
The 19-year-old American outsmarted by the veteran Canadian as Hannah McFadden settles for the silver behind Deanne Roy's seasonal best performance, 2:01.24. Sherry Madsen of the United States will get the bronze medal, and Kelsey Lefevre fourth.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Second round competition now in the men's discus for F51, 52, 53, and 57 classes. So these men with varying degrees of impairment will be using a number table system to decide the medalists here today. 5 men in the competition. We can see all but one are in the F57 category. That's Alfonso Cunningham of Jamaica. in the F53. And as we complete the list of competitors, we have one in the F52 and another in the F57.
C'est pour une troisième fois de suite aux Jeux Paralympiques de 2007-2011 et 2007.
Alfonso Cunningham of Jamaica, one of the big favorites here. His second round throw. You see he's strapped down in his seated position.
And these throwing chairs are highly customized. They're designed around the athlete's disability to give them the best combination of balance and speed and power that they can achieve.
Mexico's Fernando del Rosario Gonzalez.
F11 discus, De Silva, the winner. He won it with the first throw of this competition.
His second round throw, good for 31.98 meters, puts him in third place. Now, Diego Paulino dos Santos of Brazil, who was 32-31 in his opening round, goes 35-31, put him into second place after the second round.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United Kingdom contre celle qu'on surnomme la Queen du Canada et du Québec.
So the discus with Cunningham of Jamaica with a seasonal best in the lead right now with this prorated point system as they move 5 classes together. As we look at the start list for the men's 400 meters in the T38 classification. Colombian Dixon De Jesus Hooker Velasquez running in lane number 5. Be interested to keep an eye on him to see what he's got left in the tank. A 58.08 clocking his seasonal best this year. As we set the lanes from Honduras in lane number 2, Carlos Velasquez. A best of 104.59. Velasquez is only 21. Running in lane number 3 from Nicaragua, Luis Alejandro Prado Guerrero. A best of 1 minute flat point 30. Lane number 4, one of the favorites in this event, Wainer Javier Diaz Mosquera of Colombia with a best of 53.60, in a class by himself really in terms of his personal best. Diaz in lane 4. Lane number 5, the long jump silver medalist. There's Hooker Velasquez of Colombia, back for more, running in lane 5. 58.08 clocking this year. Lane number 6 from Nicaragua, Carlos Castillo, 58.72 best. Lane number 7 from Colombia, Juan Carlos Medina Valencia. A personal best time this year of 59.26. And in lane number 8, Jesus Cortez Roman from Mexico. A personal best time of 58.59. Finalists in the men's 400 T38.
The Parapan Games record in this event, 55.51. We have 3 athletes ranked in the top 10 in the world. All have run under 60 flat.
Jeff, what can you talk about in terms of the impairments that they've had to overcome?
So these athletes will be dealing with an increase in muscle tension, reduced ability to stretch, reduced flexibility. And you can see there's a coordination issue here too. So some of the athletes are choosing to start in blocks and others are choosing to start upright.
Final of the men's 400 meters, T38. And they're away fairly in this final of the men's 400 T38. And already Diaz in lane 4 making up the stagger, running past Hooker Velasquez and looking him go down the back straight. Diaz Mosquera of Colombia running strongly through the first 200 meters, tracking down Medina Valencia running out in lane number 7. As they go through the bend with 200 meters to go, it is still Diaz Mosquera looking very strong, running up on the shoulder now of Castillo of Nicaragua. And they come through the bend, beginning to tie up now. Diaz, Hooker Velasquez really feeling the pain as Diaz tries to track him down, but it's Hooker Velasquez holding him off in a tremendous display of athleticism. 20 minutes after winning a silver medal in the long jump, he's on the track here and he wins the gold in the 400. Time of 54:36, an America's record in an impressive performance by Dixon DeJesus Hooker Velasquez. Diaz, he came in with the fastest time in the field, settling for second in the silver medal at 55:91. And Cortez Roman of Mexico third for bronze with a personal best. But Hooker Velasquez absolutely gutted. An America's record, a gold medal 20 minutes after claiming the silver in the long jump.
Very impressive to have done this after a long day in the long jump pit. You can see his compatriot tying up in the inside lanes. And this reduced ability to control the body, this increase in muscle tension, is made worse by fatigue. So the 400, which is one of the most painful races on the track, is made much, much more difficult by the very nature of these athletes' disabilities. Amazing performance.
Amazing indeed. Dixon DeJesus Hooker Velasquez, the T38 gold medalist in the men's 400 meters, adding gold to the silver he captured less than a half an hour ago in the long jump.
And almost over a 3-second PB for this man.
Diaz of Colombia, his compatriot, finishing second for silver at 55:91, not far off his personal best. So Hooker Velasquez with a tremendous personal best here today and an America's record at 54:36, ahead of Diaz, his compatriot from Colombia, the Mexican Cortez Roman, third for bronze with a personal best at 56:94. With 4 personal bests in that men's 400 T38 final. Fourth round in the men's long jump F38 classification. Dixon DeJesus, Hooker Velasquez has jumped 4:41 in his second round. Trying to go better than that. That might be an improvement here in the fourth.
He looks like he slipped a little just on the takeoff. Doesn't look very happy with the jump.
On your mark.
4:57, 4:57 for Hooker Velasquez. That moves him into the silver medal position. To the fifth round now for Jose Mendoza of Venezuela. At a best of 4:46 coming here. And that'll be very close to that mark for Mendoza of Venezuela.
Gets a decent run up. Looks like he's well placed on the board.
$4.56 for Mendoza. That moves him into third place, 1 centimeter behind Hooker Velasquez of Colombia. Now the leader, Pedro Neves da Silva of Brazil. Best of 4:97. That's an improvement there. He's past the 5-meter mark. the leader in this competition, adding to his margin.
Really good run up, well placed on the board. Looks like he may have dragged a foot, or he would have had an even better jump.
$5.11 for De Silva as he solidifies his stranglehold on the gold. And the final results look like this. Pedro Neves de Silva first, 5.11 meters. The silver goes to Hooker Velasquez of Colombia at 4.57 meters. And Jose Mendoza settles for the bronze, 1 centimeter back, the finest of margins at 4.56 meters. The field in the women's 100 meters in the T38 classification includes the America's record holder from Brazil, Veronica Hippolito, running in lane number 3. Her compatriot, Jennifer Martins dos Santos, one of the fastest athletes in this field as well. So the two Brazilians expected to duel. The young American running in lane number 2, Aubrey Hedden. Next to her in lane number 3, one of the big favorites, Veronica Silva Hippolito. Suffering from cerebral palsy due to a brain tumor which caused a stroke and affected movement on the right side of her body. Despite the impairment, she has competed in able-bodied athletics until 2013, when she discovered she was eligible for para-sport athletics. Lane 4, that's Maria Zamora of Mexico. Lane number 5, Jennifer Martins dos Santos. Dos Santos also dealing with cerebral palsy. She holds the Parapan Am record of 14.63. Lane number 6, Lucia Muro of Mexico. Personal best clocking of 15.56. Lane number 7 from the United States, Suzanne Areno. Americans sending 2 very young athletes to Toronto in this event. Areno only 16. Her compatriot Aubrey Hedden only 15.
And both American athletes in the T35 category running against T38s. Now, unlike in the field events where there is a factoring system, this is a head-to-head race. No times will be altered and no times will be factored.
Women's 100 final, T38. Dos Santos of Brazil in 5, Hippolito of Brazil in 3. The favorites in this 100 final. And they're away cleanly. Hippolito running very well right next to Dos Santos. And now Hippolito giving way. What a margin of victory there as she runs to victory in 13:30 ahead of Dos Santos, her compatriot. And her time for Hippolito rounded down by 1/100 to 13:29. In a brilliant start, the two Brazilians really in their own class in this event. So Hippolito with a new Parapan Am record at 13:29. As we take another look at it.
Second best reaction time at 0.192 seconds. She got out of the blocks very cleanly. And look at the energy that she's generating with her arms. Running very, very well. Smooth through the finish, generating lots of speed right up until the 70-meter mark, and finishing very strongly. Straight down the middle of her lane. The very, very well run 100 meters.
Veronica Silva Hippolito of Brazil, first for gold in the women's 100 T38 final, with a new Parapan Am record in the process of 13.29 seconds. The Brazilians 1-2 for gold and silver here today. Hippolito and Dos Santos ahead of Lucia Muro of Mexico, third with a personal best of 14.92. Here are the official results in the women's 100 T38. Hippolito with a new Parapan Am record ahead of her compatriot Dos Santos, and then Lucia Muro of Mexico with a personal best of 14.92 for bronze. 4 personal bests in this women's final. The young American Arenal with a personal best of 17.79 for 5th in the USA. We're all set for the men's 100 final in the T35 classification. In Argentina, well stocked and well represented down the middle of the track with Aravina and Barreto, 2 of the fastest men in the field. Aiden Gent of the United States, hoping to give them a battle as we set the lanes. Running in lane number 2 from Mexico, Eduardo Verdun has a best of 14.66 seconds. Lane number 3 from Argentina, this is Nicolas Arvina, gold medalist in this event in 2013 at the Youth Parapan Games. He's only 20. Running in lane number 4 from Argentina, Hernan Barreto, the reigning champion at this distance and ranked number 1 in the world at 100 and 200 meters in the T35 category, and the heavy favorite here. Next to him in lane number 5, this is Aiden Gent of the United States. 22-year-old has a best this year of 13.74. In lane number 6, representing Argentina, this is Diego Gonzalez, the 18-year-old with a best clocking this year of 13.46 seconds. Gonzalez in lane 8. And completing the field in lane number 7, Nicolas Pino Moreira of Chile, 14.71 best so far this year. The athletes to watch, the men in blue. The Argentinians have 3 men in this 6-man final, but it's Aravina in 3 and Barreto in 4. We have the fastest times coming here to Toronto. The starter wants all of the athletes to stand up. One eager beaver there, I think, out in lane number 2 in Verdun of Mexico. So the starter with control of this men's 100 final in the T35 classification as the rain begins to come down again. Aravina of Argentina in 3. Stand-up start next to his compatriot Barreto, the favorite in 4. And they're away cleanly. The American Gent gets a good start, but here comes Barreto. Barreto now moving away from the American and Aravina as they come down the straight. Hernan Barreto working hard, great pumping fist first across the line. It's Gent of the United States who's second for the silver. Hernan Barreto first unofficially at 12.82. The fastest time he's run so far this year, and breaks his own America's record by 3/100ths of a second. Great fraternity here of these young men in the T35 100. And Aiden Gent of the United States upsetting Aravina of Argentina to get the silver. But the RG's embrace after a great victory by Barreto.
Gent gets the best reaction time, best start of the field. He gets out in front of all of the rest of the athletes. But then at the halfway point, he gets taken over by Barreto. Continues to increase his lead, carries himself through the finish line for his victory.
Jeff, talk about the impairment that these athletes are overcoming here to race to victory.
Well, these athletes are dealing with issues around tightening of muscles, fatigue that sets in a little earlier because of the tension that the muscles are going through. And so for them to overcome, go through the lactate phases that the able-bodied athletes would, takes an enormous amount of effort.
Spectacular effort indeed, as Barreto was beaten out of the blocks by the American gent, but then found his stride to victory here today in the T35 100. And America's record for Barreto as he breaks his old mark by 3 100ths at 12.82. A personal best for the American Aiton gent for silver. Aravina settling for the bronze in the men's T35 100. Let's set the lanes for the men's 100 in the T36 category. There's Alexis Alvarez of Argentina running in lane number 2. At lane number 3, Jose Flores of Colombia. Flores with a best of 12.84 in this event. Running in lane number 4, Enrique Rotondo, one of the favorites here today, with a new personal best at 12.71. Rotondo, who was the gold medalist last year at the Paris South American Games in this event. Next to him from Brazil, in lane number 5, Rodrigo Pereira da Silva, whose best this year is 1/100th of a second slower than Rotondo. So a good matchup there in 4 and 5. Lane number 6 from Colombia, Juan Marino Marquez. A 12.81 clocking personal best. He's also quick. And in lane number 7, representing Nicaragua, this is Gabriel de Jesus Quadra Holman. Battling with cerebral palsy, was a Paralympian in the top 10 at 200, 400, and 800 meters in 2012 in London. The men who will contest this men's 100 final in the T36.
Mark, we have 4 athletes in this race. The 4 athletes running in the inside or the middle lanes with personal bests inside of 13/100ths of a second of each other.
Rotondo with a 12.76, America's record. Has run 12.71 this year. He's in lane 4 for Argentina. Da Silva in 5 for Brazil, 12.72. Closely matched athletes. The gun in their way, and Rotondo gets a jump on Da Silva out of the gate. It is Rotondo with the lead, but here comes Marino Marquez at the line, so close. Oh, it is! Marino Marquez with a great finishing flourish for Colombia at 12.57, coming out of darkness when it looked like Rotondo had Da Silva beaten, and Marino Marquez of Colombia comes out of nowhere to win.
Marquez really made that happen in the last 20 meters. What a great finish.
12.57, and America's record, smashing the old mark held by Rotondo of 12.76. But we are being informed that there is a report on this race from the officials, so we'll have to wait and see. But in the meantime, Juan Marino Marquez grabs the Colombian flag to celebrate his gold medal victory here in the T36 100 for men. 21-year-old Colombian had come into this event with a 12.81 personal best.
Rotondo gets out of the blocks with a reaction time of 1.36, which is one of the best reaction times we've seen so far. Seems to be holding on to the lead, seems to be on his way to victory, but all of a sudden, from the outside lane, he's overtaken, and Marquez comes through for the victory. What a great last 20 meters that athlete had.
Marquez, not having the advantage of the starting blocks either, had great acceleration through the last half of the race and is jubilant in victory here for Colombia. 12.57, a new America's record and a gold medal for Juan Marino Marquez. These results now are unofficial for the men's 100 T36 because there is a report of this race. But right now it's Marino Marquez of Colombia with the America's record and gold ahead of Rotondo and De Silva, the two heavy favorites, pipped today by the Colombian. Wheelchair athletes on the track ready to contest the final of the men's T53 classification here in the 100 meters. A couple of three Canadians in this event, with Brent Lakatos, the decorated Montrealer, running in lane number 4 here today as we set the lanes. Lane number 2. This is Martinez Sarmiento representing Colombia, has a personal best this year of 16.74 seconds. In lane number 3, from Canada, Ben Brown from Cambridge, Nova Scotia. Was a bronze medalist in 2013 at this event, the Canadian Championships. Lane number 4, from Canada, Brent Lakatos. Montrealer, a gold medal contender, a quadruple world champion, 4-time Canadian champion, making his Parapan Am Games debut. Lane number 5, representing Brazil, powerfully built, Fernandes da Silva. Best this year of 15:01. Da Silva, a gold medalist in this event, the defending champion from 4 years ago. In lane number 6, Jean-Philippe Miranda of Canada, a 28-year-old with a best so far in this event of 15:39 this year. Lane number 7 from the United States, this is Spencer Kimbrough. 16:11 clocking in a personal best time coming to Toronto. Lane number 8 from Venezuela, this is Jesus Aguilar. He was the silver medalist in this event 4 years ago in Guadalajara. And in lane number 9, representing the United States, Arturo Torres. Torres with the fastest clocking this year of 16:20. But Lakatos in 4 for Canada with the fastest time so far this year in this field. The holder of the world record and the America's record. Lakatos in 4, De Silva in 5. The gun, and they're away in the T53 final, and Lakatos with a terrific start. He's already got the advantage on De Silva and pulling away. It is Brent Lakatos putting on a show here today for Canada, racing away from everybody to victory in 15:20 unofficially. A display of power and speed by Canada's Brent Lakatos. His time rounded up to 1/100th at 15:11, ahead of De Silva of Brazil at 15:82, and the Canadians Miranda and Brown coming 3rd and 4th respectively. Jean-Philippe Miranda will get the bronze medal, but the day belongs to Brent Lakatos as he receives congratulations from the Brazilian Fernandes da Silva.
What a dominant performance by Lakatos. Right from the gun, he's out in front. He's almost a half a chair length clear by the 3rd stroke. You see him building up speed, still in his acceleration phase here. Hits his top speed here. Now he's just trying to maintain. His turnover is incredible. His cadence at that point must be well over 100 strokes per minute.
And a great battle by the 2 other Canadians, Ben Brown and Miranda, for the bronze medal, and it was Miranda prevailing by 7/100ths of a second.
And a 4th place by Ben Brown, who's never been to an international competition before. I don't even think he's been to nationals. Is a wonderful, wonderful performance for this young athlete. Wow, look at the power going through the chair. You can see his front fork actually flexing because he's putting so much power into it. He's turning it over very, very well. You can see his very smooth stroke. Brent has one of the best techniques in the world. He's really studied technique and practiced it to develop that smooth, strong, almost looks like it's effortless stroke.
This is Brazil's Tiago Paulino dos Santos. And his 5th round attempt to try to get himself on the podium. The rain continues to come down as dos Santos anchored, lets it fly, the southpaw. Oh, that's a good looking throw. He has thrown 38-19. That was his 3rd round, but look at this, 40-66. Enough to move dos Santos into the bronze medal position. So the final standings here in the men's discus in the F51, 52, 53, and 57 classifications. Cunningham, the Jamaican, leading the way. Dos Santos, Batista dos Santos of Brazil, and Paulino dos Santos, the 2 Brazilians, 2nd and 3rd for silver and bronze in this men's discus final. On the track, semifinal number 1 in the men's 100 meters T11 classification for the visually impaired. These athletes running with their guides. And the field includes Lucas Prado of Brazil, the defending champion in the 100 meters from the 2011 Parapan Am Games in Guadalajara, Mexico. There's Prado running down the middle of the track in lane number 5. Lost sight in one eye due to a work accident, then contracted chorioretinitis in the other, losing his vision completely in 2006. His life went off the rails when he lost his sight. He got involved in drug abuse and alcohol, but got back into sport through the encouragement of his family, and that has put his life between the white lines here and back on course. The winner here today will qualify for the final automatically in the first of 3 semifinals in the men's 100 T11. David Brown, the American, is the world record holder and the America's record holder, and he's still to come. We'll see him in semifinal number 2 here this evening. Running in lane number 1, that's Albertino Madura. As his guide gets him set, his guide is Jesus Arias de la Cruz. But Prado was the man to watch in Brazil. Diaz of Venezuela next to him in 3. Lucas Prado in 5 for Brazil. Alexis Acosta of Argentina in 7. Diaz, the next fastest man in this field, but only the winner will advance directly to the final. You could see Acosta's guide, Bruno Zanacci, giving him some claps, trying to get him alert, ready to go. Lucas Prado and his guide tie up as these athletes are now settled in the blocks and ready for the start. Semifinal number 1, T11 100. The gun and a great start by the Brazilian Prado. Prado, though, giving a challenge from Diaz. Diaz, though, giving way as Prado hits full stride to the line first in 11:34 unofficially. Lucas Prado looking well-oiled and in fine form here in semifinal number 1 as he glides to victory. 11:36 as his time is rounded up by 1/100th and a seasonal best opener for him here in Toronto. Jesus Diaz of Venezuela, 2nd at 11:70. Then it's Acosta of Argentina and Maduro of Aruba in that order.
Both athletes in the inside lanes get off to very, very good starts. A very even race up to the midpoint of the race. But that's when Prado starts to take off, accelerates through the 70-meter mark, and finishes off very, very strong.
Prado with a powerful guide.
And look at the synchronicity with which they're running.
So Lucas Prado races easily to victory here in semifinal number 1 in this T11 men's 100. And his guide, Justino Barbosa dos Santos, a powerhouse of a guide. In fact, he had a stride on Prado until they got to the line. A great guide to have in the sprints.
And they have to be very careful of that. The runner absolutely has to cross the finish line before the guide, or it's an automatic disqualification.
The rain is finally let up here in Toronto on a very cool, damp night. We've had torrential rain for hours throughout the afternoon and evening. But these men in semifinal number 3 of the men's T11 100 for the visually impaired get set in the blocks through the help of their guides. 3 men in the final, along with their guides. The winner of this semifinal will move directly to the final, and then the next fastest loser overall. As we check the start list here today, 4 men in this semifinal number 3. Mexico's Mauricio Chavez in 1, Brazil's Felipe de Souza Gomez in 3, Colombia's Delfo Jose Arce Orozco in 5, and Argentina's Franco Bravo in 7. First place finisher automatically to the final. And this race featuring the prohibitive favorite from Brazil, Felipe de Souza Gomez, running in lane number 3. The 29-year-old is a 2-time Paralympian, won the gold at 200 meters in London at the 2012 Paralympics. Jeff, these guides so important in such a quick race for these visually impaired athletes.
It's absolutely critical that they run as a team, they run as a unit, and that there's absolutely no miscommunication between these 2 men.
David Brown of the United States, who holds the world record and the America's record, has already advanced in semifinal number 2. He appears to be the man to beat in this T11 men's 100. See the guides helping the blind athletes find their marks in the blocks and then get their hands behind the start line.
And the T11 is the most involved with no perception of light. They cannot recognize the shape of a hand at any distance, so they're completely blind, meaning that the guides are absolutely crucial to the point of even lining their hands up on the line.
Gunning their way here in the 3rd semifinal, and a great start by Arce Orozco. Orozco beating Gomez out of the blocks, and they break up. It is Arce Orozco first, and then Gomez, de Souza Gomez, who looked like he came untethered from his guide halfway through that race. But the favorite upset here by the Colombian, Delfo Jose Arce Orozco. His time 11:91 unofficially, ahead of de Souza Gomez at 12:15.
It really seemed as if Gomez did not have a very good race. You rarely will see a guide turning and yelling at an athlete, encouraging them that way. It's rarely needed. They get out of the blocks very, very cleanly. De Souza gets a reaction time of 1.44 and just storms away from the other competitors. Very narrowly beats his guide across the line, which of course is critical. The runners have to beat the guides across the line or it's an automatic disqualification. You see here the guide is actually in front of Orozco. Backs off just at the last minute, letting his athlete cross just in front of him.
So Delfo Jose Arce Orozco of Colombia, a bit of an upset here as he advances automatically first in semifinal number 3. 11.91 seconds ahead of Felipe de Souza Gomez of Brazil at 12:15. Then Bravo of Argentina and Chavez of Mexico 3rd and 4th. So here are the men who have advanced to the final. David Brown, the world record holder, easing up in the last 20 meters to an 11.16, winning his semifinal. Lucas Prado, the big Brazilian favorite, with a seasonal best here, along with Diaz of Venezuela, and Orozco with that surprising win in semifinal number 3.
Nigel Reid alongside David Legg in the broadcast booth. This one, David, whets the appetite. This might be a mighty close game.
This is going to be the best game of the evening, I think. This could be a preview of the bronze medal.
Referees from Australia and Sweden. Yellow and green vests of Brazil. Thought to be the best of the South Americans, but the Colombians
Number 5, Alexandra
not far behind
Number 8, Papayahu Hoffman. And number 12, Alexandra Ziuriatu.
Respective coaches, Jonathan Vargas of Colombia. He knows this is a big, big opportunity.
And the starting four for
the Colombians.
Number 4, John Roscoe Nunez.
Brazilian starting lineup. Watch out for Taniguchi and Giuriato.
Number 25, Edgar
Who will not need the invitation to go forward and score. And for the Colombians, 2 names stand out. One particularly, number 4, John Orozco. We've seen what a titanic competitor he is.
Orozco has played very well in this tournament. Brazil easily defeated Colombia the last time they played a couple of years ago in a Maximus tournament, which was in South America. But Orozco was not on the team at that time. He had not been classified. Colombia took him to a tournament in Poland to ensure that he would be available for this tournament, which he is. He could be the difference maker.
And Orozco, when you say classified, he is the only 3.5 sport classification on the Colombian team. We'll go into the detail of that momentarily as the 2 teams end the camaraderie. This is going to be a full-on game between Brazil, who already know they're going to host the 2016 Paralympic wheelchair rugby tournament. And Orozco there wearing number 4 is back to you. He is one heck of a competitor. We've seen it already this week. He takes no prisoners and will certainly take none tonight up against South American rivals. Underway then between Brazil in those yellow vests and the navy blue vests of Colombia. And quickly is Alexander Giurato, and over for the first goal inside the first 15 seconds.
I suspect this is going to be a tight game. Look at this very quick goal, maintaining balance. And quickly back the other way.
Orozco, the handoff, looking quickly for Rodriguez. Colombia will have possession, the inbound from Carlos Neme. Finds Edgar Venegas. And they find a way.
The Colombian players purposefully battering rammed the Brazilian player out of bounds on the baseline, results in a penalty for the Brazilian.
And then comes Gilson Junior. He'll sit it out until the next goal is scored. So temporarily the Brazilians down to 3 on the court. It's 4 on 4 generally.
The referee there was giving an early warning on contact before the whistle. I think both officials recognized that this is going to be a closely fought game with huge intensity and big implications for the remainder of the tournament. Wanted to set the tone early that they were in charge.
Inbounds for Orozco. And the Colombians tie it up. Watch out for the Colombian number 4.
You can see the Colombians circling around already, trying to hem in the Brazilians so that they can't break out easily. Taniguchi up to that challenge.
Taniguchi over halfway, which he needs to do in the first 12 seconds from the inbound from behind the goal line. Hands it off for Giuriato. And Brazilians back in front. So basics, David, we've got 2 teams of 4. We've got 4 quarters of 8 minutes.
Quick pass, quick pass. That's the way that Brazil's going to have to do it, with a more balanced attack as opposed to a high-low one that Colombia uses with a classification 3.5 from Orozco.
Target was Orozco, but picked off at the other end.
You can see Taniguchi already celebrating there as he grabbed the ball knowing he had an easy score. Great defensive play, fast turnaround. Taniguchi, you can see him there, knowing that was an important goal.
So as you were saying, 4 players on the court at any one time of the 12 on the selected roster, but there is more to it than just putting 4 players on the court, because the sport classification has to add up to 8 as well. Just explain that for us.
Exactly. So in para sport, in Paralympic sport, one of the principles is classification, whereby they try to minimize the differences in the disability.
Giuliato takes a tumble, I believe, on that far side and hit the ground hard.
For those of you new to watching wheelchair rugby, it was originally called murder ball, and you can certainly see why. This is a tough sport.
There'll be many thrills and spills throughout this game. Giuliato.
Most important person on each team may be the equipment manager, who's responsible for getting the players back into the game quickly and ensuring that the wheelchairs stay wheeling.
So Brazil starting the game with the same quartet they began last night's game against the USA, with Junior, Taniguchi, Hoffman and Giuliato. Who's the right way up again now. Up against the Colombians, Orozco we've already spoken about. Then there's Neme and Rodriguez and Vanegas to start this game. It's indeed Rodriguez who goes into the penalty box. So another short-handed opportunity here for the Brazilians, who've opened that early advantage. Inbound from Neme. Vanegas. And they score short-handed. They may be able to here. Orozco. It's a great spin from Orozco. And scores with only 3 players on the court.
So as I mentioned earlier, Orozco not playing against Brazil in earlier matches. A relatively newly classified player. He's playing very well. He could be that difference maker.
And marks at the far post is Giuliato.
So as Nigel and I alluded to earlier, the players are classified based on the level of impairment from 0.5 to 3.5. And the 4 players on the court cannot add up to more than 8 points.
So Orozco, for example, of Colombia is the only 3.5 athlete. Here he is again. And in quickly for another goal for the Colombians.
Brazil employs a different strategy, whereby the majority of their players are either 2 or 2.5 in their classes. So that's referred to as a more balanced lineup.
Giuliato, who's already appeared on the score sheet, is one of only 2 3.0 athletes for the Brazilians. The other, Moises Batista. We will see him shortly, I'm sure, as the Colombians take the first of their timeouts. And the timeouts are limited, David.
There are a total of 6 that each team has at their disposal, 4 that the players may call during the course of the game. They will typically use those when they find themselves in trouble, and 2 can be called by the bench during a stoppage of play.
So the first timeout for the Colombians, the first of 6 total throughout the game. And what we have seen, and what we may well see in this game, is when you're inbounding from behind your own goal line, you have that 12-second limit to get into your opponent's half of the field. And if you realize the clock is against you and you're not going to make it, that is often an opportunity to call one of those timeouts. But once they're gone, they're gone. Colombians have already used 1.
The Colombians will press the Brazilians, not give them any inch coming up the court. They just pushed Taniguchi back over the baseline. Did Taniguchi get a timeout called in time, though?
Certainly the timeout was the signal from the referee.
Yeah, Taniguchi got the call in time before he was knocked out. That was a smart call by Taniguchi, recognizing that he was just about to turn the ball over by going out of bounds.
Experience of Alexandre Taniguchi, the co-captain of the Brazilians.
Taniguchi spent time the last couple of seasons playing club ball in Birmingham, Alabama at the Lakeshore Foundation.
Hoffman dispossessed and then handed off by Orozco to Neme. And we're all square.
Referee's calling equipment timeout, recognizing that the chair is needing some work. Great goal by the Colombians, keeping it close.
Once again, the influence of Orozco. Quick handoff to Neme. He charged in with pace.
Majority of players in wheelchair rugby have spinal cord injuries resulting in quadriplegia, so they typically don't have trunk musculature, so those straps are so important for maintaining their balance in the wheelchairs.
But the sport itself of wheelchair rugby has evolved, and it's not just spinal cord injuries that we see now.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Nigel.
Forward is Hoffman to score for Brazil.
So those athletes now with amputations, cerebral palsy, muscular dystrophy, etc., are now also eligible and classifiable in this sport.
Vanegas out of his own key, taking the big yards, hands off to Neme as the hit came in. Neme over halfway. Vanegas is there in support. Orozco one-handed catch.
Nice pass.
Will hand off. Rodriguez.
Oh, great effort by Brazil to tip it away just before he scored.
Frustration for Rodriguez.
Watch these quick hands come in, just tipping the ball away. The Brazilian the last to touch it, however, so it remains Colombia's ball.
But until that late intervention, terrific hand passing by the Colombians. Quick hands to set up that opportunity. Taniguchi now away for Brazil. Has been arguably their best player.
Oh, great play by Orozco to get that quick hand out and deflect the ball away.
Influential in both halves of the court. Will score at one end, directing, as you can see, at the other. Strong defense of Orozco, a real all-round player. Chiriato.
Nice
hands
pass.
it off.
Right over the head of the Colombian player with his back turned, wasn't able to deflect it.
In for Hoffman's goal.
Good outlet pass by Orozco.
Oh, Rodriguez
able to corral it in.
Well, as advertised so far, David, there's very little in it.
So Rodriguez, whose classification is lower than Orozco's, you could see, therefore, has less musculature available in his arms, but is still able to corral that ball in.
Chiriato with a quick burst of speed. And the ball over the top. Simple goal for the Brazilian. But it was the speed that made it. And speed in this sport, as in so many others, is a real difference maker, isn't it?
Absolutely key.
Brazil by 2.
On that play there, the Brazilian player was called with a spin, and so what he had done was hit the other Colombian's player, the Colombian's wheelchair, behind the axle, causing this chair to spin.
So Brazil short-handed with Gilson Jr. in the penalty box. So an opportunity here for the Colombians to reduce the arrears.
It's a very similar play.
Rodriguez gathers it in. Can he get across the end line? Forced backwards. And the momentum temporarily is lost.
Timeout called by the referee. Equipment timeout. In that particular instance, the chair could have possibly caused damage, and so the whistle was blown even though Colombia had possession of the ball.
Chiriato getting the running repairs.
As we have said time and time again, the equipment manager is so important on each team, perhaps the most important person on the
It's
bench.
almost like, as you say, a Formula One pit stop, but those repairs on court have to be completed within 60 seconds, or the player involved has to be substituted. Usually we've seen these done in a 10th of that time. But this actually is going to take a little longer by the looks of it.
I wasn't able to see the back part of the chair, but it looked like a small piece had broken away. The punishment that the chairs take, let alone the players, is phenomenal.
We're attached and Giuriato is mobile again. Orozco constantly talking, encouraging his teammates.
Orozco's the most animated I've seen in this tournament. He really has taken on a leadership role in tonight's game.
Orozco takes the big hit, but maintains possession and finds the room.
Great play, great vision.
Well, he's going to cause the Brazilians problems all night, isn't he?
Watch this, Orozco just turns the corner, hits the line hard.
Taniguchi in a bind, but finds an outlet. Now Giuriato. Once again, the speed takes him away from Venegas and over for the Brazilian score.
Brazil has been able to break the Colombians' press on most occasions tonight. For Colombia to win this game, they're going to have a more effective and aggressive defense, particularly on those press.
Venegas out of his own key. Forward for Orozco, unmarked. Turns inside and outside, Giuriato.
And Rodriguez comes over to set that pick the last minute. Makes it an easy score for Orozco.
Well, we have a real game on our hands here. Just 1 point the difference.
Watch Orozco wait for Rodriguez to come over. Sets the pick. It's like a pulling guard. And the running back just waiting for the hole to open.
Giuriato needs more attention to that right wheel, which came off just a couple of moments ago.
Nigel, you and I have laughed throughout this whole tournament. We cannot believe that they brought that many wheels from South America.
How did they get them here? I mean, you know, you could carry a plane full of, literally a plane full of wheels, and that probably wouldn't be enough.
The beating these chairs take is unbelievable.
Giuriato, is he going to be able to continue? Indeed, the substitutions are being made. So Giuriato
Batista
makes his way off.
Is the new player on the floor, and he's a fun player to watch.
Where's number 11? Watch out for him.
Very passionate, full of emotion.
Batista, there he is with a headband. And just watching him in the warm-up, I mean, he was wheeling himself around like a scolded cat, and that was just the warm-up.
like a water bug who moves around with such precision and so quickly.
Also Bruno Damasceno, and here he comes. The aforementioned Moises Batista. Over his first score of the night. 9-7 in favor of the Brazilians, but there's never been more than 2 goals between these two. Brazilians just holding sway, but not by much. Venegas fumbles.
Ball bouncing around. The referees had a look at each other. Decided it was Colombia's ball. The Colombians don't want Orozco throwing the ball in. They want him having the ball thrown to. So Orozco will try and position himself and then come back to get the ball, but the Brazilians are doing a good job of boxing him out enough, letting him come and get the ball.
And everywhere Orozco goes, it's already noticeable that Batista is going with him, which of course...
And this play has worked a couple times
frees
now.
up Rodriguez. And over he goes. And Colombia within 1 again.
That combination of Rodriguez and Augusto seem to be working well.
Batista, the hustle to get away, stays in bounds. Followed by Neme and Rodriguez. Shot
Good
clock.
pressure by Orozco and Rodriguez.
That's going to be a battle royale, you know, between Batista and Orozco. They're going to get very familiar with each other over the next little while. And for Damasceno. Referee's whistle brings it all to a halt.
Orozco got called. Orozco doesn't agree. breaching foul, similar to what you'd see in basketball, the player going into another player's vertical space.
Rueful shake of the head from Orozco, but he's got to sit it out for the time being. So Colombia short-handed. Some running repairs for Batista. They're ready to go again. Brazil with the man advantage, and deep inside Colombian territory, an easy score for Batista.
And you could see as Brazil was about to score that their players were already trying to position themselves to deny Orozco an opportunity to receive the ball on the inbounds play. Swarming like, circling like sharks almost, waiting for their prey, but they can't make contact before that whistle.
Inbound from Neme, over the top from Venegas, looking for Rodriguez.
Oh, and Rodriguez gets it, and a reach in by the Brazilian player. Probably saved a goal regardless.
Damasceno pays the penalty. So Brazil a man short until the next goal is scored.
Watch this reach in by Dum. Yeah, you can see it right there on Rodriguez. It was probably a smart penalty regardless. Rodriguez would have scored easily.
Orozco rides one challenge and will now go in unchallenged. Again, Colombia within one of the Brazilians.
The Brazilian not going back onto the court, not sure why. The referee finally waves him on.
Jose Aguino inbound. Batista, that burst of speed.
Knocked the ball loose.
Couldn't.
Relentless pressure. This is a fabulous game.
Batista did all he could to keep control. Finally, that wheel just touched the sideline. And the wheel on the sideline is out of bounds.
These players only have 12 seconds to get it over, and they just did it. Orozco makes a great pass to Rodriguez McKinney, and he gets pressured.
Clattered by Aguino, forced wide. Orozco.
Smart pass by Rodriguez to see Orozco, who can turn the corner. Rodriguez makes the right pass at the right spot at the right time. Orozco able to turn the corner and get the goal.
Batista and Orozco coming together again.
Oh!
Well, Orozco smashing Batista over the goal line.
Orozco coming over and just making sure that Batista's okay. Tremendous respect shown between the players. Even though it is an obvious, rough, and violent sport.
And Orozco once again, for the second time in the space of 2 or 3 minutes, is back in the penalty box. We are all square at 10 apiece, with a minute and 40 left in the first period. Rodriguez trying to make some room for himself as...
And not only does Orozco serve the penalty, but the goal also counted. Oh, a silly error by the Colombians. Passing the goal line before he threw the ball in. A turnover, Brazil's ball.
Brazil by 1. But it has been tight from the start. Aguino comes over to inbound. Finds Damasceno.
So Brazil will score, but while scoring, try to set themselves up for a defense against the Colombians' next offensive play.
Damasceno's goal. And the margin is 2 again in favor of Brazil.
So Orozco serving a technical penalty because he did not come out with that goal scored. So he serves the full minute.
The hit between Batista and Neme. Venegas in possession.
timeout was called by Columbia, recognizing that time was ticking to get the ball over half court. They're in tough having Orozco sitting out this technical foul.
Edgar Venegas, a word with the bench. And without Orozco's influence, Columbia are a very different team. Venegas penned in by Aguino.
Yeah, Columbia's going to have a very difficult time getting this ball past half court.
They've given it away. They've given it away to Damasceno.
This could be a real turning point in the game. Orozco allowed back in.
Finally, there he is.
So the turnover leads to an easy goal by Brazil. They need to get the ball to Orozco or Rodriguez, who can hopefully get it past half court for the Chile.
Down goes Rodriguez. Under pressure over halfway, but tipped over. Brazilians looking to exert the pressure, extend their lead.
So getting bumped from behind. Not a dissimilar play to the one where Orozco was penalized. And so Batista also being punished with a penalty call.
So into the penalty box for the Brazilian.
You can see that the Brazilians are trying to hem in Orozco, so they'll try and pass it to Rodriguez, and hopefully he's able to go in for an easy score.
Rodriguez handles, forced backwards. Now there's traffic.
Hands it off to Orozco. He's the ball handler.
Neme will back his way in. For Neme. Aguino on the charge for the Brazilians. Neme's doing everything he can to get back. He can't stop the Brazilian. And 3 the difference again. Orozco. Quick turn from Orozco. Looking for clear water. The dribble. And the handoff to Rodriguez. Couldn't handle it. And Rodriguez goes down again. Under pressure from Aguino. And I think he caught his right arm there. I think that one hurt.
Yeah, I think so too. Rodriguez looks like he's in a fair bit of pain.
Just holding that right upper arm.
Batista being called for the penalty again. Orozco needs to hold on to that in the future. Rodriguez, as good a player as he is, does not have the ability to hang on to some of those tougher passes and can be more easily caught. Orozco sometimes needs to be a little more selfish.
Rodriguez, you see there, is a 1.5 classification. That's in stark contrast to Orozco, is a 3.5. Venegas, Orozco, and the score for Colombia. One-handed catch from Orozco. And down to 2. Closing seconds of the first period. It has been feisty.
Big hit.
It's been physical from literally the first tip-off. And it shows no signs of slowing down. Orozco reaching in. The pass away to Batista. Using the speed. Batista's in.
4 seconds left. Brazil scored just as they wanted to, not leaving the Colombians much chance to score before the end of the quarter.
Orozco, the big throw out over the top of Neme. And the clock will tick down, and the buzzer goes for the end of the first quarter. And what a great first quarter that was between 2 highly committed, highly disciplined teams and highly physical teams. A lot of tip-overs in that first quarter, but Brazil just edging it over their South American rivals from Colombia. Brazil leading at the end of 1 by 15-12. been all action at both ends of the field and some very big hits in this first period.
Exactly as we expected and anticipated. This is by far the roughest, most aggressive game that we've seen so far this tournament. It's been a fun game to watch.
Rodriguez in the wars on more than one occasion. And Orozco on Batista, for which he served the penalty.
It's always great to see no love lost, but at the same time, mutual respect and recognition of each other's abilities.
Brazil by 3 at the end of 1. Just time to catch our breath as the second quarter begins. And Cristina Maya, all the substitutes and quickly away, using Julian Vargas as the screen.
Oh, the referee took quite a shot to her shins.
Maya's momentum taking him into the official.
Colombian
goal. Colombian's goal, sorry, do beg your pardon, David. Just reducing it to 2. I believe 15-13 the current score, certainly in the stadium.
Colombian player being penalized for a hit before the whistle.
So Neme in the box, Colombia short-handed. The way to score is Damasceno. Meanwhile, the Colombians tipped over in the build-up to that goal.
The Colombians have put Orozco on the bench and brought out Alvarez for this second half. Alvarez started in the game that the first game that they played in this tournament and was quite effective.
Just to underline that point, we are in the second period on court for the Colombians at the moment, with Orozco off, having scored 8 goals in that first period. Alonso, Neme, Amaya and Vargas for the Colombians. Up against some of the substitutes for the Brazilians. Gunter is on. Taniguchi still there. Damasceno and Abreu now on court for the Brazilians. 12-player roster. Here comes Alonso. Forced backwards, but might find a shooting lane.
Alonso, a big, strong, aggressive player. Got preoccupied with trying to score, did not dribble or pass the ball within a 10-second time limit, which results in a turnover.
Brazilians pick it up. Damasceno inside his own key, looking for the long pass forward. Will find it. Let's cushion that path, and on the first bounce, the score is Davi Abreu. It's his first goal of the night. Davi Abreu, 4 goals in the opening game against Canada, 5 more against the Americans for Abreu, the Brazilian number 9. While Alonso being the technical assistants.
He needs to make his way all the way back to receive the ball. So far, the turnovers, not that great, reflecting the efficiency of both teams.
Amaya backing his way out of trouble.
Colombian player efficiently calling a timeout, knowing that the 12 seconds was likely to be called very soon, and that his wheel had started to fall.
Amaya. So Brazil by 4. Giuliotto leading the way for Brazil with 5 goals. Not on the court at this stage, just taking a breather after his efforts in the first half. Taniguchi there is number 5. And he's always likely to be in the thick of the action. Talking of Taniguchi, there he is with a hit. Trying to steal the ball from Vargas. Vargas looking for the handoff.
Oh, he got the call. He got the timeout call in just in time.
Again, reminding you, when you're playing out from the back, you've got 12 seconds and only 12 seconds to advance over half court.
But you've only got 4 of those timeouts to use from the floor. Colombia is burning through those timeouts quickly.
Inbound from Neme. Finds Amaya. Amaya stuck. Forward for Alonso. Beaten away by Damasceno. Abreu turning away from Alonso. Dribble from Abreu. Now the turn of speed.
Oh, nice head fake.
Abreu in to score again.
Watch Abreu's fake right here as he comes up. The Colombian player zigged when he should have zagged.
Amaya throws it away. It might work if they keep it in bounds. Alonso
great
does.
hustle, great hustle.
But only into the path of Damasceno. Brazil pick up the loose ball. Damasceno away. Over half court. There's the dribble, hands it off to Abreu. Gets the hit from Alonso, but it's not strong enough to prevent the Brazilian score.
Brazil starting to pull away a little bit here in this second quarter. Chile needs to stop this flow.
Alonso trying to retain possession.
The Colombian coach might consider bringing Orozco back into the game.
You know, you took the words right out of my mouth, and it's noticeable in the second period. As you say, Brazil beginning to draw away, and it's got to be something to do with the fact that Orozco is not on the court. Taniguchi for Brazil. There's Abreu ahead of him, if he can be found. Taniguchi might go himself here.
Nice pass. Taniguchi continues to impress me with his awareness of the floor and rugby smarts. Very intelligent player.
Rafael Hoffman back with us, in for the score. Neme inbounds for Alonso. Alonso over half court. It's part of the job done. He'll go himself here, will he? It's blocked off by his own man.
Oh, but Taniguchi was out of bounds, so will serve a penalty. But his own player has to recognize that he needs to get out of the way.
With the face here of Alonso. If there is ever a face of a competitor, it surely belongs to Moises Alonso of Colombia. As you rightly say, Taniguchi then into the penalty box. Alonso
just got to
the
hit
long
that
way
corner.
around.
That's it.
Alonso away, and sheer persistence takes him over for the score. Colombia know that they can't afford to fall too far behind here in the minutes leading up to half-time.
Agreed. This is a very important part of the game for Colombia if they want to try and keep this close.
Hoffman for Abreu. He's lost a wheel. Julian Vargas, who's minus a wheel there.
Alonso called an equipment timeout. At least he had both his wheels still.
Mobile once again. The big hits, but played forward. Firstly for Alonso. Speeds away, Alonso. There's no stopping him that time. Down goes Amaya.
An inadvertent hit, leading to the quick spill. So Alonso, knowing that he was being chased, had to grab that ball quickly and turn on the afterjets right away.
Amazing what a little bit of grit and determination will do for you in those crucial moments.
I can feel that the players have amped up their intensity in this game versus perhaps those two that I saw them play earlier.
Back with us is Alexandre Giuriato, and quickly into the action with another goal for his tally. He leads the Brazilian scorers with 6.
This game has a playoff feel to it versus some of the other games we've seen earlier in this tournament, perhaps.
Amaya looking to make some hard yards. Turned into trouble. And Gunter waiting for him.
And again, calling the timeout. His coach not necessarily happy with the result of that, wanting them to speed up their attempts in getting the ball out of their half.
So Colombia will retain the possession here. Inbound from Neme. Alonso is being shielded. Neme looking for an option. Goes long for Amaya. Turning away Ngunta. Time against them. It's behind Neme. Can he get it over halfway?
Oh,
not quite.
Just didn't get it.
He was on halfway as the time expired. You've only got those 12 seconds to get it into your opponent's half of the court.
I am surprised to not still see Orozco in the game for Colombia. Alonso, as strong a player as he is, has not been able to make the same contributions as Orozco did in that first quarter.
Well, it can't be a tactical substitution. I mean, you've got to give the guy a breather from time to time, and maybe at this point of the game before halftime, let him recharge those batteries and then come out all guns blazing after halftime.
Perhaps, yeah. Maybe we will see Orozco play the rest of the game following the half.
Down Giuriato. Surrounded by Colombians. Just a dribble nonetheless, and pass off for Higuino into the Brazilian score.
As we mentioned earlier too, part of it is the tandems of classification. So perhaps it's a result of needing to give a rest to the 0.5 that often gets partnered with Orozco Rodriguez. Maybe he requires the rest prior to the half. Ball tips off of. Oh, but got it just in the nick of time.
Down by Vargas, but Higuino is the beneficiary, and Higuino with the speed into the corner. Another score for the Brazilians, who had their lead to 9 midway through this second quarter.
And the Brazilians slowly pulling away. And you can see right there the importance of that strapping around the waist because of the lack of trunk musculature as a result of the spinal cord injury.
Running repairs for Moises Alonso.
Alonso's chair has been repaired, based on my unofficial count, 5 times already this quarter.
Remembering, of course, they have just 60 seconds on court to effect any repair. If that cannot be done, then the player needs to be substituted. Shake of the head from Alonso.
And that's exactly what will happen. He comes off, another player needs to come on.
So Alonso out of the equation temporarily. And in comes Christian Narvaez wearing the goggles. As Alonso takes an enforced rest. Narvaez wears 12. Neme inside his own key, looking to offload to the newcomer Narvaez. And Amaya speeding away here, trying to find a way around that yellow brick wall. Frustration, little room to operate. Can he go around the outside? Closed off by Aguino, forced to go right, then hit by Aguino. Narvaez, 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Whatever they're going to do, they need to do it quickly. Just 5 seconds remaining. Can they get it in? Time's going to expire. It's over. Couldn't get it in the regulation 40 seconds, and more frustration for the Colombians, David.
Yes, and again, the Brazilians are just pulling further and further away. What appeared at the start of the game, in the first quarter particularly, as a potentially close battle, is slowly looking like the Brazilians will walk away with this.
Giuriato, the quick release in for Anderson Klaus. And now it is a 10-point deficit the Colombians are facing.
Colombia starting to make some errors, some simple ones perhaps. I don't know if the tension has gotten to them. But those are the kind of errors that you can't make in a tight game against a strong team like Brazil. And keep in mind that Brazil has not won a game yet this tournament after having lost to both Canada and the United States, so they are itching for a victory.
Well, if they needed any motivation, which I'm sure they didn't, that was certainly it, knowing that having played the perceived top 2 teams in the tournament, there are 6 nations participating, and generally believe that the Canadians and the Americans are a class apart of the 4 South Americans. Amaya offloads quickly, finds Vargas. Vargas can't get there before Damasceno blocks his path.
Colombia not bringing in Orozco or Alvarez. They don't have a player out there who can control the ball and be a scoring threat without those two.
Still 2:38 remaining in the second quarter. No sign of movement on the Colombian bench at the moment. Some attention for the sports wheelchair of Anderson Kais. As Neme prepares to inbound for Colombia, they need some goals from somewhere. Maybe it'll come from Narvaez. Scoots across the edge of the key area and the dribble. Not making much forward progress.
No.
Narvaez again dribbling. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. And then the lob pass Couldn't be corralled by Neme.
Right now, Colombia isn't providing a scoring threat on the floor. The Brazilians are able to sit back and just play strong defense and wait for the shot clock to expire. Confusion on the Colombians.
Will be Brazil's ball. Nice inbound. Quickly into Giriato. Finds the release. And manages to find Abreu. He can use his pace. Quick release, and then finishing off to Giriato. And 11 points, the difference now between Brazil and Colombia. Giriato has 7 of those goals for the Brazilians.
Nice outlet pass.
Gonna find Vargas. Has he got the speed?
Oh, and Vargas uses his arm to defend the player and push him off. Brilliant play.
Well, there are times when you can and times when you can't. Just explain that in terms of what's legal and what's not in terms of bodily contact.
Well, so as an offensive player with the ball, he was able to do so. It's almost like a basketball player putting a forearm out to protect the ball. As a defensive player, if you were to have reached in like that, that would have been a foul. Almost like a straight arm from a football player with the ball.
Timeout for the Brazilians, I believe. Remember that you are allowed 6 in total in the game. 4 called from the players on the floor, 2 more at the discretion of the coaching staff. Taking on some extra fluids. But the Brazilians, well, their conversations between Orozco of the Colombians and their technical staff.
They don't need to be talking on the bench. They need to be getting Orozco on the court.
Well, my next question to you is what is the conversation all about at this stage?
I cannot imagine. They're letting this game slip away from them.
Maybe they have some tactical master plan that you and I haven't seen yet. Giriato takes the big hit from Narvaez. Neme manages to...
Nice play by Neme. Good pass.
Narvaez reaching in.
Jump ball called. Both players had possession of the ball at the same time. Possession arrow indicates that it's going to Brazil.
Under a minute and a half remaining in the half. Brazil by 10. Slowly but surely gaining the upper hand against their South American rivals.
Good defense by Colombia, forcing the quick timeout called by Brazil.
So if you're on the Brazilian bench at the moment, you're very happy about the fact that Orozco is not on the court for the Colombians, but are the Brazilians comfortable with the way they're managing this game?
I think if I was Brazil, I'd be very happy with the way that this game is going right now. I still, for the life of me, cannot understand what the coach is talking to Orozco about.
This conversation's been going on fully 5 minutes, and Orozco shows no signs of returning. Nice inbound for Brazil. Quick pass off for Giriato, who's been trying to scoot away down that left wing. Rides both challenges and then loses possession. Manages to get it back with some help from the wheel of Abreu. And then more conventionally uses Davi Abreu and in for the score. (27-16) for Brazil. Narvaez over the top looking for Neme. Tapped quickly by Amaya. Over halfway.
Nice back pick. Good protection of the ball.
Maya trying to turn away from trouble. Find a gap. There's the dribble. Maya. Now the pass off.
Oh, no, because the other Colombian player who was expecting the pass had crossed the goal line just before the other player, number 12, was able to corral the ball and bring it in. Watch here. Number 11's crossing the line before 12 gets it. So the goal does not count.
That's where communication is so key. Because Vargas thought it was coming to him. Narvaez nipped in. Couldn't control it. And now there we go. Time about to expire at the end of the second quarter, which is why Kais was taking his time scoring that goal. 3 seconds left. Can the Colombians do anything with it? They cannot, as the buzzer goes for half-time. And it is Brazil who have gained a significant upper hand in the first half of this all-South American rivalry against Colombia. Good consistency, and they've restricted Colombia to just 4 goals in that second period. And Brazil, at half-time, leads Colombia by 28 points to 16. A glance at the half-time statistics, the most important of which is the scoreline, 28-16, so 12 points the margin, or 12 goals the margin in favour of the Brazilian. The majority of turnovers, David, falling the way of the Colombians, and that is clearly hurting them.
Yes, and that is typically indicative of the score. You can't turn the ball over, because that means you're not scoring, and they are.
Alexander Giudiato. We've seen Orozco was extremely influential in that first period, but not sure he appeared at all for the second. And as a result, the Colombians, having scored 12 goals in the first period, only managed 4 in the second. And frankly, it's a mystery to us up here in the booth as to why he's played so little in the second quarter of the game.
Agreed. I, for the life of me, can't understand why Colombia would not play either of their top 2 scorers for the majority of the second quarter, and that certainly showed with only scoring 4 goals.
Alonso there, an illustration of what he brings to the party. 2 goals for Alonso, but 8 for Orozco. And now the conversation begins in earnest as to how Colombia will claw back the deficit, which stands at 12 at half-time. Brazil leading Colombia at the interval, 28 goals to 60.
Here we go.
Welcome back to the Mississauga Sports Centre. Nigel Reid and David Legg in the broadcast booth with you. It is day 3 of wheelchair rugby, and we're watching the most competitive game we've seen thus far. And this is one of the reasons why he's back. Number 4, John Orozco, back on court for the start of the third period for the Colombians. Wearing number 4, dominant player leading the scoring for the Colombians in that dark blue jersey. The yellow and green vests of the Brazilians, who carry a 12-point advantage as Venegas goes over for the first score of the third period. Colombia, David, come into the third period with their original starting lineup of Orozco, Neme, Rodriguez, and Venegas.
And they score almost immediately, which again leads us to wonder why they sat out so much of the second quarter.
That is number 6, Jose Higuino, who keeps his place at the start of the third period alongside Damasceno, Gilson Jr., and the exuberant Moises Batista. Orozco again.
Orozco just weaving his way in and out of the 4 Brazilian defenders to score. Boom. Neme's played, I think, the entire game so far.
And for Damasceno in for the score as Brazil approaches the 30-goal mark. A 12-point lead at half-time. Damasceno takes his personal tally to 3. It'll be interesting to see whether they can maintain that 12-goal lead now that Orozco is back with us, or whether the Colombians' presence back on court can lead to that revival that Colombia needs.
The Brazilians obviously want the ball out of Orozco's hands, so they hem him in and force him to pass.
Venegas doing the hard yards, forced to turn away from goal, away from Batista. Hands it off to Neme. Shot clock down to 9. Orozco can't rein it in. They've managed to get the possession back, but we're close to the edge. They've got it in.
What a series.
The clock shot was about to expire. Orozco lifted up a big left hand.
Just hauls it in, able to back it over in the nick of time. Oh.
Orozco goes down.
Takes the brunt of that hit.
He and Higuino came together. And that's one way to stop Orozco, I suppose. Only one thing in Orozco's mind.
And that was trying to stop the Brazilian player, but I don't think he quite thought he was going to do it that way.
Certainly wasn't Orozco who thought he'd tip over. He was trying to take Higuino out of the game.
Yeah.
$11 points the margin. Colombia need a revival in this third quarter. It needs to be led by Orozco, and they won't do it that way.
Orozco's got to do a better job of defending against that. He was caught sleeping on that play.
Inbound from Neme, inevitably for Orozco. Spinning, turning, then using his pace. Away from Higuino over half court. Waiting for the hit to come from Batista.
That was another interesting play there. The Colombian player looked like he used his arm to defend against Batista.
It's Batista who ends up in the penalty box. His third of the game. So an opportunity here for Colombia to reduce the arrears. And Venegas is over.
Colombians looking like they might be able to make some form of a comeback.
Orozco making his
Rodriguez doing his best to keep up.
Run away from Higuino. Out over the end line.
Who was the ball last touched by?
I think it was Rodriguez.
The Colombian, ball back to Brazil.
Rodriguez Rodriguez had the last touch. Brazil pick up possession. Higuino inbound. There's Damasceno. To find a way around Rodriguez. Bounds again. Brazil ball. Higuino again. Once again for Damasceno, not much room to operate there.
Only 12 seconds on the shot clock.
Keep an eye on that for me. Higuino.
We're down to 6. Oh, and out of bounds. May have felt the pressure knowing that there were only 4 seconds left on the clock.
Batista couldn't rein it in this time. Brazilian number 11. But look at them. Batista and Orozco. They're almost in each other's back pockets.
Doing a dance. Trying to avoid hitting each other, but yet getting the position on the other player.
Orozco, the pass for Rodriguez. Couldn't put it in.
We saw that play work so effectively so many times in the first quarter.
We did indeed. Rodriguez had made the forward movement.
This time Rodriguez unable to corral the ball, showing his anguish.
It's not as easy as it looks. It really isn't. I mean, they make it look easy most of the time. Higuino.
Nice
and Bastinas.
Smart play by the Brazilians. Playing keep away.
Batista's growing total up to 4 goals now. Brazil's 12-point lead over the Colombians.
Cuts back just before the center line. Oh, but
intercepted. Or is it Venegas? Can he pick it up? He can.
And just gets possession just before he crosses the line.
The goal will stand for Venegas.
Colombia slowly clawing their way back.
Once again, 11 points the deficit. They're getting closer, but not close enough. And Batista could be in here again. Kept his balance. Big hit from Orozco. Too big for the referee's liking.
The referee says, get somebody out here to change that tire.
Never ceases to amaze me, David, how the players take all these hits in stride. They know they're coming. It doesn't make them any less penetrating, any less painful. But they just get on with it. There's no complaining, no protesting to the officials.
Nothing.
It's all just part of the game.
Yeah. I think they like it that way, quite honestly.
Damasceno.
Look at those arms surrounding him, and he still found room to get rid of the ball.
Higuino and
so the goal counts.
Damasceno.
What a smart play on that last series. He had 3 Colombians surrounding him, was able to get the ball out, and then immediately cut towards the net, knowing that he'd be free for an easy score.
Venegas for Rodriguez, manages to clutch it this time. Seen that long pass from around halfway. And almost always Uriel Rodriguez is the man offering himself in that last defensive position.
And because Rodriguez doesn't have the finger dexterity as a result of his disability, he has to use his forearms to try and corral the ball in while he's doing that.
Orozco and Batista coming together again. It's an ongoing battle of attrition between those two. Damasceno with some pace, referee's whistle.
Colombian player looked like he was defending out of bounds. We'll serve for 1 minute penalty.
Once again, the deficit at 11. Colombia need to get it down to single figures. Venegas will serve a penalty. And that's what the Colombians need. They'll be short-handed as the Brazilians make wholesale substitutions. Among them, the reappearance of Captain Taniguchi, wearing 5 there. Giuriato also back with us. So a man advantage and
once again,
fresh
that's
wheels.
Neme and Orozco have to do a better job of defending against
In
them.
seconds of being back on the court, Taniguchi crosses for the score. Orozco for Venegas. Quick outlet again, Rodriguez.
So notice Rodriguez grabs it with his forearms.
Venegas has got the
Excellent
speed
pass.
and the strength and the score for Colombia. But they're trading goals at the moment, and the deficit is not reducing quickly enough for the Colombians, David.
No, so the Colombians have to make a couple of big defensive stands here. That might be one of them right there.
It's meant for Hoffman. It bounced over his head and out of bounds.
That was good defensive pressure that led to a bad pass. Turnover, Colombia's ball.
Inbound from Neme for Colombia.
Orozco's got to get himself open so he can get the ball.
Did just that. Then away.
We've seen this time and time again. Rodriguez is able to haul it into his lap. Great play.
And a great understanding as well from Orozco, knowing, as you say, that he cannot use his hands. He's got to allow it to bounce a couple of times so that Rodriguez can pull it into his chest and get over for the score.
Exactly. I'm guessing that based on his classification, he has a higher level of lesion on his spinal cord, meaning he likely doesn't have much use of his fingers. So he has to use his forearms and his upper arms just to corral the ball. Oh, the Colombians are feeling like they're back into this. Another turnover.
Well, they just went crazy on the Colombian bench. And they sense maybe an opportunity here. They've got the deficit down to 10. If they can get it into single figures, then there will be, I think, a new level of belief amongst the Colombians that they can haul the Brazilians back here. It'll be inbound from Neme as Rodriguez is wheeled away.
They need to get Rodriguez back out there. He has played very well in a not a complimentary role, but working very closely with Orozco.
John Segura is number 8. So a substitution made. Frustration for Orozco, who would have expected to take that in stride. Taniguchi going to get out of a crowded area. Remember, they have that 12 seconds to get over halfway. Offloads quickly to Giuriato. And there's men ahead of him, and one of them is Hoffman.
Smart play by Brazil. Another equipment timeout called by Colombia. These Colombian equipment men are going to be exhausted by the end of this game.
Segura hasn't been on the court more than 30 seconds, and already he needs repairs. As we said for the umpteenth time, but you can't really say it enough in this sport. This is not for the faint of heart. This is all action all the time. Maya, Segura, who replaced Rodriguez, brings in Venegas, but the pass is behind him. In comes Orozco. Venegas does pick it up. Now, has he got the strength, and has he got the grasp? It's going to be backed in by Neme for the goal.
Neme has played a strong, solid game, and he has not left the court yet.
Exactly what you would expect of the captain.
Neme just backs it in. Easy score for him.
But still 10 the deficit. Technical timeout is done and dusted. Turning is Hoffman. Finds some assistance from Taniguchi.
Taniguchi rarely makes a bad pass. Very smart player. He'll hold on to it until he needs to.
Dribble from Taniguchi again. May need to dribble it again.
Oh, he had the ball deflected away, but it remains Brazil's ball.
And now it's the wheelchair of Edgar Venegas that needs the pit stop, and the pit crew out there to change that right tyre. It's two are removed. Those equipment technicians are on and off the court in a flash, aren't they, David?
They're earning their money tonight.
Quite done yet. Segura needs some running repairs as well. All good, all good. But still 10, the Colombians trail towards the end. Oh, not so good, it would appear.
No.
Well,
see, they didn't get it done in the 60 seconds, so they have to bring in a new player.
Segura is wheeled away.
Looks like Rodriguez is ready to come back in.
Once again, Uriel Rodriguez is back with us. The number 10, 4 goals under his belt already. And crossing for the score is Juriato.
I feel like a broken record, but it seems to me that when Brazil has the ball in their front court on an out-of-bounds play, they score immediately. Colombia needs to figure out a way to stop that.
Sheer strength and persistence takes Orozco away. The dribble is going to be cut off, but he's got Vanegas for the score. It's Orozco who's going to need some help on that far side.
Arm pad having slipped up, ready to go.
It'll take a lot more than that for anything like that to keep Orozco out of the game. Taniguchi turning, gets hit by Orozco, then gets hit hard by Vanegas. Taniguchi gets the pass away though nonetheless. Chiriato.
But look at Taniguchi. He gets pinned in by 2 guys, patiently waits, doesn't panic, makes the smart pass.
Rodriguez. Bought it well, but hemmed in. Needs to get the path away, inevitably finds Orozco.
I like Rodriguez as a player. Again, he made the smart pass to Orozco there.
Orozco has that strength and that dexterity.
And then Rodriguez comes up and sets the appropriate pick to allow Orozco to score. So back pick, Orozco's able to sneak in between the 2 Brazilians.
Brazilians maintaining that advantage, tantalizingly just too far away from the Colombians. From the make big inroads into that lead, they need to get it down to 4 or 5. And then the Brazilians would be glancing over their shoulders with a certain amount of nervousness. But while they can hold that lead to 10 or 11 goals, Vanegas in a bind. Taniguchi trying to rip it from his grasp. Vanegas does find Orozco. Looking for Neme, but the turnover will favor the Brazilians. Taniguchi finding Chiriato. Away from Vanegas. Here comes the hit from Orozco. And again, reaching in.
But the Brazilians don't get flustered. They just patiently wait.
Chiriato, 17 minutes, 17 seconds left on the shot clock. Now down to 12. Taniguchi knows it.
Oh, and Taniguchi saw his player.
Orozco back to cover.
But out of bounds.
Will be a Brazilian ball.
They'll just count the goal. Five seconds left. Colombia will just be content to let the clock run down.
I'm sure Colombia are never content. Well, there you go. They did run out of time. As Vanegas threw it forward, more in hope than expectation. Well, certainly more content and more effectiveness in that third period.
Agreed. Colombia. You and I argued as to why Orozco and Rodriguez weren't brought back earlier.
And the evidence is all about the numbers. 11 goals in that third period.
Compared to the 4 in the second quarter.
For the Colombians. So 12 and 11 when Orozco has been around. But at the end of 3 periods, the Brazil team still in a position of some comfort and authority, leading by 12. Brazil 39, Colombia 27. Brazil continued to score in this third period, but indeed that third period alone, David, was statistically all square at 11-11, and there is no doubt that the reappearance of Orozco made a big, big difference.
Agreed. He brought a certain level of intensity, maybe even almost hopeful enthusiasm to the Colombian team, knowing that they had someone who could control the ball, control the pace of the game, exact a little bit of punishment, hitting the Brazilians. That was a much better quarter for Colombia.
And those players around him knew that Orozco was on the court, knew he was the go-to guy, but the deficit remains at 12. Brazil 39, Colombia 27. Fourth quarter, moments away. Fourth and final quarter of 8 minutes. Can the dark blue shirts of Colombia rally against Brazil in these final minutes? They go into this fourth quarter.
Quick turnover by Colombia.
And in to score and reduce that deficit is Venegas, who along with Rodriguez, Neme and Orozco make up the quartet for Colombia at the start of this fourth quarter. For the Brazilians, it is Gunter, Taniguchi, Higuino and Damasceno. And that is Higuino to score as Brazil into the 40s. And as they were at half-time, they have that 12-goal lead, and that is a comfortable lead for the Brazilians, looking for their first win of the 2015 Parapan American Games here at the Mississauga Sports Center. Brazil, hosts of the 2016 Paralympics. Rodriguez forces his way over the line.
Goal counts.
And hungry to demonstrate their superiority over all their South American rivals, not just Colombia.
Agreed. I think Brazil, it's still a few years away before they're able to compete against the likes of Canada and the United States. But they definitely take great pride in being the #1 team in South America.
As we see what we've seen over the last couple of quarters, Brazil will, in all likelihood, as Taniguchi needs a technical timeout here, maintain that advantage. It's going to take a mighty effort. I wonder what, if anything, the Colombians can do in these final minutes to rein in the Brazilians and really put pressure on them.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that there's much left in this game for the Colombians to do to beat Brazil. But bear in mind, this is still the round robin portion of the tournament. I wouldn't be surprised to see Colombia and Brazil play in the bronze medal match of this tournament. And in that return match, if in fact it happens, I think Colombia's got a chance. That last quarter that we saw, they were neck and neck. They were all tied up.
If you look at the game in quarters, first and third were pretty even, 15-12 for the Brazilians in the first, all square in the third. That second quarter where we didn't see Orozco and not much of Rodriguez, that really built that Brazilian advantage by a whole 9 points and just restricted the Colombians to just 4 goals in that second quarter. And Orozco was missing in action for long periods. And there's the pass from Orozco.
Oh, Rodriguez just unable to cradle it in.
For once, that combination didn't work. It's a long pass, almost the length of the court. And bearing in mind what we said about Rodriguez not being able to use those hands, those fingers, he's having to corral everything with those forearms. Unless the bounce is just about perfect for him. Here's Damasceno away. Clearwater ahead of him, and over for the score for the Brazilians. They'll extend that lead to 13. Damasceno has 6 goals of his own. Giuriato leads all scorers for Brazil. He's into double figures with 10. He's on the sidelines at the moment. Higuino, the hit on the back of Orozco. Orozco quick and mobile, managing to maneuver himself in for the score and take Colombia into the 30s. He's almost the class above most of the other athletes on this court or even in this competition.
Orozco certainly a standout in this tournament.
Will be a Brazil ball. Throw-in, looking for Taniguchi. Orozco battling for possession. Goal will stand.
Strong play. Colombians only down by 12 now. But with time certainly not on their side.
Quickly away from trouble and over halfway, Damasceno. And the mask allowed Damasceno to score in the corner with some help from Taniguchi. (43-31). Turnover.
Taniguchi, such a smart player. He knew that Orozco was going to make that pass, anticipated it, and was able to cut it off.
Higuino's spinning in a 360. Managed to keep his balance and keep the ball and offload to Taniguchi. Sees the back pass, he'll back his way in here, Higuino. And the score for Brazil.
The moonwalk goal, as I have heard it referred to. Michael Jackson would be proud.
Venegas looking for Orozco, picked off by Taniguchi.
Taniguchi did it again.
Those are the sort of errors that the Colombians cannot afford to make if they are to just chew away at this Brazilian lead.
No, and Orozco can't spend time in the penalty box. I think that's his 3rd penalty today. But he's a new player, as we mentioned at the outset of the game. He'll learn.
Timeout is called, so Orozco comes out of the penalty box and over to the Colombian bench. When we resume, we will be playing in the Brazilians' favor. Orozco quickly back on court and back to the penalty box. Has to serve that penalty until the next goal is scored. So when we resume after the timeout, the Brazilians will have a man advantage. Inbound from Cavalli, and Taniguchi. Damasceno unchallenged past Neme.
So the Brazilians waiting so that the defenders can get set up to not allow Orozco back in, or force Orozco to be the person to throw the ball in, which is exactly what they would want.
Orozco jammed in, still manages to find a way out. And now Venegas will inbound. Orozco immediately surrounded by yellow jerseys. Venegas, Orozco turning away from Damasceno. Gets the hit from Taniguchi. Manages to offload, and it will be Rodriguez in to score.
Great play by Rodriguez.
And pinpoint accuracy with the pass from Orozco. And that's a combination that's worked time and time again for the Colombians.
I think they've scored 8 times between the two of them.
Well, your math is better than mine, but then that's not saying much. Hugo Damasceno. Venegas intercepts. Orozco again, the quick release. This time it's Neme. Can he corral it? He can. He may well back his way in. Needs some help now.
Smart play by Neme, really smart play.
Venegas hands off to Orozco. And the deficit down to 12 again. But the Colombians can't get that into single figures.
Neme makes the smart play. Dish, dish, and dish.
Aguino.
Good hustle by Orozco coming back to defend.
Anybody else, Aguino would have been in. And they will score in the end through Damasceno. Once again, a demonstration of the determination of Orozco. Colombian equipment timeouts called.
Again, Neme never coming off the court. Not a single time tonight. It's about time he had an equipment timeout.
Ponytail dripping in sweat. Colombian captain, fearsome competitor, durable, and occasional goal scorer as well. Venegas trying to turn away from Cavalli. Does so successfully, finds his captain. Then the first time pass, Rodriguez. Can he get there? He won't. The idea was the right one. The pass just too far away for Rodriguez to pull it in before it crossed the goal line. Substitutions being made. Christian Amaya is back with us for the Colombians. This is John Seguro, wearing 8.
Orozco did not play strong defense on that play.
Referee, it's not going to count. Aguino took the pylon out. Nearly took the referee as well.
The referee had to make that call while maintaining her balance, not getting run over, and keeping her eye on the play.
Another look here.
The wherewithal to make that call. Brilliant.
Can be a hazardous task being a wheelchair rugby referee. Orozco hands off to Neme. Over half court. Amaya's trying to back. And Maya was the overlapping player.
Neme again making a courageous play on that series. Dishing it off, knowing he was taking the hit, losing his balance. All he was caring about was scoring the goal. So Neme gets the pass off, recognizing he's going to be crashing. But he looks back and takes solace knowing that they scored a goal.
All in a good cause. Amaya with the score. Taniguchi is unchallenged here. Neme is trying to get across. He's probably not going to get there. Doesn't. And Taniguchi adds to his and Brazil's total. Taniguchi has 4 on the nights of Brazil's 47. It's noticeable, you know, how Brazil have spread the goals around. I mean, Giuriato has 10, but just about every player has contributed in the goal scoring.
Agreed. Tremendous balance and depth from the Brazilian squad. And that's a reflection of the amount of work they put into their entire system in the last 8 to 10 years.
Sinemaya with the score for the Colombians.
I think it's worth noting, too, that a former assistant coach from Canada's national team was down in Brazil last year helping them out.
Aguino with the throw ahead. Good speed by Taniguchi. He can coast in now.
Benoit Lebrec, who was an assistant coach on the national team back in the early 2000s, is currently the head coach in Sweden for their wheelchair rugby team, but was down in Brazil last year helping out their developmental squads.
Roscoe takes the hit from Taniguchi, offloads to Neme. Neme for Amaya. It was Segura, I beg your pardon, with the score for Colombia.
Oh, Taniguchi making a rare mistake, letting the ball go out of bounds, and it's a turnover to Colombia.
Followed inevitably by Orozco. Substitutions on their way for Brazil. As the clock continues to tick down, just outside 2.5 minutes remaining in the game. Once again, 12 goals the deficit. It's been a familiar theme since the second quarter. Javier Abreu offloads to Hoffman. Smart move from Hoffman. Explodes with some pace. Hoffman the score for Brazil. Hoffman up to 5.
I love Aquino's hit, just coming along the side there, just because he likes to hit.
Orozco one-handed catch. And the mobility to move her away. And
Nice
then the
play.
handoff.
Nice play by Orozco to spin around like that.
Very smooth.
Have the body awareness to know where he was, how to make that pass after spinning so quickly.
It's that sixth sense, isn't it? That understanding.
Agreed. So spin, dish.
Just knew Amaya was there.
Money.
Aguino over halfway at pace for the Brazilians. 2-on-1 here.
For fun.
Meanwhile, Christian Amaya, unchallenged, has lost his balance. There's going to be a stoppage here. There is Amaya. Come the mats. Christian Amaya tipped up right again. 3 goals for Amaya tonight, but they all trail Orozco. And by quite a margin, 14 goals for the heartbeat of the Colombian team. Here he is again, Orozco. Can anyone stop him this time? I think not. So Orozco in again. Once again, the deficit is just a round dozen. And 15 goals for his personal tally.
Orozco showing the dominance that we've been chatting about the entire game. He hasn't been the difference maker tonight, but perhaps later this week in a bronze medal match, we'll see that.
Well, it dictates so much of what Colombia does so quickly with the offload and the pass, and scores a fair share of goals. 12 in that first game against Chile. He scored 20 goals against Canada. You know, 20 of 32 goals all told that the Colombians scored. So he is such a big influence, Orozco. Cannot be understated. Here he is again.
Neme fakes the pass and then does pass it for the goal. That was a nice play.
Once again, Orozco with the awareness to the overhead pass. Neme and then to Amaya.
So Orozco gets it into Neme. Watch this, he fakes it, and then he does the second time for the score.
11 points the difference. Is there time to make any serious inroads into this Brazilian lead? Orozco again in to check and stop. Higuino will back in at the far post for the Brazilian score.
Higuino has very quietly had a strong game for Brazil.
Quietly effective, as you say. He has 7 goals. Amaya. Orozco reaches up and manages to control it, bounce it, take it in for the Colombian score.
Any other player in that would have been tipped off the hand and a turnover.
Just
Only
soft hands from Orozco, just to control it, turn, pick it up, and find his way to goal. Colombia into the 40s. 11 behind. Higuino will throw forwards.
And Orozco, even though there's 30 seconds left, still isn't taking a minute off.
Kaisin for the score this time for the Brazilians. And the simple fact of the matter is that they have that 12-point advantage, as they have held for much of this game since the second period. And they will win this game. As Amaya looks in for the score. Good pace from Amaya over the Brazilian goal line. But it has been a terrifically contested game between two teams who've shown creativity and pace and passion, the ability to give and take hits. Clock ticks down. This could be the final score. Converted by Davi Abreu. His tally is up to 6 for the night. Brazil have that 12-point margin. As the clock ticks down, we'll hear the buzzer. Orozco, has he got time? He doesn't have time. But fitting perhaps that's the last touch of the night in a wonderfully entertaining game. Should go perhaps to the man of the match, the Colombian Orozco.
Even though Colombia didn't win the game, he was, certainly in my opinion, the strongest player on the court. I think this bodes well for a rematch between these two nations for a bronze medal.
And look what happened in both the third and fourth periods with Orozco in such dominant form. They tied the Brazilians in period 3 and in period 4. But it was the second period where Orozco and Rodriguez were not around that killed the Colombians on this night. And so the Brazilians have their first win of the 2015 Parapan Am Games after defeats to Canada and the US. They have beaten their Colombian rivals, but not without one heck of a fight. Brazil takes it, their first win. Colombia now 1-2. Brazil win it by 53 goals to 41.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici les athlètes pour l'épreuve de 100 mètres brasse SP13 pour les hommes.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la final. Hombres, 100 metros pecho, SB13.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the men's 100 meters breaststroke SB13 final.
The athletes are coming on deck for the men's 100-meter breaststroke SB13 final. William Bastista, the record holder in the distance, will be in lane 4 alongside Renato Nunez, his Brazilian teammate.
Carril 1, Argentina.
Lane number 1, only 15 years of age, Franco Medina from Argentina was 6th in the 100 backstroke earlier at the Parapans. This is his first senior national team. Darvin Baez of Puerto Rico will be is 19 years of age. He'll have lane number 2 in this 8-person field. Next to him in lane number 3 will be Tyler Marac from Canada, 17 years of age, in the suburb of Vancouver, off Drainton, Surrey. He was a bronze in the 100-meter backstroke, part of that historic Canadian sweep, gold, silver, bronze. Started swimming at age 9. Guillermo Batista from Brazil, 19 years of age. He was a bronze medalist in the 200-meter individual medley. And that was a critical one for Canada in the sense that Canada wanted to go 1, 2, 3, and Mr. Batista stopped the sweep. Renato Nunez from Brazil, 27 years of age. He won a silver in this event 4 years ago. This is his 3rd Parapan Games. Diego Cuesta from Colombia will have lane number 6. He's 29 years of age. Just missed the podium in the 100-meter backstroke earlier in these games. Jimenez from Venezuela will have lane number 7. He's 20 years of age. He's already swum the backstroke here, the 7th position. This will be his 2nd of 4 races at the 2015 Parapans. Stefania Hankers from Suriname, 25 years of age, will have lane number 8. A newcomer on the international scene.
This is the men's
a truly international field for this men's 100-meter breaststroke. We've got a swimmer from Suriname, Venezuela, Colombia, 2 Brazilians, a Canadian, a Puerto Rican, and an Argentinian. The favorites, Renato Nunez of Brazil from 5. His teammate Guillermo Batista is in 4. 2 lengths of the pool. The men's 100-meter breaststroke, SB13.
And the reason the other categories are called S from 1 to 10, but the SB stands for breaststroke. S is for freestyle, backstroke, and butterfly. But SB stands for breaststroke, because breaststroke is a little more difficult if you have hip impairments of any type.
Diego Cuesta got a good start. He's swinging in lane 6 for Colombia. He's ahead of the field right now. They'll touch, turn over, and have less than 50 to go in the final of the men's 100-meter breaststroke, SB13, coming to the wall. And the tappers hit them on the head, indicating that they're close to the wall. Batista, Baez, and Marac.
Well, really, the surprise here is in lane number 2. You've got Baez way in the middle of the picture. They're way in the middle of the race, I should say. And in lane number 4, Batista now, I think maybe saw him over there, and he's got to try to pick it up and go. Sometimes the swimmers actually can't see the other swimmers. They've got to train within themselves and just know they've got to pick it up, and you can hear the crowd cheering and really drive for the wall.
Less than 10 meters to go for Guillermo Batista of Brazil in lane 4. He's going to take the gold. Great battle for silver. Tyler Marac of Canada, lane 3, closing. It is Batista with the gold, Marac with the silver, and the bronze goes to Renato Nunez of Brazil. Batista, gold. Tyler Marac of Canada, silver, and Nunez gets the bronze. 1, 2, 3 in the men's 100 breaststroke SB13, and that's an America's record in the SB13 for Guillermo Batista.
So lane number 5 was off really slow. Renato Nunez was able to come back and get the bronze medal, but he didn't really react to the sound of getting into the wall. Now at the other end of the pool, you can see down at the bottom there, that's Baez from Puerto Rico. He was out like a light, but unfortunately towards the end, he really runs out of gas. Look at his turnover, starting to slow down. Batista's starting to pick up the cadence. Now watch at the wall. You get Batista, then Marac, and down at the bottom, Baez is actually going to glide. Look at him glide. Boom! Tossed him the bronze medal. Nunez up at the top there in lane number 5, got in there just ahead of him for the bronze medal. Baez was obviously waiting for his tapper to touch him on the head, but he was too far out. He needed another stroke, and he had one there, but it cost him the bronze medal by gliding. He glided about a full stroke ahead.
Batista takes the gold for Brazil in the men's 100-meter breaststroke, the SB13. Tyler Marac of Canada gets the silver, and Nunez of Brazil picks up the bronze.
Voici les athlètes pour le 100 mètres brasse SB13 pour les femmes.
Damas y caballeros,
Kirby Cote of Canada as the world and America's record set a long time ago. Back in 2002 in the women's 100-meter breaststroke in the SB13. Somewhere in the pool in this one will be Raquel Viel of Brazil, Annabelle Moro of Argentina, Nadia Baez of Argentina.
Dans le couloir 1, représentant les États-Unis.
McLean Hermes, 14 years of age, from the United States, from Atlanta.
Lane 1, representing the
legally
United
blind
States
due
of
to
America.
detached retinas 5 years ago.
Hermes.
She'll have lane number 1, lane number 2, Delavaga from Argentina, 19 years of age, was a finalist 4 years ago at the Paralympic Games in Mexico, and was on the youth team 2013 as well. She's 19 years of age. Nadia Baez from Argentina will have lane number 3. Bronze at the Paralympic Games in 2012, the 100-meter breaststroke SB11 category. This is SB11, 12, and 13. It'll be a little bit tougher challenge. Annabelle Moro will have lane number 4, 36 years of age. Already a bronze medal here in Toronto at the Parapans in the 100-meter backstroke. A gold in 2011 in this very event, and in 2003 in the Parapans back in Mar del Plata, Argentina. Raquel Viel from Brazil, 32 years of age.
In lane 5, representing Brazil.
Silver in the 2011 100-meter breaststroke event 4 years ago. Becky Mota from Venezuela, 32 years of age, will have lane number 6. This is the first time we've seen her at this Pan Am. Bronze 4 years ago. Matilde Alcazar from Mexico, 19 years of age, will have lane number 7. Just missed the medal in the 100-meter backstroke
representing Mexico,
at these games in Toronto. In the 8th person in this 8-person field, Veronica Gomez Vasco, 26 years of age. She's an SB11. She was 7th in the backstroke. She also swam in the 2007, not the 2011, but the 2007 finals.
2 lengths of the pool. The women's 100-meter breast, SB13. The defending champion, 3-time Paralympian Annabelle Moro of Argentina has 4. Viel of Brazil is in 5. Baez of Argentina is in 3.
So in SB11 to 13, 11, 12, and 13 are the categories that are used for visual impairment. Swimmers with 11 are almost completely or nearly loss of sight, and 13 describing minimal eligible visible impairment.
Right now, fairly even going down the pool. And this women's 100-meter breaststroke, SB13. Moro trying to defend the title she won 4 years ago in Guadalajara, and 8 years ago she was bronze in this distance. She is in lane 4. They come to the wall, touch, turnover, and have less than 50 meters to go in the women's 100 breast. Moro in front, followed by Viel and Baez.
And the swimmers have to really be very cognizant of what they're trying to accomplish, because they can't necessarily swim off another swimmer. They can't race somebody else. They've got to race themselves, race for time, race for what you can accomplish, and maintain your stroke all the way through. Moro's got a good stroke. Viel is really starting to pick up her cadence now. Watch Viel as she starts to pick up the cadence and gains a little bit on each stroke. The question is she going to run out of meterage? I don't think so. It's very strong at this point. Good battle for third back there, Steve.
Just over 10 to go. Moro and Viel in lanes 4 and 5, battling for the gold medal in the women's 100-meter breaststroke. Moro trying to defend that title. She won 4 years ago, and she's going to do it. Annabelle Moro of Argentina touches for gold. Viel gets the silver, and coming in for bronze from Venezuela. Wow, what a swim from her. Belkis Mota in lane 6, the 32-year-old. Her first of 4 races here in Toronto. And it's a good one. She gets a bronze medal. But Annabelle Moro of Argentina defends the title that she won. And we have a games record in SB11.
There's your bronze medalist, Mota from Venezuela. Right off the start, nice clean start, good pull, kick to the surface. nothing between the swimmers there, but now all of a sudden the power and the speed. Morrow is able to get out there almost a half a body length in front of the rest of the field at the first 50 mark. Can she hold on is the question. And right now, Veal is really, wants to do is in the cadence. Picking it up, but just ran out of room and couldn't quite do it. Now you'll see at the top, Moda of those three, Venezuela will come in for a bronze medal, which repeats the bronze medal she won 4 years ago.
Games record in the SB11 goes to Nadia Baez of Argentina, clocking 1:33.06. We mentioned there were swimmers 11, 12, and 13. And she may not win a medal, but she can set a record in the class, which she just did. Nadia Baez of Argentina. The gold goes to Annabelle Morrow of Argentina. Argentina get the gold. Brazil the silver. Venezuela the bronze in the women's 100-meter breast, SB13.
Parapan American Games in Guadalajara in 2011.
Metros, estilo libre, S9.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the men's 50 meters freestyle S9 final.
The Brazilian coaches think they can sweep the men's 50 free. They've got the middle of the pool blocked out. Da Silva, Do Nascimento, and Renato Silva.
Here's an interesting story. Pedro de Venetia was a bronze at the Para Badminton Worlds in 2013, but there's no badminton at the Paralympics, so he switched to swimming in 2014 so he could maybe get to the Paralympics in Rio. Cesar Barria, 32 years of age, is a banker from Panama City. First Latin swimmer to swim in the Strait of Gibraltar. The first of three Brazilians, Mateus da Silva, silver in the 2011 Parapans in this very event, the 50-meter freestyle. He's 21 years of age. Do Nascimento Filho, actually known by Filho. Brazilians sometimes have 3 or 4 different family names, and while it's not shown there, his last family name is Filho, and that's what he's known by around the world. 22 years of age, he won this event 4 years ago. The third Brazilian, Silva, 22 years of age, has won the 400-meter freestyle here at the Parapan American Games in Toronto. Trying to spoil the Brazilian party, Jose Lucena from Venezuela, 26 years of age. Fourth in the 100 butterfly here. Next to him, Juan Castillo is from Cuba, 16 years of age. There he is. He won the gold in the 100-meter butterfly at these games.
Representing Cuba, Juan Castillo.
And the final swimmer, lane number 8, David Taylor, 48 years of age. Two-time Olympian. He started competing at age 35. He's now 48. He started competing when he had his left leg amputated as a result of bone cancer. He has lane number 8, this 8-person field.
50 meters freestyle S9 final.
Swimmers from Peru, Panama, 3 from Brazil, Venezuela, Cuba, and Barbados getting set for 1 length of the pool, the men's 50 free S9. Silva, Brazil in 5, Filho, Brazil in 4, and Da Silva in lane 3 for Brazil. The start, very critical in the men's 50 free.
Take your mark.
Looks like everybody got a very fair start. Possibly lane number 5 has got a little bit of an edge, and that's Silva from Brazil, who won the 400-meter freestyle. See if he's got the power for the 50.
Just over 25 meters to go on the men's 50 free S9, and right now it is the 3 Brazilians racing 1, 2, 3. A very close finish, less than 5 meters to go. Here they come. Is it Da Silva? It is Da Silva, Filho, and Silva. 1, 2, 3. The Brazilians have swept the men's 50 free S9.
There's your early leader right there. He has to settle for the bronze medal. And there's the man who won the gold medal. He's pretty happy. Da Silva in lane number 3. He was actually not expected to be the one to win. It was the man in the middle, Do Nascimento Filho, that they thought was going to win. That man right there without the cap. Off the start, right there. Pretty even start by the 3 Brazilians. if anything, I said lane 5 was out in front, and he was. Silva, he used that, but he just couldn't quite polish it off as they get to the wall. Watch again, as here they go. At the bottom is the guy that's going to come around with his last 2 little strokes, really quick. Right, and now he'll lunge with the right one. And in the middle there, you can see that Domenici Filo picked up his head as he was lunging to the wall. He picked his head up, and I think that actually cost him possibly winning the gold medal. You got to keep your head down. Picking your head up will actually pull your arm away from the wall when you touch. So Da Silva gets his teammate Filho for the gold medal, but Brazilians still, boy, they like the sprint, Steve. Power, power, power. 1, 2, 3, Brazil.
As close as you can get in a swimming race, 1/100th of a second separating Da Silva from Filo. And Silva picks up the bronze. A 1-2-3 finish for Brazil in the men's 50-meter freestyle S9.
Well, all the coaches have been bouncing around, and now they've got a 1, 2, 3.
The America's record in the women's 50-meter freestyle S9 is held by an American, Michelle Conkley of the United States. She did that in Pasadena a year ago, 29-4. Is that record in jeopardy here tonight in Toronto at the Parapan Ams as the women come on deck for the 53. The power will be in the middle of the pool. Camille Rodriguez of Brazil in 3, Daniela Gimenez of Argentina in 4, Anna Johannes of the United States in 5, and Natalie Sims of the U.S. will be in 6. One Canadian in this, St. John's, Newfoundland, Katarina Ruxin.
Lane number 1 is Paola Acuna from Puerto Rico, 14 years of age. This is her first race at the 2015 Parapan. She'll be in lane number 1. The Canadian, Katrina Roxon from Newfoundland, will have lane number 2, 22 years of age. She already has a silver medal to her credit, 400 meter freestyle. And in lane number 3 next to her will be Camille Rodriguez from Brazil. In lane 3, 4, and 5, you have the swimmers who were bronze, gold, and silver in that order 4 years ago. So obviously they know each other very, very well. This is Rodriguez, bronze 4 years ago, already a gold here at the Parapans in the 400. Gimenez from Argentina won a gold 4 years ago in this very event, 22 years of age. She's also got a gold medal at this competition in the 100-meter breaststroke. The American, Anna Johannes, will have lane number 5. She's out of the Chicago area. She won a silver 4 years ago in this race, but won 5 gold medals in her other 5 races. So she's experienced at getting to the podium. She has a bronze medal in the 400-meter free in this race, in this competition here in Toronto. Natalie Sims, the second American, the 18-year-old from Minneapolis, just missed the medal in the 400-meter freestyle. Will have lane number 6. Next to her, in lane number 7, will be Shanae Incy from Trinidad and Tobago, 20 years of age, the 7th in the 400, but picked up a pair of medals in 2011. Was a junior sportswoman of the year in Trinidad and Tobago. Genesis Leal, 22 years of age, from Venezuela, 6th in the 400, was at the Parapans 4 years ago in 2011. He's a medical student at the University of Valencia.
One length of the pool. This is the final of the women's 53 S9. The defending champion from Argentina, Daniela Gimenez, is in 4. Anna Johannes of the United States in 5. Camille Rodriguez of Brazil in 3. Katarina Roxon of Canada is in 2. The start, always important. 53.
Take your marks.
Right off the bat, lane number 5 off very, very quickly and does have a little bit of a lead because of a superb reaction time. The American Johannes. Now the real question is, can she keep it up? Because here comes lane number 4, Gimenez. Much more powerful stroking and quicker turnover.
Johannes and Gimenez of Argentina, the defending champion. Gimenez in 4 has a slight lead on Johannes right now. It is Gimenez of Argentina trying to make it 2 in a row. Gimenez of Argentina touches for gold. Ruxin of Canada picks up the silver. And Rodriguez of Brazil gets the bronze. That's a games record for Jimenez of Argentina. What a terrific swim, putting up a time of 30.18. Roxon of Canada, 38.8 for second, and Rodriguez picks up the bronze.
Jimenez is definitely got, watch off the blocks, all right? Lane number 4, right in the middle, she'll come up in front, boom, reaction time, really good. Way down at the bottom now, Jimenez is, and then down at the bottom, second from the bottom, the Canadian, really a surprise to come in for the silver medal. The battle was thought to be in the middle with the 3 medalists from last time, but upsetting that group. Down at the bottom is Roxon, she comes in for the silver, and right next to her for the bronze is Rodriguez. So you got the bronze medalist from last time getting the bronze, the gold medalist from last time getting the bronze, but the silver medalist gets out-touched by the Canadian. The Canadian gets the silver medal. There's Jimenez, 22 years of age.
A successful title defense for Daniela Jimenez of Argentina, winning gold in the women's 50-meter freestyle. Katrina Roxon of Canada gets the silver. Camille Rodriguez of Brazil picks up the bronze.
Une finale aujourd'hui, 11 pays ont mérité les médailles sur la piste de 1500 mètres, messieurs, catégorie défense.
On the track, the athletes assembling for the men's 1500 meters in the T20 class. T20 is for athletes diagnosed with an intellectual impairment. 4 men in this final, including Michael Brannigan of the United States, the 18-year-old, who is the class of this field, lining up first in lane number 1. He competes as an athlete with autism, was named Sports Illustrated's High School Athlete of the Month in January of this year. Michael Brannigan with a best of 3:48.85 this year. Next to him in lane number 2, it's Venezuela's Luis Arturo Paiva. Paiva with a best this year of 4:16.13, not nearly in the same class as the American. Lane number 3 from Venezuela, Jovito Gutierrez. Gutierrez, the 27-year-old, with a best of 4:25.94. He was a silver medalist 4 years ago in Guadalajara at the Parapan American Games. And in lane number 4 from Ecuador, this is Marlon Matabay. Matabay is 25, has a best of 4:22.96. So a range of athletes here in this men's T20 1500. And they're away in the men's 1500 T20, and already Michael Brannigan dashing down the back straight and opening a lead of about 8 to 10 meters as they hit the bend for the first time. Brannigan, the American, in a class by himself, running ahead of the 2 Venezuelan athletes, Paiva in second and Gutierrez in third, as the Ecuadorian hangs on, Matabay in 4th. So Brannigan taking him through the first lap. And we'll get a look at this split, Jeff, and to see the pace that he's set these athletes on course for here in the men's 15 T20.
So not a scorching pace. It seems like he went out really hard in the first 100 meters, established the lead that he's got now, and everybody seems to be maintaining the same pace behind him. One of the things we do see in this category is a difficulty understanding pace and sticking to a pace. So we may have seen that in the early going, but he does seem to be stretching out his lead here.
Yes, Michael Brannigan of the United States beginning to put another push, another surge into this pace as he opens a 20-meter lead on the Venezuelans. It is Luis Arturo Paiva in second and Gutierrez behind him. But Brannigan with that 3:48.85 new personal best he set this year en route to the Parapan Am Games. And it's beginning to look like he'll run away with this race, now opening a 30-meter lead around the bend with 2 laps to go.
The personal bests of these athletes aren't as separated as the season bests, with Pava with a personal best of 4:01, but a season best of only 4:16. So we may be seeing some fitness issues here that is going to see the packet separate and see the distance increase.
Yes, the only man in this field who's come here running at his best is Brannigan of the United States. Remarkable story as Sports Illustrated named him High School Athlete of the Month in January. 18 years of age and already running away from the rest of this field.
He does seem to be flagging a little bit. His knees aren't coming up quite as high as they were earlier on in the race. Not unexpected in a 1500 meters, but maybe a little early to see this kind of a pace slow down.
So Brannigan heads to the line for the bell lap. 1 lap to go in this 1500 T20 for men. The Venezuelans running a lot more nonchalant. No sense of urgency there as they hit the bell lap themselves. It is Pava of Venezuela and Gutierrez trying to chase Brannigan, but Brannigan running away from this race. The young Ecuadorian Marlon Matabay a distant 4th now.
Pava is clawing a little bit back, but he's running out of real estate.
Pava with those long strides, and you can see already that Brannigan is beginning to feel the punishment of the pace he set out, and that gap has been closed now to 20 meters as Luis Arturo Pava now begins his kick with 200 meters to go. And Brannigan feeling some pain. Did he go out too hard? Here comes the Venezuelan Pava. Pava now closing that gap to 10 meters around the bend, and down the straight they come. Michael Brannigan, the American, hearing footsteps as the long, rangy Venezuelan Pava now turning it on with a blistering finishing kick. Brannigan responding. Has he got enough? Oh, just barely at the line. Mike Brannigan holding off a charging Luis Arturo Pava, who had lots left. And Brannigan holding him off in the final strides. The big man from Venezuela. Oh, what a finish. And America's record, 4:04.32 for Michael Brannigan.
So here's where we see Brannigan starting to really fade badly, and Pava really picking it up. He must have been 40 meters behind him at one point. So the kick starts, and by the narrowest of margins, with Pava closing in on. Look at the pain on the face of Brannigan. Pava closing hard, but just can't catch him at the very finish.
My goodness, it was that close. 2/100ths of a second as Brannigan prevails, but just barely, to the charging Luis Arturo Pava, who just ran out of racetrack. A seasonal best for Pava. Brannigan in that pain, tying up, trying to hold off. He had nothing left. If this had gone another 5 meters, it would have been Pava to victory.
Brannigan left absolutely nothing on the track tonight, that's for sure.
Michael Brannigan prevailing in a very slim margin, 4:04.32 to 4:04.34 over Venezuela's Pava. The second Venezuelan athlete, Jovita Gutierrez, 3rd for bronze with a personal best himself. And the Ecuadorian athlete, Marlon Matabay, finishing in 4th.
So Pava running almost over 10 seconds better than his season's best this year.
Here are the final results. Brannigan holding on to victory ahead of Pava. As you mentioned, Jeff, turned out one of the best races of his career and the best this season. Gutierrez of Venezuela with the bronze medal, and Ecuador's Matabay just off the podium. To the men's discus competition, the men's final in the F37 classification. featuring the great powerhouse Canadian Kevin Strybosch in the field with the best seasonal competition coming in with a 46-37 this year. Far better than the rest of the field, and the favorite as we look at Argentina's Leandro Ricci in his first round throw. Ricci with a best this year, 41-41. Lets it go as the rain begins to let up. That's well past 40, very close to 41 meters for Ricci of Argentina. And for the Argentinian, that will be a throw of 41.11, so just off his seasonal best, enough to give him the temporary lead in this competition. On to the fourth round, and this is Contreras Hernandez of Mexico. Lets it fly in the rain, and this will be his best effort of the competition. Just shy of the 40-meter mark, as he stays inside the wet circle, holding his balance. 39.22 meters, a new personal best for the Mexican Hernandez Contreras, and that will move him into third place. Now to the sixth round. The great Canadian Kevin Strybosch has already broken the Parapan Am record 3 times. Lets it fly here in the sixth round, and he's gone even further. What a series for Kevin Strybosch of London, Ontario, who has overcome cerebral palsy, was the silver medalist in this event 4 years ago at the 2011 Parapan Am Games. Terrific form, spinning in the circle. And what a series. He went 80, 40-84, 42-48, 43-93 to break the Parapan Am record 3 times. And here in the sixth round, his best throw of the competition, 44-66, 44 meters, 66. Kevin Strybosch of London, Ontario, breaks the Parapan Am record 4 times, wins the gold medal, and breaks his own America's record with that throw of 44-66. A string of accolades for the Canadian, winning the gold ahead of Ricci of Argentina, and Hernandez Contreras with a personal best for Mexico, and that bronze medal, another personal best for Argentina's Hugo Limas as he finishes in 6th place, and a terrific competition owned by the Canadian. So look at the field in this event. Down the middle of the track, Gonzalez of Cuba a factor here tonight. Ferreira dos Santos of Brazil and his countryman Nascimento Ferreira. They are the 2 favorites in this event. Final of the men's T47. There are some T46 classes here, but on the track everyone runs. There's no point standings to adjust for the classifications. Whoever comes first wins here tonight. As we set the lanes, in lane number 1 from Venezuela, this is Samuel Colmenares. Best this year of 11.42 seconds. Lane number 2 representing the United States. This is Jack Briggs. Briggs of the United States in lane number 2. From Mexico, running next to Briggs in lane number 3, Jesus Viveros with an 11:32 clocking this year. 24-year-old from Mexico. In lane number 4 from Cuba, Raciel Gonzalez. Gonzalez was a silver medalist in the T46 100 at the London Paralympics in 2012. In lane number 5 Patricio Ferreira dos Santos of Brazil. A sub-11 clocking at 10:88 this year. Dos Santos, one of the favorites at only 18. Next to him, his countryman from Brazil in lane number 6, Josana Nascimento, an 11:16 clocking this year. He was born without both his hands and needs special blocks to get out of the blocks. He's the defending champion from Guadalajara. In lane number 7 from Argentina, Brian Villarreal. The best of 11:39 so far this year, the 23-year-old from Argentina. And the second American in the final, Dion Townsend Roberts, running out in lane number 8 as the best this year of 11:38. The defending champion running in lane number 5, Johansen Nascimento of Brazil, right next to Dos Santos. Dos Santos in 5, Nascimento in 6. The two Brazilians expecting a challenge from Gonzalez, the rangy sprinter from Cuba, in 4. Final of the men's 100 T47. Gonzalez last to settle into the blocks for Cuba in 4, next to Dos Santos in 5, Nascimento in 6. Brazilians using these aids to get set in the blocks in the starters' hands. A good start, and the Cuban Gonzalez gets off to a good start. Here comes Dos Santos now. Dos Santos challenged by Gonzalez. Dos Santos opening a lead, striding to victory, and he's done it. Patricio Ferreira dos Santos ahead of Gonzalez of Cuba. The Brazilian prevailing here tonight in 10:77, a new America's record at the Parapan Am Games as the Brazilians embrace afterwards. The Cuban Gonzalez was there step for step until the final 40 meters of this race when Dos Santos pulled away. Victorious at 10:77, Gonzalez for silver at 11 seconds flat, and Nascimento of Brazil third for bronze in a seasonal best 11.12 seconds.
Very little wind on the track tonight, a 0.5 meter following wind. So well within the legal limit. And Gonzalez with by far the best reaction time at 0.145 thousandths of a second.
The night belongs to the Brazilian Ferreira dos Santos, the only man under 11 seconds here tonight for gold.
And we see Gonzalez get out very, very strongly in the blocks. But quickly the turnover of Dos Santos just takes over. He's pulling away from the Cuban athlete, making no mistake about this victory.
Tremendous turnover by Dos Santos, running in lane number 5 right next to the Cuban, who would not track him down. The Cuban with the better start, but Dos Santos with the faster turnover, as the Brazilians, good for gold and bronze, embrace. Dos Santos for gold and Nascimento for bronze here tonight. The unofficial results now for the men's 100 T47, and they have just been confirmed as official. So the official results in the T47 100, Dos Santos with an America's record first at 10:77, then Gonzalez and Ferreira of Cuba and Brazil respectively. They're both T46 athletes, so a lower classification, which means a higher degree of impairment for the silver and bronze medalists here today in the men's 100 T47.
Pues va cerrando con 21 finales, 12 países con medallas en esta primera fecha.